有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
DPC, the final day of the season. It is the tiebreaker day, as we always have here in China. And today, we determine who's going to be going to the major, who is staying home to practice for the TI qualifiers, and who, of course, is going to be carrying the torch of Chinese Dota all the way to the grandest stage of them all. My name is Snare. I'm joined this morning by Dragon Drop and Lizard. The 6 a.m. gang is back. Dragon Drop, good sir. Tiebreaker day. Our favorite day is chaotic as all hell. How are you feeling today, good sir, about today's games and just in general? How are you feeling as a human being?
I'm feeling absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much indeed, because it's, as you said, it's going to be exciting. Like, there's no other way that this can go in this region. It's kind of inevitable to have these kind of tiebreakers days.
Yep.
You know, even though we didn't get them in Division 2, we've got plenty in Division 1, and it's going to be wild. It's going to be a nice ending point to this entire season, I'm sure.
Without a doubt. Lizard, good sir, how are you feeling this morning? Are you also joining us in the coffee gang? And are you hyped for a long day of tiebreaker action?
Can't believe I'll say it, but it's tea gang.
Tea gang! Oh!
Yeah. It's not coffee. At least not this morning. But I don't need coffee to be hyped about the tiebreakers for Division 1, as they always bring a ton of fun, right? Like, we have some incredible matches. We have some teams that might have slacked during the division, during the season, during the Tour 3, and perhaps might pick things up here, or perhaps might continue slacking. You never know. And I'm very curious to find out which one of those two is going to happen, Mr. Snare.
Of course, we're going to be guiding you throughout all the action this day. And just an explain of how it's all going to be working today. There are 4 teams, of course, that are vying for only 3 positions to get themselves into the major. So we have set up a GSL group where they'll each be competing against each other in a best of 1 little group bracket format. 2 is the magic number. 2 wins, and that'll guarantee you entry into the major. 2 losses, well, enjoy Division 1. You're going to be staying here and staying home and just enjoying life from that perspective. So you need to get to that number as soon as humanly possible. How we've stacked things up is that we have PSG LGD starting up against Team Aster, and then afterwards we're going to have Aster Aries taking on Extreme Gaming. Winners of both will play each other, losers of both will play each other, and then there'll be one final decider match at the end of it all to determine who takes 4th spot and who goes to the major to join. RNG and the 2 other teams will determine today. So before the hype starts, before the action gets underway, let us build the tail of the tape, boys. PSG LGD taking on Team Aster. It's a matchup that usually is going to be very dominated by PSG LGD. They've only, in this modern era of Team Aster, managed to beat LGD once, Lizard, just once. It was at the regional finals. However, in those same regional finals, when LGD came back and whipped them in the finals, he very famously told us that he feels they could beat this team with his actual feet. So coming into this matchup, obviously we should be favoring LGD, shouldn't we?
Oh, I don't know. Like, saying things like that usually motivates the team that you said it to even harder. So perhaps we'll see Team Aster actually coming back and slapping some of these PSG LGD players. Slapping in the game, of course, not.
Just walk over there, you know. Just slap during
no
the
violence.
This is a handicap, you know.
No violence in real life, please. I don't support that. But in game, hell yeah. And when someone makes a statement that's as strong as that, what's better than to just own them, right? Dragon Drop. It just makes it feel better.
Absolutely, yeah. That being said, we would be amiss if we didn't mention that they played against each other literally 2 days ago in their regular season match. And it was not close at all. 24 minutes each game, PSG LGD just roll right over them. And it's just on the basis of that, it's like you gotta give LGD the win here, unless Aster was just using that, looking forward to the inevitable tiebreakers and saying, oh yeah, We're gonna
Making you
pull the
overconfident.
double. We're gonna pull the double fake out here. We're actually twice as good as we showed there. Now PSG LGD is going in with too much confidence.
So you're thinking Aster, instead of just being safe and without tiebreakers, got lost from PSG LGD just to get them to the tiebreakers to win against them when it hurts even more. Yeah,
exactly. It's a dunk. It's a dunk play.
Big brain plays. But this is you don't say strats for TI, you say stats for tiebreakers. What poise.
You just gotta break their spirit. This is how you do it.
I mean, if you can beat LGD and that's your ticket to the major and that's how you get there, that's probably a massive boost to your internal confidence. So I'm hoping that is the case for them. But unfortunately, the history does not help them out in this regard. Ori in particular as well. I was trying to look through the stats, right? It has been since before Team Aster, right? It was a full year since he's actually defeated PSG LGD in any form of Valve competition. So he obviously needs to try and show up here. The same is true for Monet and the gang. Of course, for Monet and them, they've often beaten LGD locally, but then failed to make any kind of splash in the international stage. So we're hoping that today is different from them. If they do win and go to the major, but for LGD, we know their pedigree. We know what they're capable of. And of course here, gentlemen, not we need them to do for us, we need them to give us a draft. We need them to bring us the hype in the game. And I believe we have one getting ready. So let us check it out. LGD versus Team Aster. It's a BO1, one chance, one bite at the cherry. And of course, because LGD is the best team in the world, you know why, Lizard? Because they understand the power of first pick Warlock, my friend.
Isn't it your favorite hero at the same time, Snare? Is that it? Are you trying to shill your boy here? Why?
This is disgustingly biased caster right there. I'm just calling it out.
He's bringing corruption into my game.
Absolutely.
We can't have
that. You're now banished from draft analysis there.
I want to leave my country because of all the corruption, and here you are bringing it to my favorite game. Shame on you, sir.
Corruption in your country and your pubs.
Yeah. But like Warlock right now definitely deserves his spot. He's not only the cousin of the CEO, he actually worked hard to get to this place, Was he pushed a little bit? Perhaps. But he still does have that shadow word to heal you up. He's the kind of a guy that always tells you nice things, right? So he doesn't get kicked out or so he doesn't get fired. And like the shadow word is a nice word when your tangos and your salves are kind of not nearly as potent as they used to be. So it makes a ton of sense that they pick him up. You get 2 of these long-ass ultis, on cooldown ultis, which can be a bit of a problem, but usually isn't. Meanwhile, Team Aster, from the 2 heroes, they absolutely are not locked. Like, their opening is not locked in by any team fighting capabilities, right? Like, you don't have to worry about them.
Yeah.
They have the super contested, most contested hero in China right now in practically every single game. It's almost to the same degree as we saw Death Prophet last season. So that's the one where it's been mostly played as 4 when they have it these days. But as you mentioned, everybody can pick that one up. Dragon Drop, we've seen a lot of this Razor offlane here. However, we've also seen that Team Aster tends to struggle when XXX isn't playing a tempo controlling / playmaker style hero. So if that is given both of these conditions at the same time, how do you feel about this Razor opener here from Team Aster?
Well, it's a pretty decent matchup against the Faceless Void, right? Any sort of melee carry. Of course, he has the time walk to kind of get away, try and break the link, but if that doesn't work out, or if it's on cooldown, Razor should be doing just fine. And if you can stay ahead of the curve, you can be the kind of tempo hero, right? You can't necessarily make it yourself out of whole cloth, but you can certainly take advantage of it when you're coming out of the laning stage swinging, and if you already have the tiny to go with it. It's a bit more interesting. But I do like this opening here from both teams, honestly. Team Aster, of course, with the meta opening, and then PSG LGD was just a super solid lane.
How meta is Dazzle?
Dazzle is no meta at all.
This is the 5th Dazzle game in China, so not very meta at all.
I've seen some Dazzle in games in Eastern European matches, but like the hero didn't really seem that strong. They did not have like this kind of a support combo, however. Like Dazzle wasn't able to shine. I feel like in a game such as this one, Dazzle might be able to shine. Like you have a ton of stuff, Plus, you can grave against the Chronosphere, which is not amazing, but it's nice. Poison Touch with the Shard versus even someone like a Faceless Void can hurt.
It's also this healing hero, right?
Yeah,
they just constantly bring in and sustain, and maybe with the Holy Locket and whatnot, you can see that being amplified, and that might make a difference.
You're so right. Meanwhile, when it comes to me, I literally. I literally never played this hero as a healer, right? Like I'm always just running at you, trying to go for the Desolator.
Lol. I mean, one of the things that they do have in this game as well, they have when I like to see Dazzle shine, is when you can put the Shadow Grave on a hero that in the duration of that grave, it presents a danger to the enemy team. And in this game, you have, of course, the Razor, who can pick it up with Eye of the Storm. So once you get like BKB Refresher, you feel pretty strong with the Shadow Grave on top of you. I was interested to see how often Dazzle's been paired with any of these heroes in the DPC. This is only the 46th Dazzle in all games across the DPC. But interestingly enough, this is going to be the 12th game with Dazzle Tiny, the most of any of the duos that Dazzle has played with. So it seems to be the case that whenever they do have a Dazzle as a support hero, it's best paired with a hero like Tiny that can still create dynamism on the map, presumably from a 4 position. But this game, it does seem likely that it's going to be the 4 position Enigma. So Ori likely to be the one that plays that Tiny. One issue I do have with the Dazzle, though, yeah?
Couldn't it still be Enigma offlane and Tiny 4? You have Dazzle 5, Razor either safe lane or mid lane. I mean, that's still an option, right? Like,
it definitely is, but when I'm just thinking of Monet playing these heroes, it doesn't feel like he's going to go Razor. He's played Razor before, but it's been a while since we've seen the Razor come out of Monet. Don't you feel like he'd rather play like one of these, like his usual farmy style heroes, like your Juggernauts, Voids, Ursas, etc.?
I definitely wouldn't mind that. I think that's more probable. I'm just saying that it's possible for them to lane this anyway.
They still have the flex.
And this is why Quap was picked, right? Like it's a hero that can actually lane into a Razor. So now PSG LGD, they have the Dawnbreaker and the Quap. Both of these heroes can lane well into the Razor. Dawnbreaker can escape, right? Queen of Pain can blink out. Quap obviously much better in that regard. But yeah, PSG LGD did ban out 2 carries in the end, so they're expecting that position 1 as well. So
yeah,
what else is there that's good? Like every time I see Void, I'm thinking of some heroes such as I don't know, some 2-lived man. You remember the guy with 2 lives? But he's just not played at all. He kind of fell off hard.
Monet's only played him once this patch, so it's unlikely that he goes for him. Dragon Drop, what are you feeling for this last pick to go up against this Faceless Void stretch here from PSG LGD?
I mean, if you got to pick Wraith King, you would pick it against Void, right? Just as the comeback after the Chronosphere, kind of trying to soft counter that out. But you're right when you say that it's kind of weak otherwise.
They played some Spectre, they played some Terrorblade, they some Life Stealer they've played, right? Like there are options for them, but you have to be thinking about, okay, we're playing into Dawnbreaker and Shadow Shaman. Which one of these heroes can at least survive against them? Because this lane is scary. They hit quite hard.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't hate the Spectre. It's going to struggle in that sort of lane, but later on, you're going to have the ability to get right on top of these supports and kill them off very quickly.
Yeah.
Which will make things a little bit more awkward. Like if you can get the Warlock down, force it to rock, kill off the Shadow Shaman.
With Dazzle, sure.
Yeah.
They don't have anything against him, like some sort of turning him around. Okay, never mind.
That is, yeah.
They go with a Spectre. Yeah.
Spectra. Okay. Spectre here for Monet. That's going to be paired with the Dazzle. We often see Spectre do the best when she has a laning hero that can heal her up. And they are going to be putting this Enigma into the offlane, and Razor is going to be either a 2 position in the mid lane. I like that they are playing this offlane Enigma. I'm looking at this LGD draft because they have this Dawnbreaker Warlock, ton of healing potential. So usually when you go for this offlane Enigma these days, you are playing the Spirit Vessel build. Absolutely essential for the game. Ori playing mid means at some point you could get Shivas as well, which is also effective against some of these heals. Okay. I am okay with this. I'm not really a fan of the lack of lockdown. There's a lot of pressure now on both Baboka and the Enigma of XXX to just make magic and miracles happen in this game. But Drag and Drop, do you like this last pick on the Spectre? You were calling for it on the side of Team Aster. Now that you've gotten it, is it the ticket they need to win this game?
Yeah, I think that it gives them the ability to take team fights later down the line in a very methodical way, right? As I said, you can jump straight on top of the Warlock, straight on top of the Shaman. Like, they're not going to be hiding inside the trees somewhere, just shackling somebody forever, or just dropping a rock at the perfect time. Like, you can chase down, you're like Queen of Pain. And you also have this extra bit of global mobility, as it were. Like, as a counter to the Dawnbreaker in some extent, because Dawnbreaker likes to be the +1, but Spectre likes to do the same thing and a little bit more frequently once you get that Aghanim Scepter. So you have a bit of a ways to react to that. Obviously, it's going to come down to the lane and how well Dazzle works out as kind of that lane stabilization tool as to when Spectre will actually be feeling comfortable enough to fill that kind of role. Because you do need a couple of items before you really want to engage into any sort of fight.
That makes a lot of sense. Lizard, how are you feeling here for the side of PSG LGD's last pick, Queen of Pain? Is it going to be good enough to defeat the pocket strat of this third pick, Dazzle?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the simple, this is PSG LGD's game. I think their draft is way better.
Lizard, the eternal optimist. I am so glad about this. All right, y'all. Let us get into the game. This is a qualification game. And immediately there's a fight here. Drag and Drop, take it away for this fight. PSG LGD versus Team Aster. It is game one. It's Drag and Drop, Lizard. Maybe a cheeky snare on the mic. Let's go, boys.
Yep, it wasn't a fight. It was just straight up slaughter. 5 people ganging up on the poor little rock man, trying to hide inside the pit, hanging out with his best buddy, Roshan.
Yep,
They're jealous of how good Warlock is.
Yeah, they just figured out where
Warlock
he
did
is.
literally nothing in that. Come on, Slayer. Get out of here.
The power of Warlock. No matter what, his presence is what does it. Like when Snare asked me about which team I feel is stronger, I truly do believe that PSG LGD have got what it takes to win this game. Unless something crazy happens in their lanes. Like, I'm looking at the draft of Aster. Queen of Pain should do fine against Razor. She enjoys that matchup quite a bit. You get that chrono damage from her as well, which isn't great, but it's something. You have 2 ways of dealing with Enigma. You have Chronosphere, and you have Warlock Golem. So his Black Hole is never going to be as significant as it can be. And he'll be forced to go into that usual great pack build, right? Like, I believe that's going to happen. We'll see. Instead of going for some BKB plus Blink, I think you go full utility now on XXS.
Might be a problem because we're flagging out the fact that they kind of have a severe lack of lockdown. Especially if you take away the possibility for a great Black Hole. All you have left is just Baboka, and it's more of an initiating type of thing.
Yeah, that's it. It's literally your Tiny, who can do a lot. Like, I've seen many games in which you feel a little bit too relaxed, and then you're losing as Tiny is just Blink catching your heroes off guard 24/7. And I wouldn't be surprised if Baboka just goes ham this game, as they always do when it matters against their regional teams.
Absolutely. And there's still some more question marks. Like, if we talk about the Dazzle up top, for example, it's zero that we haven't seen a whole lot of. It might make a difference, but it's only really historically it only works when it's kind of even, and that Shallow Grave really makes it. Where the Shallow Grave really makes a big difference is right now is being bullied by the Stormbreaker. No surprise there. So how much do you think that hero's gonna be able to do?
What, Dazzle?
Yeah.
It looks like a decent Dazzle game, but I don't know. I feel like teams are valuing healing quite a bit. However, perhaps Dazzle so far hasn't been the strongest one. Even though on paper and whenever I think about it, the hero looks broken. Like,
yeah,
I feel the Dazzle should do very well, but I never see it. It's always it's always some Dazzle that just doesn't really have an impact, such as Warlock, right?
Yeah.
Like Warlock always feels better. Or even the Wyvern. Like the Wyvern feels stronger to me.
It's like because Wyvern and Warlock, they have these big ultimates where they can just turn team fight at the drop of a hat. Whereas Dazzle, his impacts kind of requires him to... Yeah, okay, Warlock being run down up bottom. But yeah, his impact requires him to just stay alive on the edge of a team fight and constantly spamming spells, right? Spamming Shadow Wave, backing up to that Juju.
Pretty much, yeah. Like that's what you have to be doing. And you want to be like another conundrum that you catch yourself in as a Dazzle. Oh, top lane, they've called themselves a Dazzle. Yeah. Another thing that happens usually is like you pick this hero because of the heal meta, right? But at the same time, you really want to max out the Grave as soon as possible. You want 2 poisons of poison. You just need levels. You need so many levels. You need everything. Like you need poison touch if you want to go for the shard. You need to max it out as much as possible. You want to get Shadow Wave to heal your carry. Dazzle, once again, he might just double feed here, chain feed.
Ooh, that would not be good, but yeah, it's inevitable.
And yeah, you also want Grave because if you don't max it out, you just don't have the range.
Yeah.
You'll never use it, like you'll get killed.
Yep.
So
there's a lot of problems that we might see shaping up now, but yeah, this... Not sure this is the lane to judge it against, because like I know Trent is very adamant about Dawnbreaker just being absolutely broken, and I guess it shows once again, especially with the Shadow Shaman. Like you can look at this follow-up, just a couple of extra right-clicks, Spectre just being bullied when they does have a few tangos left, but cannot approach the wave for a while.
I'm surprised Fatebian didn't try to go for 1 extra hit there, but yeah, it's still fine. Like he's sitting on top of the Network and CS with the Dawnbreaker, and I do share Trent's sentiment. I think this hero is.
Yeah.
There are ways of dealing with her, but I don't see those ways on Aster's side. Not in this game, at least.
Let's talk about his mid lane a little bit, because we've been skipping over it for a while. I've got nothing to say. Starting to go ahead quite significantly. 27 and 13 denies. Ori struggling, which is kind of what we expected, right?
Yeah, I don't think this lane needs...
Okay. Goodbye, Dazzle.
Once again, like he just can't approach this lane. Like I don't even know what you do as Dazzle on this lane any longer. You just need to hide yourself next to the tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
But you've given them such an advantage that soon they will be diving the tier 1. And you know what's the problem? What is that? Yeah, that okay, but Boca, he needed to do this. Let's see if they can catch someone. Xinkyu, toss back.
Under the tower, is trying to TP out immediately, but 3 units
nice
next to each other, yeah, it's a little bit too much damage when they're getting the last hit. So a bit of a stabilization, as you said, sorely needed in this lane. It's not gonna prevent Dawnbreaker from just getting out of control, but
maybe they can catch her as well. Maybe they can go for this.
Big charge as well as a Fairy Fire. They're gonna try though, another toss back with a Poison Touch. He's gonna try and make his way across, but he's just so big. Nothing to say joining in, but Boca, he'll pay for the sins of himself and his team.
Out of the 1200 HP that she's got, what do you think? What percentage is in the ties?
In what? The ties?
Yeah, the ties. Am I pronouncing that badly? Like the legs, man. The legs. The gluteus maximus. If you want me to use Latin, I will.
It's not the thighs. It's the ass, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's close enough. What do you expect me to know every Latin word for every?
I mean, if you're gonna use it, then you might as well use the right one, you know.
I mean, sorry, I didn't study medicine where they force you to learn everything in Latin.
Yeah, that is a bit weird still. I do know a doctor actually, but I don't think she remembers too much Latin either. So trying to make a play on Ori, but the range is just a little bit too much. Mass TPs from both sides here. Xinkyu being gone on. Now Dawnbreaker coming in though to turn this one around. They're all kind of linked together, but there's no real angle So it's just a lot of posturing for not a lot of gain, unless nothing to say. Could just go in, maybe ult. That would have been a sick play, but also a bit dangerous.
By the way, I think it's musculus quadriceps femoris.
Ah, there we go. Thank you.
It's a quad, right? It does make sense.
I'll let nobody say that we're not educational early in the morning.
Of course. I still remember my Latin.
Queen of Pain linked together, and Ori dropping kind of low, nothing to say. Does have enough for Sonic Wave. You have the stick charges, does die in the end. One
Still
for one
worth it.
trade, but yeah, absolutely. As
Not sure what GQ wants, but that was still worth it. Like these kind of trades from Aster, I feel that they're all good, and Boboka is on point. Like when they were getting crushed top lane, my thoughts as a player were like, how do they rescue this? How do they come back into this lane? Because Razor can't rotate. If he rotates top and does nothing, that's gonna end their game. But Boboka was the one that needed to do it. And he did it quite well. Like all these rotations, it's a lifeline back into the game as their lanes, didn't go that great.
Now 9 minutes in, Ori making rotation down bottom. Monet hiding inside the trees up top because Faith Beyond is just that scary. Going straight for the Desolator, but tier 1 towers being bullied on either side. Nothing too crazy as Boboka. He wants a high five, gets a slap to the back instead inside the jungle from the Faceless Void, but
yeah, if you're Aster right now, you're literally just pressuring the opposite side of the map where the Spectre is. She has Haunt, you also have Black Hole, you're completely fine and ready to fight. But Spectre might get caught. Okay, Xingqiu, nice attempt. Interesting.
Bit of a misplay not having the range for a Shackle to follow up. If he did though, Monet was gonna be dead, especially with nothing to say, also rotating in. So
and Dawnbreaker with the ulti, right? That's the combo. Shackles into the Dawnbreaker, it's
yep.
He gets to farm.
Yeah.
Those are farming wars.
It's created. Does camp still spawn now? No, it doesn't. Okay. Well, of course they do block camps as it turns out.
Yep.
But tier 1s go down on either side. Overall, slight net worth advantage for PSG LGD. Only slight because Enigma is actually top on net worth. XXS just.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, Enigma is on top, and he did well, like, as you expect from him, right? From XXS. Plus, the lane wasn't that difficult for an Enigma. My issue is, Void doesn't feel shut down. It's like some games Enigma just shuts down the carry, and it's very difficult for him to recover. Or Razor gets some cheek blast. It's there. But in this game, yeah, Ame doesn't feel like he's been devastated in the lane. Like he feels quite fine. He's sitting on what, 4.2k net worth.
Yep.
Just 400 away from Enigma. It's 10%. That's it. Not too bad.
Yep. Absolutely right. PSG LGD can't be too unhappy with the way the game's been going so far. But you can just look at nothing to say, and you feel that he wants more. Like he's itching to use that Sonic Wave again.
Yeah, that can be a problem. Always wanting more. It's not good to be greedy, Drag and Drop. You know, like sometimes you need to accept what you've got and be happy with it.
That is true, but sometimes it's just a lone Razor running at you, but with Dazzle hanging around, a level 1 Shell Grave, but that might be enough in the right circumstance to just throw off your math enough, so... Taking too many risks, but now they're all smoked up as 3 to give them the leg up. Smoke will break though, Boboka! Hop forward into the Hex, that'll do it.
He kinda knew something was up. You could see by the way he was moving, but he just wanted to go and perhaps contest the rune.
Probably just drop Spider, drop the hammer for the last hit.
Yeah, probably thought that they're on the top rune or something like that. You could see the way XXX was moving, he was falling back, so it was obvious that they knew something was up.
Pylons versus Urban Wards. They're trying to bully down this tier 1 tower, not taking too much damage right now. As they're just striking the creep over across. XSS also hanging around this TP in. They want to defend this one. But they've no real way to get on top of PSG at the moment.
Yeah, like this draft from Aster, like everything that I said about Black Hole and how difficult it will be for them to fight and make moves with it, it's an understatement. It's not really about the Black Hole that much. It's about Tiny and him being the only hero that can make moves, like on their side. Bottom Inspector running away, trying to TP, and should be fine. But yeah, if your Tiny isn't having a good game, you aren't having a game on Aster. But he is.
Warlock.
Why?
There's a Dawnbreaker ult, you know, looking for more. Provoker kind of isolated inside the River of Death right now. There's a great potential from the top. Oh no, he doesn't even get it off. It's one nerf that Dazzle's gotten a long time ago now, that the cast time on that is just... it's quite a bit longer than it used to be.
Do we know the name for the river? Can it be added to like a lore?
Yeah, like...
If there's a name, please tweet it at me. I feel like there is.
Together, the Golem dropped on 3 people. Sonic Wave only connecting on Ori, I believe. And now Spectre coming in to try and turn around, but no one's really low enough just yet, apart from Shadow Shaman, who's already dead. Also gonna run down the Golem for another 100 gold.
Yeah,
It looked pretty scary there for Asta for a second.
Yeah, the maxed out Shadow Wave kind of doing a lot, healing them. It looked solid, like triple Golem, triple Fatal Bonds into Scream of Pain. But Spectre joins, they kill off the Shadow Shaman easily. He was on half HP already. They do lose the tier 1 tower, but it gives me like some understanding into this draft of Aster. Yeah, they're lacking catch and they can't really make moves, but if you make moves on them, it's really difficult to kill anyone, because they'll put the Wraith back, they'll have the Dazzle.
Walk again in a great position, doesn't even get punished for it. Here's a smoke rotation up top. Falls flat.
That's it. I mean, 90% of these smokes will not work. They have to make moves and hope for the best.
Well, this move though, Ori? He's just gonna get a solo kill, that'll work.
Okay, yeah. He was just waiting for the Celestial Hammer to get used and goes in.
Just before that, I was gonna make a point of all 6 goals being within 200 gold of each other, but now not anymore, because he just adds 600 to his own total with that solo kill. Will lose his Dazzle friend at the end, but doesn't really care too much about it.
Yeah, he has the BKB completed, so Razor is having a good time. He was laning against the Quap, and still managed to find quite a bit, so
yep.
Pretty solid game from Ori so far.
People already been talking about XSS. He already has the raid pack completed now, looking for a Blink Dagger. But Monet also not doing too badly on the Spectre, right? You're gonna have that Mantis style completed, his first major item, and another 1,000 gold.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a hero that's not that simple to take down. Versus the Dazzle, versus the Chrono. Yeah, even though Aster is not having a lot of playmaking capabilities, they are getting their farm slowly and steadily. And once the Tiny has that Blink, I think that all of these items are important on Aster, but Tiny Blink for me is like... It just starts off the engine, like from that moment on you can actually do stuff.
Well, looking to group up down bottom. Ori found himself an Invis rune, so maybe they can facilitate that Blink timing a little bit if they can have him rotate in for a kill, or maybe just set up for the tower. Tier 1 mid, very low. Sweep through the jungle, make sure it's clear, and then should be able to bully it down very quickly indeed. Even though PSG LGD, like, they could be fighting this, they have their ultimates ready to go.
Look at Razor, he's in vision. He knows though, the way Warlock moved gave it away.
Yeah.
You don't need to be attacked, like, you don't even need to see the hero. Sometimes all you need is a minimap and you'll know if they have a sentry and a ward. Or just a ward, whatever is needed. Zinq.
Nice deny. Zinq being gone on. With the Hex, he'll get enough distance, so... Just walk away from each other.
Yeah, but you see that, like, right now Aster feels actually pretty strong when they're all pumped up. I have to say that I felt that their lineup was much weaker. I'm not that convinced anymore. I can see the power of this sustain. It reminds me of that good old Chen meta when you couldn't kill anything. Are we back to that? I don't know. Let's see, they want to fight into the wall.
Shaman inside the pit, but Asta's right there in position to keep an eye on it. Swords is still doing a significant amount of damage here. Ori coming in, it's a lot of damage still going back on Faith Beyond though at the same time. Ushan bashing, Ori going in, trying to clean through some of these wards. The Hex comes out in the back for Boca though. Oh, still alive. Linked together. Now there's the Black Door on the Faith Voice, just gone. As the Golem drops to try and counter this out. Faith Beyond in the middle of it. He's also not doing too much, neither is Why, as Ori just runs down the support all by himself. Well, they finish up Roshan. Actually, the wards do it. As Nothing to Say also comes in, but the Age is being snatched away, and in the hands of Monet. Full 5-man wipe, and all is said and done, and a huge victory won by Aster.
Yeah, but that shouldn't happen. Like, the way this fight went, that should never happen. It did though, and it went completely in the way of Aster. They get the Aegis, they snatch it, so Queen of Pain did get all the solo experience, I believe, in the end. But man, it just hurts them. This might be just completely now in Aster's favor. The game is much easier for them. Like, Black Hole got committed on a solo Void. Like, first Void probably shouldn't get caught by it, but even if
he's so far away, like, did he get tossed out or something?
No, Tiny was caught on the other side, so he shouldn't have been, right?
I guess he just went in looking for a chrono, but he got
like, I didn't see, I just saw the Void get chrono.
Yeah. Like, the point is he got Black Hole, but there was nothing to cancel the Black Hole, so he had 0 impact in that fight.
Yeah, and he didn't have a blink on Enigma, so...
Yep.
In any case, Enigma mid lane is being gone on. What I wanted to say is, even if he does get caught, even if that happens, you still have Warlock, so he shouldn't be in that Black Hole for 3 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there it is, the punishment here, the rune bait, it's happening and Nothing to Say. There's nothing against that. He's just dead. Now looking for more. Faith Beyond kind of slowed down a little bit by the plasma field. The blink forward from Popoka. The Avalanche does connect Jinkyu as he offers up his own life in exchange for Faith Beyond's, and well, they'll take it gladly. Aster with the wicked 6 streak, and this is a very scary situation. This is a Razor who's dangerously close to a refresher BKB in a very early stage of the game.
Yeah, we're still to see a good chrono, or any chrono. I don't think I've seen a single chrono in this game so far.
We have not.
Yeah, why haven't we seen it? Is because he's playing versus an Enigma. Like, usually your carry will just use it to pop a kill on a support or something. But as you're playing into an Any, you kind of have to worry about the Black Hole and having that ulti to cancel the Black Hole. It's an interesting dance of having your cooldowns not hindering you, both by the Void and by the Enigma.
Yeah, look at Faith Beyond, the Blink Avalanche draws, burst them down, not quite enough just yet, and now the Sonic Wave also dragging them away. Faith Beyond being healed up by the Warlock. It's wind on the snare sails, I'm afraid.
Yeah, they popped the Sonic Wave just to get away.
Sonic Wave and Golem just for BKB, essentially.
Yeah, it did work in the end. I'm wondering if this Desolator is also hurting them on Faith Beyond. It might be one of those things when you're feeling way too strong and you get it, but if you had a different item that buffed you up, like, I don't know, I know players, not all players enjoy Echo, but Echo or even a Blink earlier or even a BKB,
yeah,
maybe it would have done more, but they are struggling mostly with damage, that needs to be said, so in that way it does make a ton of sense.
They just saw Nothing to Say deny the rune rather than be caught out again, you know?
Yeah.
On the rune. That's it's very funny. But either way, bottom tier 2 will get taken care of. That opens up the outpost.
You can mess with him 3 times, but 4th time, he's not gonna go for that rune. Smoke up, they have Black Hole, they have pretty much everything they need.
And a 1v1 up against Faceless Void, and Void cannot really win that right now, so he just gets out of there.
Do you just go to the triangle now if you're Aster? Yeah, they're even circling it, because Void just showed himself top. Where can he go after he farms the hard camp? To the triangle.
He'll tank it.
Yep.
No way out for him. There's still a couple people up top, but they should know enough to just get the hell out of there at this point. Yeah, EHOME doing just that. Nasser, they gonna get the tier 1 at the very least themselves. Still have that Aegis for only 10 more seconds, so no extra protection if they want to go for tier 2 tower push.
But this smoke from PSG LGD is genius as well. They instantly just go bot.
They beat it down bottom. Dawnbreak ultimate comes out, and just enough to keep nothing to say safe. The counterplay right there, exactly as I said. Yep. Genius.
No, this was the move itself has. I've seen it many times before. It's kind of a standard move. They've invaded your triangle. You want to do the same to them, plus take the pressure the tier 1 bot, right? That's not the genius part. The genius part is just how smooth it is, how fast it is, like instant, literally. Meanwhile, in some teams it's like, okay, TP, should we go? Where's the smoke? Do you have a smoke? Okay, let's meet up. Who's smoking? Okay, the two. You know, it takes. By the time you do it, that Queen of Pain is dead on bottom, right? In the.
Try and take advantage anyway, even though they don't have some of their ultimates, but they still have an angle over. And nothing to say. Hex up the follow. Okay, the golem though. And a haste June, not quite enough burst damage this time to bring her down. So Queen of Pain gets to live and now gets to walk back in, kneeled up by the Warlock and the bottle charges.
He's gonna get caught again. Like used Blink.
Yep. Okay. So it was like, yeah, if at first you don't succeed, I'll just give you another chance and let you kill me the second time. That's a bit greedy just for a couple of Iron Lance, honestly. That's not worth it at all.
Yeah, probably not. He's really making some insane moves that I'm trying to understand. But yeah, he went to the shop a little bit down there, and then went to help out, then push out the lane a bit. Tiny was just in a really good position, so he can't see what we're seeing, right? He doesn't see if Tiny is there. He probably thought Tiny will remain mid or go to the triangle again.
It's these kind of small little gambles that you make. Sometimes they work out and you get away with it, but sometimes you just get punished. That's the way it goes. As Faith Beyond gets the blink away, there's that now. Xinkyu also has the blink ready to go, so he's GLGD. Very mobile all around. The only one who doesn't have anything to help him out would be the Warlock. It's an area where Roshan will respawn again soon, so, or potentially. Both teams want to take care of this Roshan area. This is where we see Aster smoked up. Of course, Spectre can always join in with that ultimate. PSG LGD kind of sitting around in the top part of the map. It seems like they have a read on what's going on here.
No one is showing. You see Spectre down bottom. Yeah. You know that they're up top. Like, they're just playing the opposite side of her, right?
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
I had nothing to say. I gotta skip a creep wave.
Hopefully not, for his sake. He might, though. Like, maybe the next one. Maybe not that maybe particular creep wave, but the next one he could. We'll see if Tiny actually remains like around the lane, because he might have a read on this Baboka, right? Like, he might anticipate it.
We go walking in this scene now.
See how close Baboka is. Not necessarily.
It doesn't have avalanche, though, yeah.
He used it already on the creeps.
Yeah. He did, and he would have been able to cancel TP at the very least, so. probably not leading to a kill because there's blinks and not enough support and whatnot. But then again, Spectre, like if you wanted to haunt for it, you could probably do a lot of damage here with Manta Illusions and Desolate and whatnot.
There's Rosh. Like you have perhaps better things to do. These Manta Illusions are going to just destroy it. You have Dazzle as well. Like they won't even be able to. They smoked up, but this is too late from LGD.
Just
They're losing yet another Rosh.
The respawn just a little bit too fast for Roshan's. Now Aegis and Shot in the hands of Team Aster. Now they can position. Look up themselves. PSG LGD, they've grabbed their dire side high ground. And Aster got the Radiant side high ground. So in the mirror universe right now.
Yeah, the courier will give it away though. They already knew, by the way. This is nothing.
Yeah, this is. Oh god, Boboka blinking in across. CQ doing the same thing. It's trying to burst on Raze. It takes so much damage, but Shell Crave keeps him alive for the moment. The Chronosphere catches a couple. Dazzle in the middle. Black Hole catches him, but he instantly cancels this time around. Nothing to say. Finish up XXS. What is even happening here? Where's Monet? He's trying to help out. Boboka, he got on, gets another avalanche up, but Monet, he cannot join in to this. 3 against 1 exchange at this point. Boboka somehow finds the TP out.
He just got silenced by nothing to say on Enigma, right? That's how they broke it.
Yeah.
He just blinked in on top. That's insane. But,
that was quite the fight. Even the way it started, Boboka blinking in on the high ground, Zinq doing the same on the other. Together with Dawnbreaker though, that was an insane amount of damage.
They had vision. They had vision, right? On the mid lane, there's that observer ward. So they jumped on top of Razor instantly as he's the one without Aegis.
Yep.
They committed hard, but they caught him. Like the Shallow Grave did save him for a bit, but it didn't matter in the end. Really nicely done. Deciding to fight even though there's... Ooh, Void might get caught by Tiny here.
Just have a TP, but a little bit too late. Yeah, he's still alive. Gets a time walk out. But Monet still able to chase, but they've been taking quite a while.
It's the shard range. Like the shard range on the time walk just feels so nice in situations such as that one. Boboka is still going in. Okay. And they are trying to punish.
It's a matter of lockdown, like we've been talking about it, and
it's a matter of
hurt them here.
Matter of lockdown, and also XXS, he needs to get his BKB. Like he got it this late, or he's going for it this late because it's really not a valuable, super valuable item in a game such as this one. But you still need it. Basically, even when you play versus big counters, you need a BKB because if those big counters are used, you want to use your black hole, right? If there's no chrono, if there's no, and you don't want to be like. You don't want your black hole to just be disrupted by some random silence or a random small spell.
If you're gonna be countered by a big spell, at least it's better than being countered by a small thing, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Should have and find the blink out on. Coming through. I know, it was just a... Yeah, it was a haunt. Didn't quite get on top of anybody though.
Probably just to give some vision.
To
give some vision, but Tiny already used his avalanche. Maybe they thought that someone is caught with the avalanche in the trees, not sure, but in any case, it didn't work.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Void and Spectre...
Yeah, kind of closer to the Aghanim Scepter, so it allows you to play a lot more aggressively and use the global multiplication a lot more often.
Yep.
And that Spectre is still pretty damn farmed. Like, not the highest farmed hero though, because it's still Army. It's got the Scardio Zone in the works here, alongside the Mjolnir and BKB. So this Void is also becoming a force to be reckoned with, level 23 on him already.
Yeah, they got him once in that Chrono fight. That was his pretty much only death.
Yeah.
Plus, he's been farming the whole game. He wasn't even that controlled in the laning stage by Enigma. So, overall, just a nice game from the Void. I like the Skadi build. I like that. His build is completely fine overall. I feel like Tiny running in.
Who's now also see the Warlock here on the side is Okay, they're really forcing this one, Monet, ready to go in, but there's the Chronosphere going right into it here. They lose Tiny for it. As Orange bring down the Warlock,
right?
And the Black Hole! Cancel TP! Boy, thought he was fine, but he was not.
Yeah, it was optimistic, very, very optimistic TP out. But at least you're forcing the Black Hole. I think he knew, right? There's no way he didn't. He got Maleficent.
Yeah, but then again, who else would you Black Hole if not the Void at this point?
Sure, but do you just die then for no reason? No, like you, right? Like you bait it out. You get the Black Hole out. It's down now for 160 seconds. Meanwhile, you as Void, you're dead for like what 70 maybe at tops. So. It's not good, and Aster is definitely happy with the kill, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, you can twist it around in a way that makes you feel bad about yourself if you're army, I'm sure. Yeah. BKB online now though for Enigma. So next time the Black Hole comes out, they're gonna need to commit the Chronosphere or the Warlock Golem to cancel it out. So. It's the other thing as well. What happens if Y just straight up dies to Spectre kind of haunting on you? As haunting on the Dawnbreaker.
Yep.
There's a small little jump forcing onto BKB. It's just a, what, 40-second cooldown?
Yeah, it's interesting because there was no Tiny. There is no way to commit onto him. He could have gotten out easily without popping the BKB just by running away, but...
Then again, you don't run very fast against Spectre. I mean, that Shadow Step also applies Spectral Dagger. The Illusion applies Skadi. Like, it wasn't going to be very fast.
You have Celestial Hammer, right?
Yeah.
You have Warlock next to you. You have your teammates next to you. But you don't know if Tiny is around. That's the bottom line. If he knew, he'd be fine. He wouldn't pop it.
Still does hurt a little bit, 9-second charge. Now that's on cooldown for quite a while longer as they smoke up to secure their triangle. Not gonna run into anybody just now. So we sitting there at 35 minutes with quite an even game on our hands. I mean, the net worth has never been more than, what, 2-3k?
Yeah, it's been very, very even throughout the match. Like, Aster looking much stronger than I predicted with this lineup, but they've pretty much reached their critical mass. The only question is how much can the Enigma do now? So far his Black Holes were quite valuable considering there's 2 BKB piercing abilities on LGD.
Boro played a lot longer, more than 10 minutes longer than the last 2 games that they played against PSG LGD, so obviously doing much, much better than a couple of days ago. So now might be running into PSG LGD up north with no vision whatsoever on the map at the moment. They're running blind. Aster walking in, Boboka doesn't want to take the plunge across.
Top lane is pushed, so you have to deal with that, and if no one is dealing with that, you know that Tiny...
Oh, it's just going in, Avalanche comes through, Haunt ready to go, and the Yule Step's actually saving him for the moment. Chronosphere gets a couple in the back, it's pretty good on the Sonic Wave, actually pushing in Razor, but where the kills? There it is, XXS actually being kept alive, gets the Black Hole out, over onto the Queen of Pain, nothing to say, nothing to live. It's 2, 3, 4 casualties. Here, some buybacks coming in. Ori kind of low as Ame wants to finish him off, but slowed down. Fabian's gonna finish the job now. It's Lanto Monoe. Can they play around with him? They can kite him for the moment. Actually, straight into the illusions, doing a lot of work. Zinq is just AFK with the Shadow Amulet in the middle of all of this here.
There was a Razor buyback that was forced out.
Oh man.
And overall, the fight was okay-ish for PSG LGD. There was a slight misstep there by Nothing to Say. He actually blinked into the chrono. If my eyes did not deceive me, as it's very early and...
So it would have been great if Roshan had already respawned, but still 1.5 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time for
I
things
don't
to
even know
reset.
about that, because there's no black hole, right? If Roshan respawns, they can't fight you. They don't have Quap, though.
There's no Chrono, no Warlock, Golem, no Quap, so...
Those spells you're literally just saving for black hole anyway. That's how it feels like. They are there to prevent black hole from actually happening.
Yeah, so if none of that's there, then nothing's changed, right?
We're all even, yeah.
Just a matter of like how do they kill Spectre now? I mean, she's
You ignore her. Like if you ignore your problems, you don't really have them. That's what I do.
Yeah.
I'm leading a happy life.
Okay. Jump forward. On to Faith Beyond here, after already killing off the Warlock. Bind back immediately here. Faith Beyond trying to TP out, but won't be able to! Power of the Refresher ults! Now straight into Roche, still 20 seconds on the clock, so Asta continues to be disappointed, but...
Yeah. I love the cute shadow amulets on PSG LGD. Like both of their
they got more than
supports.
one.
Yeah. They like Warlock isn't even buying Glimmer. Like he just has Shadow Amulet because you need a way to deal with the Spectre, at least some way.
Yeah.
She jumps you, you pop the Shadow Amulet. She probably won't have a dust, as Raid Band obviously way more important.
Alright. Roshan is back. Golem in 10, a Black Hole also available in a couple of seconds. Chronosphere is also there. But Roshan's already dead. The ward's a little bit late. You can just farm them up as control up top. Nothing to say. Down to half health. Brought down. His Q dies. Chronosphere only lands on one. As jumped across here. Monet looks for target. Look for nothing to say. The Sonic Wave comes through, but the bash isn't quite enough. There's nothing to say. Refreshes for another blink. Just to stay alive here. Also looks like Void gets enough distance, but still. Huge victory for Asta once again, killing off a couple of heroes, creating enough chaos after having already killed Roshan.
Who got the axe, by the way? Did it get denied?
I'm not sure.
Did the wards deny it? That's why he planted them, right? He tried to cheat. He tried to be cheeky there to get a couple of denies on the items.
I think Razor got it. He's got the axe upgrade. Look at him go here through the building.
Has it. I see. Yeah. I didn't see the. I literally clicked on him and I didn't see the upgrade. Yeah. Really good.
Okay. Hex on Monet. They're actually going back in now. Nothing to say. Blink away in a couple of seconds here. Sonic Wave being thrown. Not really doing too much damage right now. But Boka's still in trouble, but not enough damage. Here through this tiny. As they keep going here. Q. He's just crazy. Invis not gonna save you. It's not invincibility. They're just going in one by one. And now it's Stormbreaker's dead. The Golem drops. Are they panicking? What's going on here?
No, they weren't panicking. They were hoping that more than one TP'd back. They tried to do that good old like catch them as they're retreating play.
Yeah.
Enigma did already get out. And bottom lane, Void.
Monet just jumping
There's no
right
way he
back
dies here,
down.
right?
There is another Abyssal in a couple of seconds. Monet can kind of keep traps on him. And there's more coming, like he might very well end up dying here. No TP, pops a BKB, but yeah, this it's taking them a while, jumping back, no more trades. The refreshers for the Chronosphere though, the big pain! But the Shallow Grave keeps Enigma alive. No one's actually dying here. Access Test is fine. Faith Beyond is not. Neither is Q going to be right-click down. Why? Invis, but not for long. He's dead. It's looking more and more like Aster might be able to take this game. 3 heroes on the sideline. No Chronosphere. They're still have ages and chasing everyone alive and kicking. They're going to be running down the bottom lane.
That play from Void was just so good. Like the bait was amazing. I loved it. I loved the attempt. It's probably the best play that I've seen this whole match. The only problem is like he caught 4, but he didn't catch Dazzle.
Yeah.
Like Dazzle wasn't close enough. Like if he catches Dazzle there in the chrono, then they can pretty much kill off at least the Enigma, and then off of that they can do more. But as they didn't do it, this is a high ground push. This is pretty much your Megas, or maybe even just the Throne. You can just end it at this point.
Fresh the Iron Storm if you want to, exactly what he's doing. So that ultimate's gonna cut through these buildings. They have nothing left to throw at them, to fight them with. So Aster is gonna take this best of one in the first round of the tiebreaker bracket. Unexpected, but damn, they showed up today, didn't they?
Yeah, for me it was looking at the two drafts. I favored PSG LGDs, but like the moment I saw them getting, you remember that moment when they were defending the tier 1 mid? It wasn't that far into the game, maybe minute 11, 12. That's where I felt like sometimes you just need to see some things, realize, and then you come to the realization yourself as well. Oh, that's what they're doing. Oh, okay, then there's some method to it. The healing strat, the sustain strat between the Braid Pact and the Dazzle on the side of Aster worked out. But let's be honest, that first Roche fight, that kind of sealed the deal. That really made the game much harder.
Yeah. Yep. That did not make their life any easier, and that fight went very poorly for LGD, and it ends up being the case that the amount of gold they gift away in a 4-5 hero wipe is enough that they can claim all the items that they need on the side of Team Aster to just break the game wide open thereafter. I think after that fight is when they got the full refresher orb out of the Razor. They've got the Spectre just getting to massive levels of net worth. And interesting about this game is the fact that on the side here of Team Aster, it's not just this Dazzle that was sort of a pocket pick. So check this out, right? To give you just an example of how deep into the cut Team Aster was on this one, they do not have a professional game on Dazzle for PickU, the support player on the team. They have only played this Spectre and Enigma once this year, and neither XXX nor Monet have played either of the heroes they played in this calendar year. Last time they played them was 2021. So they were like, guys, we know what's up. We're going to go very far back into the tape. But when we pull it out here, Lizard, it's not a pocket strat. It's a winning strat. And they get themselves the first game. They are one win away from being able to go to the major. It must feel really good, though, because it turns out that they were right. They were saving this for when PSG LGD was feeling good, and they broke them. PSG LGD did not feel as crisp as we saw them in the last matchup throughout the course of this game.
Go ahead.
No, I agree completely. They broke them around the pit. The laning stage looked pretty much abysmal for Aster. The only lane that went well was the Enigma's lane. Everyone else kind of, expectedly you lost mid. You're against the Quap, but top lane just got severely crushed. Like that was not enjoyable to watch.
It was a Pinata strat,
Yeah.
Ori got 600 gold off of Faith Beyond and getting a solo kill. So, it is. I still don't know how the Faceless Void ended up there, but he died before the gold came out. Faith Beyond also came in to try and help. This was his first disastrous Roche fight, and Ori just goes in, cleans up in the back. It's just. I also love this because Zhao 8 in the interview, of course, Zhao 8 coaching PSG LGD, in the interview after the last series, he said, "Oh yeah, we're feeling confident because we did our preparations, we're also going to prepare and do our homework for these tiebreakers. But then if you pull out a strategy or like a draft that's just a little bit off the beaten path, then any sort of preparation that you did might even work against you."
Yep. You might be over-prepared. I mean, we saw in that first draft, the last hero they banned away was a hero that Monet's been playing the most in this patch so far on his Chaos Knight. So they were like, well, we've covered everything. They banned his CK, they banned his Ursa, they banned his Lifestealer. They were prepared for a Juggernaut pick because they already had the Faceless Void. So they thought they were ready to deal with Monet, but it turns out they had the Spectre planning for a latter portion of the game, but they didn't even need to get to the uber late game. It just became apparent very quickly that the Spec was going to own the game. And this was disaster because nothing to say. Definitely shouldn't have been in a position to die here. Blinked inside the Chrono, so he got himself caught inside the black hole. But as the game started to stretch on and on here, Lizard, it also started to feel like the side of PSG LGD were running out of damage. And we see this over and over again when we see these Queen of Pain lineups. They hit this point in the game where you're not able to get kills on the first salvo of spells anymore. You just don't feel as strong as that hero relative to what, say, is possible from a BKB, Refresher, or Brazier, who did die in a lot of these fights, but the value of coming back in an engagement or just having the dazzle behind you, way greater than what can be accomplished with this Queen of Pain. So in retrospect, was it a bit of an awkward pick for them to go for this hero, given that it doesn't scale as well as some of the other options that were still available?
No, I don't agree completely with that. Like, I feel that Co-op was a decent pick. If the game went a bit differently, they just had problems all around executing. Did they lack damage? They did, but I don't see what else you could have picked to really negate the fact that Dazzle plus Spectre plus Raid Pact of Enigma have together. There's just way too much damage reduction. That's it. The Co-op, she's one of the burstiest heroes in the game, and it's actually quite nice to have her when you're playing versus someone like a Razor or Dazzle, because you want to kill them quickly and get out. But they couldn't even do that.
By the way, you pointed out that it was actually insane. It's bringing everybody in.
4-hero chrono. One hero, just the Dazzle. It's kind of ridiculous the impact that one hero can have in a fight, right? Just Aether Lens, W, and suddenly the entire engagement change.
That play right there is one of those plays where I imagine OD Pixel screaming and it's TI finals or something. That's not the Seb but Yame play. It was really nice. Sadly, he didn't catch the Dazzle, and it doesn't really matter. Even if he caught him, you're still playing into an Aegis cheese. It's still hard to take the fight, but it's just so crazy how you can never put your foot off the gas when you're playing versus some of these teams, right? Like, it seems like everything is completely in your control, and you can still lose it if you're not careful.
Yep. It's the old adage of you're winning the game for a decent amount of time. You take one bad fight, suddenly everything goes to hell, and you're just losing. MVP for the matchup being Ori here, involved in 73% of these kills. Obviously built the build that we were expecting with the BKB Refresher. Do we agree with this MVP vote? I do not. As much as Ori did a ton of work in this game and he made everything happen for his team, created a lot of space in the early mid game, I do not feel comfortable drag and drop awarding anybody but this Dazzle the MVP vote for this game.
I thought you were going to say Warlock there, just despite them losing. But, I don't know. Dazzle was doing some things, so they had that pretty good Shallow Grave, but ultimately, I'm not sure how much it really did. I mean, the sustain is kind of hard to look at and say, oh yeah, look at the crazy sustain that he did. Like, it's not flashy, it's very subtle impact. So maybe you're right overall, that might have made the difference, but Ori certainly also pulled his weights quite heavily. He was the one just tying it all together in the mid game.
You know who really pulled it together, though, honestly? Maybe I am being... this is my own bias creeping in of these healing supports. I love playing them right now. But who actually should get the MVP vote, Lizard, is the person that we've outlined in the draft is going to have difficulty because he's the only source of initiation and for a large portion of the game, the only source of control. But Boca played out of his freaking mind this game, actually. So he maybe is the one that deserves the MVP vote. How are you feeling about this one, Lizard?
Feeling good. Feeling great. I agree. Yeah, he did. He did quite a bit. He actually rescued. He came to the rescue when it came to the laning stage.
Yeah,
like he brought them back into the match, and if nothing else, because of that, he definitely can be voted for an additional MVP. They all played well, so it's kind of hard. Like, I respect the MVP call of the production as well. I think it's pretty solid. Overall, I think that PSG LGD have made some sus plays around the pit. Like, it happens. But I was counting the seconds, and the golem is just not falling on that black hole. Giving away that first stages probably seals the deal, because it was already so difficult to take a fight when your fight is around these bursts. Like you mentioned, the Queen of Pain, the Chrono, the Warlock Golem. If you're playing into an Aegis, they kind of lose their meaning, right? Like the potential is not there anymore.
Just by proxy, it becomes much more difficult to actually fight in those situations. It is unfortunate that my boy Warlock, PSG LGD are the team that reliably first picked the Warlock in this region. But one of the reasons that they do it is to deal with Enigma. Sadly, did not come to fruition in this game. We also did not really get to see the Shadow Shaman be effective on the map. Usually one of the reasons we see this hero being employed is that you want to drop mass open wards onto a tower after you've taken a good fight. Most of this game here, Drag and Drop mass open wards were committed into the Roshan pit to try and steal away the Aegis, make some plays there. So we didn't actually get to see them, even in those few occasions where they took a skirmish that was favorable for them numbers-wise. They had such difficulty pushing onto the other side of the map. So before we head and talk about this next matchup here, what do you think LGD can do differently when they find themselves in the decider last game later on today? What do they need to do? Coach Drag and Drop some knowledge on us here, fam.
Once again, with the coaching thing, I don't know. I don't think the strategy necessarily was so bad. It was just a series of bad events in this one. Like even that first Roche fight, if Asta was a little bit further away, PSG LGD would have had enough time to finish Roche themselves before kind of engaging into it. But so I just say, stick to what you know, stick to your strategies, and kind of rally and just try and make get into the zone a little bit more, perhaps make better in the moment decisions, and then you'll be fine.
Certainly makes sense. And as LGD, we know that this team can make a lot of good decisions on the fly. They're a team that is capable of adapting after a dangerous loss. We were talking about it before the game started. PSG LGD, the last time they lost to Team Asta was in an upper bracket game in a regional finals, and then they came back to sweep them entirely in the finals themselves. So history might still be on their side, but they need to show us that they have that performance within them. Now, though, we move on to the next series of the day. It's tiebreaker action. It's BO1s the entire time. So now we're going to be talking about Extreme Gaming versus the side of Asta Aries. Asta Aries, a little bit of a surprise team to find themselves in this mix here. A lot of teams, a lot of players, myself included too, thought that it was going to be ViCi Gaming, but that did not transpire. Asta Aries really showing that they had the quality coming up from Division 2 and demonstrating that it wasn't Dandelion that everybody should have been looking out for. It was Asta Aries. Before we get into it here, one thing that let's remind everybody once again, best of ones, 2 victories is all you need. That guarantees you a ticket to the major. 2 losses, though, means that you're just going to be sitting at home and preparing for the TI quals in that fashion. So now, Lizard, what do we have coming up with Extreme Gaming versus Asta Aries? What do you expect to see in how these teams are going to be matching up?
I've been very biased towards Extreme Gaming throughout the whole season, and they looked pretty damn good at the beginning. I don't know what happened. Like after the ViCi Gaming wins, and who else did they play against? I believe they actually played ViCi, then they played Aries. They lost to Aries. They won versus ViCi, and I thought it was a fluke. But I'm not so sure any longer. I don't think that was necessarily a fluke. Aries actually had some pretty good, decent performances afterwards, and I'm expecting a very close game.
If you want to go all the way back, like they 2-0'd PSG LGD at the start of the season, right? Yeah. So it's they went off with as good of a start as you can expect, and certainly up against a team that a lot of people were still rating very highly, and are rightfully still rating highly even now. They made a mark on them, but then there's just a few things that did not work out for them at all. So it's a bit of a flip-floppity kind of thing.
It's very interesting that we have this particular matchup, Drag and Drop, because Asta Aries, it feels like a lot of these teams questioned themselves after losing to Asta Aries, right? Despite the fact that Asta Aries has demonstrated that they're actually a pretty good team, but a lot of the struggles for some of these squads, it's almost like, oh God, we lost to Asta Aries. We must be awful. We need to go back, reassess everything we're doing. We're a terrible team. But that can give you that kind of psychological edge when you come into these matchups, knowing that the enemy team thinks that they're better than you, right? So any kind of time that you take an advantage over them, you're almost automatically tilting them. And you're inflicting, what does Lizard call it, the emotional damage pretty much by proxy every time you find yourself in these kind of matchups. So do you think Extreme Gaming have healed their emotional damage wounds from that game against Asta Aries?
Who are you asking, me or him? Did they heal him?
Drag and Drop, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Lizard. This is kind of the expert on emotional damage, but yeah.
What is that? What's that supposed to mean? Did I hurt you, Drag and Drop ever? Well, was it the fact that I didn't send you a postcard for your birthday? I'm sorry.
Exactly, like I haven't received it. You're on holiday for 10 days and haven't received the postcard. It's very sad.
I'm very sorry. Next year.
To try and answer the question in a roundabout way after avoiding it for a while. It's always the thing with Division 2 teams or like open qualified teams, like kind of teams coming in, no expectations, and for them to perform well, and maybe also too many expectations for your own team to be able to just beat them without maybe putting in that extra work, without maybe putting as much emphasis on preparation, then kind of getting into the mindset. So maybe that has something to do with it, with Asta Aries being able to snipe so many series. But it should not really be having an impact right here. We've just seen that these tiebreakers, they're a different beast. Even if you just completely roll over a team 2 days ago, that doesn't mean that you're gonna win another best of one. So that might mean that XG is done the homework now and that they're ready to go and kind of show the probably superior quality that they do have overall. But Asta Aries is still a very solid team coming into this bracket with very real chances of making it through.
How do you feel about this, Lizard? Given that you found yourself in the past many times on the opposite side, you've been on the underdog card many, many times. So what's the best way to prepare? And I know you're going to tell us that you might not have been victorious in many of those occasions, but assume that you're Asta Aries and you can carry your underdog experience through. How do you think that they marshal themselves to win the game?
Excuse me, sir. Can you let me talk about my losses? Like I didn't come here for drag and drop and you inflicting emotional damage that I'm supposed to be the boss of. Like, what the hell, man? It's early. I don't have to... I just had a nice dream. I woke up, I'm happy, and here comes Nair. Do you remember when you lost all your games, Lizard? How did that feel? Do you remember when your career failed as a player? No, it's fine. Like I feel that Aries are obviously the underdogs here. There's just so much experience, if nothing else, on the side of on the side of Extreme. But Extreme is also a team that did lose to Aries, like in a very significant way. 2-0'd, right? They got 2-0'd like a couple of weeks back. So if you're Extreme, that's definitely in your head. It's messing with you a little bit. Like you cannot, like if you say it isn't, you're just deceiving yourself. And plus, it's a best of one, like you guys talked about. It happened. Like Aster lost to PSG LGD 2-0, like a couple of days back, right?
Yeah.
And now they just
2 days ago.
Yeah, 2 days ago, and now they won against them very easily. Like if you get a nice draft, like in a best of one, anything is possible, really.
That's actually a good point, because Asta Aries has also been the team that has been bringing some of the more creative drafts to the forefront here. They're the team that started demonstrating to us the Past 5 Alchemists, making it all the rage. I'll still never forgive Red Panda for that one. Thanks a lot, fam. You've ruined life for all of us, but they introduced the Past 5 Alchemists. They started playing a lot more interesting off-kilter drafts. Drag and drop, we've already seen the fact that an off-kilter draft is one of the ways that you can sort of throw your opponent off the mix here. So what do you think? Are we going to be getting any more surprise pocket picks out of Asta Aries like that? Do you think that they're, how deep is their hat? Are we going to get more magic out of it at this point? Or have we already seen all the tricks and it's just about being able to show consistency at this point?
Well, it can kind of go either way. Like, I wouldn't mind them just trying to snag up some of the go-to heroes, like a Train Protector, Death Prophet, this kind of thing, because it's always a solid base to build on. But then again, they're also a team that just picked Pudge, I believe. So, who knows? I wouldn't mind seeing that. I absolutely hate playing against Pudge, but it doesn't mean I don't love watching and casting it. So, it's very entertaining.
Pudge. I personally am not hoping for a Pudge pick out of Asta Aries, but given the team that we have in question, anything could happen from them. This is also a squad that's played like mid-Dawnbreaker, things like that. So looking forward to some surprises. They need to pull things out of the hat. It's not just them, though. Extreme Gaming, towards the latter portion of the season, they've also shown themselves to be a little bit inconsistent. They've been winning a lot of their games, but when they lose pretty hard. So does still show that there's a lot of learning to go still for for Extreme Gaming. And of course, I want to see my boy Lou really pop off. Feels like Lizard, we haven't actually had a game this season where it's been an all-star performance from Lou. There've been some decent games out of him, but unfortunately, he still remained the punching bag coming into season 3 here from all of us here on the panel.
Well, I think we've seen a significant improvement from Lou as well. I would say that at least he wasn't my punching bag. Like, I use drag and drop and sometimes Ricky, sometimes Nomad for that, but for me, Lou is...
You wonder why we give you grief,
Yeah.
Just as much back.
Oh, you have to defend yourself somehow. I understand it. It's fine. But Lou, for me, Lou is really strong. Like I think that player has improved significantly. I think when he just came into the scene, when he was picked up by PYW and DY, like PYW on one side, DY on the other, holding him by his hands, and Lou is like, wee! Like the kid, he's just jumping in between. Yeah, I there was definitely room for improvement for him, but he has pretty much, I believe, solidified his position in this team and has proven a point. Getting to a major would prove that point even better, like even more so.
There would certainly be an exclamation mark to the question of, do I deserve to be in this team? The answer is yes. And we're going to be finding out, though, if Extreme Gaming deserve to be at the major, because they need to get past As the Aries yet again. So let's figure this out together. The draft for the one and only game, it is only a best of one, is now underway. So let us see if As the Aries are going to be presenting more surprises to us. So far, so good. No Acid Man just yet, thank God. But they're going to have this first pick. So what do you want to see here, Drag and Drop, in response to the Monkey King that XG have, presumably for the support position, but they can still flex this later in the draft?
Yeah, I mean, play against Monkey King, you just take away the tree that he's standing on, so Tiny can do that. Then Razor, like, do we have to talk about Tiny Razor? That's the exact same opening that we saw in the last game as well.
Drag and Drop, let me ask you this.
So.
Tiny is carrying that tree around, right?
Yeah.
Why can't Monkey King jump on that tree?
It's a really good question. Like, I think that should be possible. I also think that you should be able to jump on the Trade Protector.
Right?
What?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah,
like,
also, you're going to jump on Nature's Prophet Treants?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, Nature's Prophet Treants, you're pushing it now, guys, because those things sometimes...
They're very tiny. Maybe the big ones.
Like trees. They don't look anything like trees. Sometimes they just look like,
just
I don't know, some small abominations from hell.
Okay, so it should depend on the cosmetic that you have.
Yeah,
so if you have the right cosmetic,
cosmetics should definitely impact the game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what Dota's all about, isn't it?
A flaming Batrider set should give you more damage, of course. But Lizard, you need to take it away. You know exactly why I'm calling on you, fam. Here she is, your favorite hero. You normally call for this, though, in Phase 3. I'm disappointed you didn't call for it in the first game of the day, but you finally get the Lina. I got Warlock earlier on today, so what you thinking? Is this a good Lina game this early on in the draft?
I really feel that you're overestimating my passion for Lina. I mean, she is quite hot, but it's like in a fiery soul kind of a way, right? But... I like the hero, but I like her in certain matchups. I like her in certain games. I don't like her all the time. In a game such as this one, when she's picked this early on, it kind of serves the same purpose like the Quap. It forces the Razor to either be an offlane or to not have a really good lane on that mid.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have either a good matchup mid lane, or that Razor will be offlane, and then you can pick a carry that does well against him. Anything that's ranged or something like that. So, I mean, you're not forcing him into an offlane. I take that back. He can just as well be played on safe lane like he was in the last match, right? And it works out fine. So, was he played on safe lane the last match? He wasn't.
He was mid.
He was mid.
It was Ori mid.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. You get my point.
Yeah. No punch, no treants. Yeah, they did the homework, just planning out all the heroes that As the Aries have won with throughout the season, essentially. So
the Void would have when you asked me about the Quap snare last game, Like the only two heroes that came to my mind that would have done the same or maybe a bit better were Lina and maybe Invoker, right? When it comes to all the chrono damage. But Lina probably the most common one, and the most common carry to have with the Lina is probably this Void. You just go in, you prop that chrono, and that's it. Your job is done.
And there's guaranteed damage that's going to be following that up. So a good ban coming in from Aster Aries there, reading where this game could still go. And you just don't want to give away that many circles. Wukong's, Chrono, it'll be a bit too much. So good ban from them. Good ban on the Beastmaster as well, given that you're playing into Old 11. Feels like he's usually the engine here on the side of XG Drag and Drop when Old 11 has a very good game. I know we'll focus a lot on Lu, but it really feels to me more often than not that Old 11 is the one that it's very contingent on his performance, whether or not they win. What do we want to see coming out of him in this game for XG?
I don't know. Wouldn't mind to see some. You're always looking for a solid offlaner, right? So some sort of good AoE control, Bring in the old Mars.
That hero's fallen off in China. Used to be picked like every game, but now.
There's still Dawnbreak in the pool, actually, so can't really go wrong with that.
This is the same place that LGD picked Dawnbreaker third, right? So, but it's not going to be the Dawnbreaker. It's going to be the Uberlord. They are going to be preventing any kind of big illusion-based strat on the side of Aster Aries. Does seem less likely now that they're going to be playing. I mean, they can still play Alchemist safe lane, but maybe not going to be the full ticket. It's a route to make sure that there's going to be damage from the Wukongs and now damage from the Lina as well. I'm okay with this. What do you boys think? Well, what do we like about this Uberlord? What don't we like about him in this game?
We just have to see the way the draft revolves afterwards, right? To really grasp the full reasoning behind the Uberlord. Like Overlord is overall, it's fine. You get another additional frontliner with the Lina, a lot of circles around her to protect her while she's wailing in with the damage. When it comes to Aster Aries, the Clockwork also feels pretty solid. Both the Clock and the Tiny can secure Razor's lane if he's laning with them, if he's on either one of the side lanes. And you also get more ways of just latching on top of her, right? Like getting on top of that Lina with Clockwork always feels good.
Yeah. This Unlord slots in nicely with the draft so far, and so does the Clockwork kind of. And, now Snapfire added in. So now it's starting to take shape. It's this heavy spell casting mid-game kind of thing, where you have the Monkey King scouting somebody out, you have a bit of extra control from Underlord Lina and some damage coming through. Snapfire is the same kind of thing. Also makes for a solid lane with the Underlord. So, just covering the bases
as well, right? Like I think that's very important. You get a free way out of cogs. So one of whoever gets caught from now on should be easily saved by the Snapfire. Mortimer's Kiss plus Bit of Malice also solid. And you get the minus armor for Rush.
Yeah, the flip side is if Clockwork can find an angle on you with a hook shot, then the Mortimer's Kisses might not be coming through, but then at the very least you're tanking it instead of the Lina, I guess. So just creating more targets for better or worse, for the Clockwork.
This TA could come back for the TA.
Yeah, this TA
is this mid or safe lane?
It could still be safe lane and Razor off lane, and your last pick can be mid. Let's see what XG thinks, because it's very flexible. Like their two cores can pretty much go anywhere. You aren't really. When you're Aster Aries right now, when you look at them, they're struggling with teamfight, and that's it. Everything else they've got covered. They've got the push, they've got the catch.
Some Roche potential for themselves, decent lanes. Lots of damage, and more importantly, they've got these double BKB buyers. I'm looking at this XG lineup and thinking that, well, if we get BKB, we feel very strong in that duration from the side of Aster Aries. Can sort of try and close down the Lina, kill her, and then move on to the rest of the targets.
Sorry, I didn't let you finish, but I feel that Razor versus Underlord should probably be the lane, and then you put the TA mid. Like, you don't want to lane the Razor into the Lina. The only question is, do you put the Razor safe lane and pick your offlane as last, or do you put Razor offlane and pick your carry as last, right? Like that's the only thing, because these two supports allow you to have a Razor on offlane. Sometimes Razor offlane feels kind of bait.
I'll take Brewmaster offlane, I'm sure.
That would be great. Yeah, why not? Decent option.
Yeah, they have. I mean, pretty much all their cores have played Razor as well in the past, so it certainly is not out of their wheelhouse if that is the option they want to go for. It does mean that XG going to have some difficulties with the end of this draft. Thank God they ban out the Morphling, so it's actually a bit of a problem. I was hoping for the reunion of the Acid.
Oh no.
Regrettably, boys, we're staying retired. Last pick for XG is going to be this Wraith King. We didn't see him last game into the Faceless Void, but we will see him here. I suppose you're looking at this draft from Aster Aries. You're like, all right, they've got two big sources of jump from the Clockwork and Tiny, but they want to jump and be one and done. However, you can still die twice on the second life, depending on how much damage Razor steals and how long is left on the Eye of the Storm. Yeah. I'm not feeling super confident about this Wraith King, if I'm honest.
I'm not worried about the Wraith King here. You're right. It's like insane amount of physical damage can cut him through very quickly. So, and if you start to fall behind, Wraith King's not gonna get much use out of his second life.
It's not really about the Wraith King. That's how you have to think about it. Like, he's strong enough, and he will be a semi-core here to the Lina. He's the second fiddle, right? Like, he's just there to jump in, create enough space. He's one of the cores that can actually do that, and then Lina should be the one that's actually destroying everyone while he is buying that time with 2 lives. He has 1 life with a stun, then he has a slow, then he has another stun. That's all he has to do. Okay. But Lou needs to really understand this as well, probably, which he probably does. They're communicating. They're like, in a lot of interviews that we had, they did state that they communicate a lot with him. He helps them sometimes. Sometimes they help him with the decision making. So we'll see what item he goes for. Probably some Armlet Blink or something like that allows him to fight early.
Timbersaw. I was gonna suggest the Timbersaw as an alternative, but you were just prattling on long and long.
Of course.
Now no one's gonna believe me.
So all your genius ideas. Dragon Drop actually wanted to invent the mobile phone, but it was me that stopped him.
But Lizard went to his house and said, Dragon Drop, come, let's play.
Yeah.
Leave your homework.
I swear to you, this is true. It did come into mind like a couple of seconds ago as an option, because you're up against a bunch of beefy strength heroes. Like, yeah, you have the Lina and Sapphire to worry about. But once you get a Hood, that should be fine, right? And then you also have the streak cutting hero up against the Monkey King, always useful to try and run him down and try and kind of have some sort of extra counterplay, especially with the Clockwork Vision kind of. So you have ways to kind of try and punish him, trying to get as he's trying to get vision. So I do very much like this last pick, honestly.
Do you think it's going to be a winning pick, though, for the side here of Aster Aries?
Yeah.
All right. Lizard, how do you feel about this? These drafts have unfolded. Last pick Timber, last pick Wraith King. Who are you going to be favoring for this one? Who is going to be going to meet the side of Team Aster in the winners final?
Yeah, the Timber pick looks pretty solid. I'm still going to go with XG. I was wrong in game 1. I can be wrong in game 2, but I do like XG's draft. I think Lina brings a ton of burst damage later on. They can deal with the Timber in that way in that fashion. Plus, there's a lot of control too from the Pit of Malice earlier. So we'll see. If he goes out of control, though, this Timber, then I'm changing my tune 10 minutes in.
We'll be seeing if Lizard will be singing from the same songbook, or if he's going to be forced to change his tune and sing a very different melody. We are going to find out. We have the dapper Dragon Drop, the luscious Lizard. We've got this Aster Aries. We have XG, and we've got a best of one tiebreaker. Gentlemen, take it away. Talk to you after the game. Let us get a winners final matchup. Make it happen. Bring the hype. See you later.
All right, welcome to the pause. Super exciting here. They're having some FPS issues apparently, so maybe a quick restart.
I just have to say thanks to the scintillating snare, sedentary and selfless snare. Sometimes shaggy, sometimes, but always selfless, always shiny, and always shrewd. Thank you, snare.
Aww. Thank you, Lizard.
Okay, now that we're in the game, drag and drop, take us away.
I don't know if I can now. I'm full of tears at the moment because of all of the love being shared right here. But
you're not. Don't guilt us into this.
Yeah, I was fishing for it a little bit, but I'm now very sad. It doesn't matter. We've got Dota to cast as Ares, looking to break some smokes here, try to get some positions. But a lot of it is going to be on this Timbersaw, right? It's a hero that can kind of walk on the edge quite a bit. If you don't have this phase in the game between 5 and 15 minutes where you're actually unkillable, unless they bring 4 or 5 heroes, then might end up just feeling like a Bailey creep, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So many games, even he has a good laning stage, and then they find a way of killing him, and he feeds 3-4 times in a row, and like you have to constantly be ramping up the pressure with Timber, but you need to, like you need to be revving, but you need to not burn your engine. You know, like you have to be very careful to not overstep your boundaries, which are quite how do you put it? How wide are his boundaries? Like the box that he's playing in is quite big, right? Like he can definitely push it.
Okay, they're very flimsy boundaries. Like you're not gonna bounce off them if you're not careful. You're just gonna go right over the edge. So I think that's the metaphor that you were looking at here. But I'm sure Shang-Chi can find the right balance.
Yeah. The nice thing about Ares is they have a tiny on force, so the Timber, like you help him a little bit, and then you can pretty much abandon the lane with tiny. You can go rotate mid, you can make Lina's life harder. So it's one of those things that tiny always enjoys. That's a 4 that can, just sack you, leave you to your own after you get that level 3, level 2 armor.
Yeah. So can't imagine Lu being able to offer too much here. Certainly once the extra levels come out, Timbersaw level 1, level 2, Timber's Whirling Death maybe, or maybe gets an expert Timber Chain. Like Lu's gonna have to dip into the jungle sooner rather than later. I feel like it's not gonna be a fun match for him once he gets levels.
He's a Wraith King, right? Like it's probably one of the easiest heroes to do that with. So.
Yeah. That kind of depends if you go into the jungle with a couple of skeletons already ready to go, right? So you need to keep that from lane. Let's talk about bottom a little bit. Red Panda kind of trying his best. There's a few tangos left as Ulu. I mean, Unlock probably one of the heroes that's less concerned about the strain, right?
Well, he cares. He can still get ran down. Like movement speed was never his forte. So having someone like a Razor leeching your experience and following you around can be quite painful.
You have high armor though. You have that Atrophy Aura to kind of offset some of that damage.
Early on, DY taking quite a beating here.
That's Cookie.
It's just a casual Cookie against Clockwork. Sometimes this Clock you can even, if you're playing a lane such as this one, you can even go for Battery Assault and Rocket Flare without the cogs. It depends.
Alright, leaves us with mid lane. Lina up against Templar Assassin. I mean, should be Lina favored, right? It's Paparazzi Lina, no less, but...
Not really, like, this lane used to be a bit more favored for the Lina. Recently, though, I feel that it has changed, and the laning stage itself is... It became a bit more even. But it's post-laning stage, right? Like it's the way these two heroes match up. Like in the laning stage, sure, Lina can dominate, but later on, it very often happens that TA just gets that blink Dezo, you're dead on Lina. Like you, every fight you're being hunted by the TA.
Money to burn.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like we were talking about Timbersaw, but TA also very much a momentum-based hero, and if she gets off the ground, like if they can stack up some ancients here. They haven't really been able to do that just yet. But if she gets some really good timings on this kind of Blink Deso and then the BKB, she's gonna do exactly what you just described, right? Not just to Lina, but also to heroes like Snapfire, Monkey King, even Wraith King, honestly, because he'll build some armor items, you know, with face boots and the armlet. Where Desolator and the Melt Strike will just still delete all of that. So, very dangerous. Or
Dangerous.
potential to be very dangerous.
Very dangerous, yes.
Dangerous. That's I don't know. That sounds too anime.
Isn't that your thing?
No.
No,
I don't know if you knew this, but I'm not an anime fan.
you're not.
Shocking, I know. I'll watch a Dota anime, but that's about it.
I have a feeling you're just saying that because I'm around. I'll trust you though this time. I'll check, however, and if I find you watching anime Dragon Drop.
No.
What do you mean?
Dota anime is the only anime I'm watching. Like you can ask anyone.
Didn't I see a waifu pillow behind you?
What?
I'm sure I did.
What are you talking about?
Okay, maybe I didn't. Maybe it was Neff.
It was definitely Neff. He's like
I'm learning, you know, I'm learning to live
Yeah.
with weebs. Like I'm learning to
Yeah.
accept them. It's okay. Like I need to stop being a boomer. It's the new age.
Yeah, there's something wise about just being able to accept things, you know, that you have no control over and don't really concern you either. Some bottom Red Panda definitely concerned, or he would be if the sun connected. Boundless Strike does in the end. There's a bit of a slow from Ulu. Plasma Field saving lives. Not happening very often, but certainly did right here. Red Panda will be able to heal up and then go right back in.
A nice little rotation from PYW, but he needs to go mid. Like this minute 6 rune will definitely be controlled by TK.
Paparazzi is super low. TK, he can just walk in. LSA throws him down, but so does the Avalanche still coming through. A couple of extra tosses, but not enough damage. And all is said and done, TK. With the tower shots almost by
Clockwork
himself.
actually gets the DD.
Yeah, double damage rune. PYW caught in the middle. LSA connects only on the Clockwork. Boundless Strike buying some extra space, but PYW will still be the first blood, surely. And the mid lane TA picking it up. This is the opposite of what you want if you're XG. Even hunting for Paparazzi still. TK is still hanging around, but it's hard to quite find him inside the trees.
A nice.
Lina with the juke issues.
And she's just a bit too fast. He didn't expect it. Nice move by Red Panda overall. Like I believe he was the star of that whole engagement. He moved away from bottom lane, realized that he was unnecessary, followed Monkey to the mid lane, stole the DD that Monkey saved for the Lina. And this is the second time that they're failing to refill the bottle on him. Like, Paparazzi must be very pissed right now. Like,
Come on, team. It's your one job.
it happens, you know. It just happens.
Down bottom. W still trying to sort of kill himself. Red Panda this time is a little bit too low, but perhaps setting up for a kill for Ulu here. But can I? Oh, never mind. There is extra help coming through. DK helping secure that one, and that will not be enough for them. Ulu with a double kill. So even when XG put a point on the board, they're feeding in more into the core as Varys.
Yeah, it's just 1k of difference. 3 kills to 1. Still very early on. When it comes to the net worth, right? They are not really that far apart. Most of these cores. They're just waiting for the Wraith King to finally abandon top lane, and he is going for the first item armlet. Like nothing too crazy from Loom.
Here we go again, just toss in the Clockwork! Who needs a hookshot anyway? But this time Paparazzi gets a couple spells out. Mass TP's coming through, all delivered. He'll get right back out.
Yeah, one thing that XG can do the same way Aster did in the last game is they can clump up together very early on. They can start the fights. They have the Underlord that might die, but though. Yep. Already used the Fiend's Gate, so easily ran down by the Tiny and Razor.
Very nice. Now, yeah, it's just PYW here. Can't really punish Ulu with that. And up top, that also means that, of course, Timbersaw left his own devices. There's no way that Rift King alone would have been able to lane up against him anymore. So this is an inevitability. It's working on his hood. Almost has that completed.
He actually got quite a lot from top lane, considering he was 1v1ing that Timber. He did lose the tier 1 tower already, and Timber is... Yeah, he feels like a beast. I'm not sure, like, I'm thinking what ways do they have of killing him? They do, but they need to really bring in all the forces and set everything right for that to happen.
That's normally the way it goes, right? Maybe in this game, you can do it with three, like these three that were making their way up, like UI and Paparazzi, with a good amount of damage, and you've also got the 3 points up in Firestorm from World 11, so maybe that would have been enough, but maybe not. Normally you need like 4 heroes at this stage of the game, at least to make it reliable. In the meantime, though, Templar Assassin, highest farmed hero on a map right now. As they're now looking to secure some of these drones, but XG able to secure the invis for Paparazzi, so that's a bottle refill.
Thank you.
Of sorts. What team do you see make moves earlier here in this one? Are you waiting for Clockwork to maybe get level 6, start finding some hook shots, or maybe some smoke action with the UI?
I feel like with Clockwork it's always very simple to start moving around the map, right? But for Ares, like, you have 2 supports that can do that, 2 very active supports. Tiny will probably be the one farming away, getting his blink. The main point is the Timber, like how much can he pressure, as Extreme will have to answer to him at some point. So who's gonna make the first move? Probably Extreme, but only because Timber is so far up your nose, in your lane, that you have to get him out.
World 11 actually runs right into Red Panda, patiently waiting up there, caught inside the cogs, but TP being forced in from the UI, and that'll make them back off. Yeah, meanwhile XG just very happy to keep farming, but Paparazzi, there's the hook shot, first one of the game, and then TK and Templar Assassin right there ready with the blink, now being stunned up, in a bit of trouble here. World 11 also joining in, but there it is, Shang-Chi trying to create some chaos. Not gonna be enough to really make the way out for the TA. Some retribution here. Timbersaw not done yet, going on to Lu, does have an ultimate to work with, and that'll be forced out right here. Right back into it. Timbersaw gotta be a bit more careful. Another timber chain across. Lu trying to armor target his way out as Ulu's dropping lower and lower, and actually dies first as Lu's armor toggles a little bit too much. Timbersaw drops. Toss will finally do it. How do you toggle throughout all of that?
Yeah, that's talent right there. Yeah, really nicely done by him. Does get killed by Tiny in the end. A solo Tiny? Shame on you, Lu. How dare you die to him?
That's just like a well-deserved mini vacation. 20 seconds in the Fountain Town.
Yeah, his armor toggles literally saved the whole engagement there. It's one of those.
Supposed to go like that. He was supposed to die again immediately with Timbersaw and Razor right on top of him.
Yeah, you usually think so, but with Armlet anything is possible, right? Like, with good toggles.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Really nicely done.
Well, it should put a damper on Ares' momentum here to some extent. TA also dying there, so really accelerating all that much. Even though that was started off with a pretty good blink reveal, at least finishing off Paparazzi to start with. It could have gone worse, especially because they did get that kill on Lu in the end. So some silver linings, but certainly not that kind of solid victory that they were kind of expecting here.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. It's hard to disengage when you have Fiend's Gate played against you. My Cold 11 just joins the fight anywhere he wants to, and he has the raid pack too, so he delays.
Let's try again, running right into Paparazzi once more. He is dead. And now TA this time. Make their way out. Kiss is committed to Wukong's command, but XG, no way to actually keep them fighting in there.
Yep. Well, they're smoking. The enemy team is already moving on top of Lina, so maybe sacking one of the supports out of the smoke and leaving him to just protect her and break any smokes that are happening towards her would have worked a bit better, but it's always in hindsight, right? Yeah. That's I'm only saying this because it would be good, but Ares is just playing way too fast.
When W goes in, gets stunned up, Paparazzi also joining up, TK with a bit of extra control, meanwhile at the back, the Wine Old 11 and Fiend skating in, cutting down Ulu. Get the Monkey King, but at what cost? Beautiful play there with the old magic trick. You look over here, and then the Fiend skate surprises them coming from behind. Not done yet here, DY. Also Strength Fear up against the Timbersaw, and gets the cookie out though. Reinforcements from the sides. TK will pay for their sins. Mr. Varys though able to make their way out.
What's the one thing that you don't want to do when you're completely winning post-laning stage? You don't want to dive too much, right? Like, it only gives the enemy team an opportunity to make a comeback. Slow and steady, disciplined, I felt, is always the best way. There are some teams that just excel in chaos, though. There are some teams that love diving and they do it very, very well.
Sometimes, though, it's when you're ahead, you just get further ahead. Certainly with a lineup like this, they can still scale somewhat. Like you're looking for a BKB and a Razor, you're looking for the Desolator and also the BKB and TA. If you can get that in peace without giving too much towards XG to catch up with, you're golden. But as it stands,
they're actually doing this in a way in which Razor feels more of a carry than the TA, which is for me interesting. I actually expected a TA to be the one that goes, I don't know, into your standard farming build. Blink BKB, Blink alone is fine, but Blink BKB, I feel it's all in fighting early on.
And normally it's the Blink Deso timing that you're looking at.
Yeah, usually it's like Blink Deso, and then you're still farming for the BKB, right?
Yeah.
Like you're ready to join, but only if everything has been used and you can find a good pick-off.
Hotshot goes in on top of the Underlord. Very hard to bring down first. They're gonna give their best shot. The cookie across. Now they're fighting inside the Wukong's command. Old 11 will still finally end up dying. Ulu is on BKB. Not enough to protect them. Too much damage. They were just clicking him.
Yeah, the Mortal Strike just whacked him.
Yeah.
The peasant Razor just got whacked by the king. The one true king.
He is helping his puny allies where he can.
Yep. Paparazzi also has that BKB now. 9 seconds off it, so if he gets gone on, they can definitely turn. They're just defending bottom, by the way. I don't think Timbersaw can be killed at this point. Not by the two of them, at least.
Yeah. It's not that Yule's
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
bit of an interrupt. He can be also online now for Temple Assassin, but yeah, with this kind of back and forth, with XG being able to respond to some of this aggression in the last 5 minutes or so, this timing doesn't feel as strong as it maybe even could have been. Well, certainly not as strong as the Deso timing would have been if they just chilled a little bit more, perhaps. Then use this more powerful EA to just kind of get these kills a little bit quicker and then get out quicker in turn.
Yeah, it's the combination with the Razor that matters. Like Razor is actually farming quite alright too. So.
Oh yeah,
he's got that level 12. He's got the Black King bar going into Refresher.
Yeah, they're not doing terribly, but they probably could have been in a bit of a better position.
Yeah. Can always be better, but as long as you're satisfied with what you've got, right? Drag and drop. That's what makes a person happy. Not
true.
wanting more, but wanting what you've already got.
That is surprisingly insightful.
Why surprisingly? What do you take me for? Some sort of gym bro?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, no, that's true as well.
Yeah. I always knew that you're very smart as well, though.
What, me? No, I'm just Googling.
Just Googling aphorisms.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen. Now you're Googling what aphorism means?
That's literally what it is. How does... is it PH or F?
A-P-H-O-R-I-S-M.
Ah, okay. It sounds like a plant.
Regeneration.
Kind of does
Can
a
I
little
eat
bit.
it?
The
If I
smoke
can't eat it,
action
actually,
comes
I'm not
through,
interested.
avalanche interrupt it. As, well, Timbersaw can be cards. The cogs making things a little bit awkward here. The Ares still trying to make their way out, but long-range artillery is going to be enough to cut down the tiny...
Radiant structures are
Look to bring down this tier 1 tower, and Ares... I'm not sure if they want to fight this one here. They don't have a hook shot to kind of go in. They
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
kind of cut through some trees, but XG looking quite solid right now if they're all grouped up like this.
Yeah, the good old I have Raid Pact, let's go fight.
Yeah.
I have Raid King, Raid Pact. There's a lot of raids on their side, so
Yeah.
kind of hard to fight into. And one of the raids is about to finish the Desolator as well. And guess what? It's not the item, it's the hero. He hits hard with it. Plus he has 2 lives, and he's up front. And he has Raid Pact for damage mitigation. Like,
Yeah.
damage mitigation has been the go-to strat for a while now, and this isn't the biggest mitigating lineup, but they do have Underlord and the Raid Pact.
The Vogue shot in here again on this Unlord, tossed back into the rest of the team here, trying to get rid of that damage mitigation as soon as they can, but he's just so tanky. He's still alive, now turned around onto the Timbersaw. You'll buy some time. Does he have a way out? Well, yeah, he does have a way to kill off the Timbersaw at the very least. Going onto the tree, but I'll say does connect.
Yeah, not sure why Underlord allowed that to happen, but he
Yeah.
probably thought that there's a follow-up stun to prevent the Timber from chaining on top of him, taking him down. It looked amazing, and then it ended up being kind of even in the end.
Yeah, it was really. You could have just walked straight down mid or back towards his base. Not expose himself, but yeah, it's just goes to show how hard it is to bring down this Underlord. But if you don't bring him down, it's gonna be even tougher to kill anyone else because he has that Rave Pact, he has his aura too, it's stacking up. Exactly what you were talking about. This damage mitigation is something that you have to account for. It's
How
so
do you
hard.
do that? How do you account for it? Do you buy more damage? Or do you
I
just
guess.
write on Reddit, please, Gaben? Mr.
Pause the
Frog.
game, complain on Reddit, wait until the game's patched.
Mr. Frog, please. I'm losing to this hero, so it must be broken.
I mean, I think
losing to
Ares
this
have the right
player.
idea, right? Even though it kind of sucks. It goes against conventional wisdom to just initiate on the Underlord, on the tanky offlaner. But again, if you burst them down first, then the rest of the fight gets that much easier.
Yeah, you just need like 5,000 damage.
Yeah, they got Desolator now in Temple Assassin, so that'll be helpful. It's actually Lotus Open works for the Razor. That's interesting.
It's kind of to be expected, right? Like you're playing into the Razor. So
I mean, the Razor is the one building it.
he's building what?
Lotus Open.
He's not.
Is he
He
not?
just has. He just has a plate mail.
Oh. Ah, okay, never mind. Casual plate mail. I just saw the plate mail and the Ring of Health in the quick buy, but that's actually belongs to the River of Hope. Oh yeah, never mind. That makes a lot more sense as up top. Tiny. Yeah, okay. It'll take them a little while.
Do you like
This,
do you like when Lina has a Skadi? It just feels like
It feels wrong.
It feels wrong, but it also looks so nice. I love it. Like when she hits with the Skadi effect.
But she's a fire hero. How can she have an ice effect?
I don't care. It looks magical. I love it. It's like I'm in Frozen.
Yeah.
Let it snow. Let it snow. Let it Skadi. Let it Skadi. Very nice.
Let it
Pick out the
Skadi.
ages.
All right.
What are those? Are those snowballs that she's throwing when she has Skadi, or are they actually eyes of Skadi that are flying out of the hands?
I have to dive into the lore, but I think they're like dragon snowballs, right?
Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Like dragon fireballs, except out of snow.
Ah. Makes sense.
That Skadi is also the 8th fastest all time on this hero. So a little bit of a show-off effect coming out here from Paparazzi. But jazz hands on the hitting and also on the farming, it seems like, from the hero.
You know what, the Snare? One of these days, I'm gonna return to the pro scene and I'll pick some Meepo and I'll build Refresher, and then I'll have you on the stats saying, "This is the fastest Refresher ever."
Yeah.
On the Meepo.
I'll do it on Meepo. Play Tinker.
Or on Tinker, yeah, even better. Probably someone built it on Meepo, you know, like it's had a ton of gold, bought it anyway.
The only reason to buy it on Tinker is if you already won the game, you just want to troll statisticians, you know?
There was like you never know. There was always some patch in which some item made sense. Like on Meepo, there was a patch in which Bloodstone made sense because basically it would lower your
But
respawn.
W trying to go in, but gets tossed off the tree and cut down very quickly. Lu in the middle here, trying to finish off Red Panda together with the Immortal Kisses. Will be successful, but now Lu kind of isolated. That's his first life. Ulu with a BKB in the back, and it keeps the rest of the team going here while Aries takes care of that. Buyback from Red Panda coming in. They cut down Lu a second time. Paparazzi super low, trying to burst down Ulu. Will be successful. With the second live DY, kind of low, trying to finish him off before the respawn. Paparazzi now with the BKB, though PYW also rejoining into this fight. Surely this will finally be a way out. One TP's with the BKB, the other with a Bean Skate. The other just jumps away on the top of trees again. What a fight! Very well executed there from Aries, wasn't it?
Yeah, all things said and done. A nice fight for them. Cogs and the hookshot were so on point, just preventing Paparazzi from actually going anywhere. He had to stand his ground fight. He did take down Razor before losing the Aegis, but like with the Skadi build, you're tankier, but you're not really dishing out as much damage as you usually do at this point, and you could really feel that lack of damage in the last fight.
So I like the way they were able to control it, like as you said, with the Clockwork Hook shot, especially in the Razor, also BKB Razor on the front lines. They were able to keep Lu away from the rest of his team, like he was in the opposite side of the tower. I believe they tossed him back as well, even after the respawn and whatnot. So he didn't really have any help on the second live to actually do something with it. So yeah, Aries showing some teeth. Overall, network-wise, still very even after this one.
Are scanning.
That was the fight with the Roshan advantage, right? XG not necessarily able to take full advantage of it. Tier 2 tower still very much standing down bottom.
Regeneration.
I do think this game becomes easier for them, like, as it goes on.
I should. Then again, like Graze and TA, they used to be a patch. It used to be a time when you would say, "Oh yeah, they don't scale into the late game," right? Nowadays, it's not as true anymore.
Yeah. I agree. The BKB popped on TA, forcing her back. Like, even the Enchanted Quiver just feels so good on her, right?
Yeah.
Like, you just jump. She forgot the Spooder legs. They just left them on the ground.
Oh,
They actually forgot. Like, it's one of the best items to get for Razor and Clockwork. And anyone.
Hopefully they run into it again.
Yeah, it would be really sad if they didn't find those legs.
Yeah. Oh man.
Go to the temple's defense.
Right, TK, I'm gonna make your way north, and he's gonna find him. Found him. Okay, all good. All good. Game is saved. Moment smoke now from XG. I'm gonna run loop, pushing out the mid lane, looking towards the top overall. No Roshan to play for quite a while, so maybe an unexpected move into this area.
Why are they doing this? It's very simple actually. Like this smoke, DK, you will get nice blink. Anyway, why are they doing this? They saw the Razor on bottom lane, right? Like he showed himself on bot, and then suddenly he's on top, which means he used the TP. If he used the TP, there isn't really a lot that he can do, then go to the Ancients or go back completely. They were a bit slow to prevent him from going back, so Ares will have all 5 heroes for this next smoke.
Yep. Can XG make a... I guess I can also make a read on that. Then again, lanes are kind of pushed out, and okay, the Observer Ward taken care of.
No one is showing on the map, so you should know something's up.
Ooh, Oakshot being tanked up by TK. They're still initiating here. Maybe a bad idea. Gets forced out of the pit though. There's still so much stuff being thrown in. That was very awkward. Miscommunication. This positioning there.
Clock got blocked, right? Like by the
clock blocked.
Yeah, by the tiny. It happens.
Or rock blocked, I guess.
Yeah.
Clock
yeah.
rock
middle
blocked.
tower is under attack.
Well, it's a bit awkward, but at the very least they did only lose that support tiny, so it's not the end of the world. Maybe he's trying to spread out here.
The timing on rush isn't crucial too. It's quite far away, so because of that, that probably isn't as big. A very like, even though we have 30 kills, the game feels kind of slow in comparison to the Aster PSG LGD one. But what items do we have that can change that? Lina actually going for Satanic next, so full-on beefy mode. Like this is one of those chunky Linas. She doesn't hit quite as hard as some others, but she's definitely very sustainable with those items.
Yeah, if they can sustain through these fights, they should be able to take them, right? I mean, Ulu also with a Refresher Orb. Refresher BKB, very scary, and that'll do a lot of damage over time, you know, just chipping away at armor.
Yeah, but why not just burst him then, right? Like, if you know that he's gonna become stronger and stronger, and he's going to be leeching your damage, he's probably going to be doing that to Wraith King though, so in that way I guess it's fine.
Yeah. Can deal with the Wraith King at this point. I mean, yeah, sure, he's got the classic Wraith King build, but if you look at Paparazzi, he's just investing heavily into the right click. He's got the MKB now as well, so I want to say the Lina is a more dangerous right click at this moment. He has to smoke in and initiate. Goodbye, Red Panda. He is dead, and now Timbersaw on BKB, very necessary. He's spinning the way through. He's still following, but can't quite keep up with the Timber Chain. Now Roshan has respawned, so this skill will mean that Ares will have to play without the Clockwork for 60 seconds.
Yeah, because he bought back. He still didn't die after the buyback, so he's dead for way too long. They'll probably try and contest this. They have a tiny with the blink, right? If you have Timber too, Razor can give some info.
Go in blind with the Mugus command going here. They got some vision here. The snatch on Paparazzi. Actually got the last set on Ares. Shot also picked up by Wraith King.
Yeah, Ulu got that snatch, I believe, right? With with the plasma field.
That'll be avalanche from Tiny. So either way, getting a little bit of something out of it. None of the spoils, but at the very least, the last hits.
Yeah. But when you asked about Razor and if he's going to leash up the Wraith King or the Lina, Wraith King is always in your face. So it's kind of difficult to get to Lina even. Like, you'd love to be able to static link her, but she's just way too elusive, way too far away. Plus she has a Skadi, and one of the main reasons you do get the Skadi versus heroes such as Razor and TA is you slow them down.
Suppose that's what the blink is for, right? That he has queued up.
Yep, exactly. It allows you to play a different game.
Yeah. Something for sure. Okay, Razor. BKB, no way out here. Refresher being used. Kind of forced to take this fight right now. Ulu doing a lot of damage, but now Paparazzi coming in. No way to get on top of her. They get loose first life. And also got the snap fire here. Timbersaw in front. The hook shot. Beautifully done here. Cox pushing back Paparazzi, but can't win a man fight here. Or can win the man fight up against the A. Now Ulu, no more resources left. Trying to run away, but range is just too much. Another blink, another jump forward. It looked pretty decent for a moment, but then it didn't. PYW even looking for more, trying to set up for this tiny Lou with an extra click and an extra stun. They bring down the Rockman in exchange for the Monkey King. Certainly a trade that they'll be happy to take.
Yeah, the good old...
And just continue to just go ham.
The good old DD Rune Lina.
Yeah.
You have buybacks, you have to use them, like... I don't think TK is enough. Let's see. Maybe he is, as Clockwork is around that mid lane, right? Like, messing with your push a bit.
That doesn't have a ton of mana to work with here, unfortunately. And that kind of fight, it was a bit forced. Ares kind of, with the refresher being committed, you kind of wanted to take that one. And then was a good hook shot, a good way in there from the Clockwork, but it didn't quite have enough damage to bring down Paparazzi. Like, TA was not able to stand in man fight.
Yeah, with the Aegis, with the Satanic now completed as well, with the Skadi, it doesn't get any easier. I've seen so many games of Timber in which he dominates, but he doesn't bring the utility that you usually need from that offlane that almost all of the offlaners are giving you. And then he falls off a bit.
Like, if he can kill people, he can do something, but if he can't, if you... Like, he's not gonna stun many people, right? He's not gonna slow them down all that much. Let's see, they're gonna have to do something here. High ground being siege. There's still plenty of time left on it. Ooh, in the front lines. Pass backs, but pops a BKB, turn things around. Timbersaw, he's just dead. Lou caught in the middle, but he has a way back in. He's just ready to respawn. Buyback's coming out to try and salvage this fight. Ares, they can at least start. Okay, hookshot right in the face of the leader. Just keep Ulu alive here, but not save. Pana is just gunned down by the machine gun.
They can't approach him.
Okay, as well, can't even make it back to the fountain. Triple kill, godlike Paparazzi, and yeah, just go straight for the fountain. Two heroes that are not going to be coming back. And way too much damage here between all of the heroes on XJ.
Still got Aegis for a minute, like even if you kill the Lina.
Well, gotta try and go in. Ulu is like, yeah, nope, just shut down. Double Assassin stunned up as well in the front lines. No way to survive. GG, well played. Yeah, there we go. That's the right click, Lina, uncontested. This is what it looks like when she gets to do what she wants.
Yeah, really nice rune. You get that DD. A fight is forced on you. Afterwards, you gladly take it. You get a couple of kills, and from then on, you still have the Aegis, right? So you just have to. Like, the way he fought that last fight was literally with the Lina. He walked up as close as possible to them. You don't usually see that. You usually see the Lina kind of cowering in the back, right? Like being that scaredy cat, waiting for the right moment to right click. With the Skadi and Satanic, like, you're tankier than the Raid King. What do you care?
You just stand there, and be like, bah, 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 you know, just waving your arms around. Like a
You
crazy
just stand there
person.
and become the strongest hero on the map. Like this right-click build, Skadi, MKB, Satanic. Beautiful stuff coming in from the Lina here. And the performance from the side of Extreme Gaming will be good enough to book them a ticket to the winners final up against the side of Team Aster. One of those two teams will be the first team to be guaranteed going to the major, guaranteed top 4 here. What a game indeed. I mean, there's some of those situations where for Aster Aries, you could see the plan a lot of the time, drag and drop. You could understand what they were trying to reach for, but this sort of, what this game felt like to me. This game sort of felt like, you know, when we watch Div 2, and we see a lot of these clockwork games, Klink's games in particular, sorry. And Klink's always feels like he needs one more item, one more thing to happen on the map. It just felt like that the entire time for Aster Aries. They were always in search of just a little bit more farm, but they getting exploited by the timings. Where could they have found that farm on the map, and what could things have been? What could they have done differently to try and find a different result here?
I don't think we saw too many stacks for TA. I think that might have been one thing that they could have improved on, because that's what we normally see, right? The big ancient stacks and on the triangle, and then TA just gets like the Blink Death or even Blink BKB if you want to go down that route a lot earlier. And then maybe some of these fights look a bit different because they kept going for this other lord. We've been harping on about that. But if they kill them a little bit quicker, maybe the following team fight looks different and they can start to build some momentum. As it stands, XG was always able to counter enough, even though they did lose a couple of heroes there sometimes. Like they were still able to throw enough wrenches in the works so that Aries couldn't really build that momentum that they were really looking for with their heroes.
Yep. Certainly a very momentum-based draft here from the side of Aster Aries Lizard, and unfortunately, it does mean that they are finding themselves waiting to play up against LGD and having a difficult time with going into the major as it stands right now. But talk to me about how well things went on the side of XG here. You were mentioning it in the draft that Lou doesn't necessarily have to play a carry Wraith King. He's pretty much just there to soak up damage, soak up time, and protect Paparazzi. And eventually Paparazzi delivered, right? Gave them all the damage that they needed. But I really want to outline this early pickup of this Wraith pack from Old 11. This was second fastest ever done on this hero. And what a difference it made. They really started early on as the Aries figuring out that, damn guys, we don't have easy ways to get these kills. We're a physical damage-based lineup. They have Wraith pack and they have Atrophy Aura. It's denying us so much potential damage into these heroes.
Soaking in the damage, going up first. They did manage to find the Lina early in the game. When she doesn't have the BKB, when she doesn't have Skadi, you can kill her in one single hookshot. Later on, it all changes, and Old 11 is actually having impact. You don't have as much impact if your cores are being jumped on early on, but once that damage mitigation actually comes into play, as your cores have more HP, it matters more and more. Right, so that's something we've seen from Old 11 in this match. The way he played around the Pit of Malice was also quite a lot of fun. Like, he doesn't try to catch anyone with the Pit of Malice, he just drops it on top of Paparazzi and that's it. And then, okay, if you want to engage, you're engaging in the Pit of Malice, so I don't care. But you need to engage because you need to go on the Lina. If you don't, she will destroy you anyway.
Yep. This fight here is one of the few times that I was like, oh, maybe there's hope, but then Paparazzi's like, I still have Aegis, BKB, just leave the fight. You commit everything to kill some of these heroes, but can't do much more than that. This was very unfortunate. Feels like if they'd maybe gotten the snatch, the game could have been somewhat different, but Paparazzi having Aegis and all these additional items makes life impossible. And this last fight, this is, you know how you know you're having a tough time. If you're playing Razor here, Drag and Drop, you go BKB Refresher, you're going into the fight, and then you realize that you're actually the only source of damage. The rest of your squad can't actually help you kill any heroes.
I'm looking at TA right now, but she could just chain stun before she can even get the BKB out. That was maybe the big thing. Maybe that would have been enough damage to bring down Paparazzi at least once, and you have a bit of extra time to order yourself on the team fight, but at this point it was already a bit rough. And then they get the extra kills. But yeah, I just want to point out that the very first clip that we saw was that first team fight in mid that really should not have gone the way it did for XG. Lou armor toggled inside the plasma field. Like the ring of electricity was coming back in on him when he got the armor toggle off on the second time. That was just absolutely insane still.
Lou honestly did play out of his mind this game. giving him a bit of flack. I'm very publicly divorced my love affair with him, but maybe I need to say, take me back. Take me back, please. He did a phenomenal thing in this game. And of course, he didn't have to necessarily be the primary carry here, Lizard. This might be the winning formula for them, where Paparazzi plays more of this win condition for them, and then Lu's just allowed to fight, get active on the map. I mean, last season, before he really started getting a lot of scrutiny on him, the heroes he was most successful on, Ursa, TA, these type of heroes that go in for the fight, they don't just sit back and allow the game to happen to them. So going into their matchup now against Team Aster, as we see Lu getting the MVP vote for this game, which I will give it to him, it's fine, he played really actively. What do you make of XG? What are their prospects up against Team Aster? Who do you think is going to win that matchup?
I still feel that Aster has shown us a bit more than XG, right? Just a tiny bit more. But XG, if they play this way, they can beat pretty much anyone. I again don't think that Lu needs to be sacrificial every game. I think that both of these players can be the true win conditions. Either Lu or Paparazzi, they're both very talented. But like seeing the armor toggle from Lu and seeing the way he plays. I know he had some mishaps here and there, some hard games, but overall, I can see insane potential for the player.
Yeah. He has a lot of potential. His ceiling is extremely high. There is a reason why not only Extreme Gaming have put their faith in him, but many within the region were looking at him as the future of the carry position in China. Of course, right now, he's going to have to demonstrate that in the next game against Aster. Aster Aries, though, they drop down now to play against PSG LGD, and they'll need that game to go well, because if it doesn't, they will find their surprise run in the Chinese DPC cut short and not being able to go to a major. As it stands right now, though, it's not the worst thing in the world. They could perform a little bit better, but the seeds are there, Drag and Drop. It's not like it's going to be 100% of a time, 100% chance that PSG LGD beat them, because Aster Aries have already beaten them before. And they certainly weren't completely down and out in this matchup, were they?
They were not. It's like they had a really good idea of how they wanted to play the game. It's just a couple of things in the execution that kind of caught them off guard. It was also an XG able to just counterplay that. So I think this is a solid enough basis, especially because we just saw PSG LGD not being able to handle a bit of an unconventional draft and the same kind of playstyle that Aster Aries tried to go for here. So, yeah, I mean, there's a possibility. I don't want to say it's a big one here because it's still PSG LGD we're talking about. So, I don't know, maybe call it 25%, you know?
25%.
Solid quarter, sure.
Yeah.
That's decent enough. Well, that matchup is the one that is going to be coming up next. But before we go to it, we have to, of course, indulge in the bittersweet moment, because this is the last time that the Acid crew, the 6 a.m. gang, is going to be together for this season. Of course, now we are pretty much done and dusted. We will be replacing Drag and Drop and Lizard. Before we do, though, Lizard, talk to me about how you feel. The Acid! Our encore. It's been a long season. A lot has happened in this year. Talk to us about just how you're feeling about this particular chapter in your life, not just within Dota itself, but personally. How have you had your experience of this year been?
Let's not go in my personal feelings, please. Let's talk about Dota. It's been a great year for the game, at least. Like, the seasons have been fun. Teams have been, perhaps in the Chinese region, not as strong as before, but it's definitely been more diverse. Like, teams have been dropping games and that they shouldn't have dropped, winning games that they shouldn't have won. And because of that, the region is more interesting. I think it makes things a bit more unpredictable. Across all regions, you can see such a diverse hero pool. Like, a week or two back, every region had different top 10 heroes. And that's an insane thing to have in a patch in Dota. Usually, we all converge into the same point, but this time around there's a ton of ideas floating around, and everyone is testing their own, and I'm looking forward to the major, really.
Yeah, very much looking forward to the major. I'm looking forward to TI. Unfortunately, gentlemen, we do have to go to a break, but before we do, I want to just put personal shout outs to y'all. Lizard, you've been very welcoming. You've brought not just your wonderful sense of humanity, but you brought some good knowledge from across multiple regions to the Chinese region. So thank you so much for that. Dragon Drop, good sir. This has been the unsung hero. Many of y'all at home do not know just how much Dragon Drop does behind the scenes to make this all work, not just in this region, but in multiple others. He's a boss at production, great on the mic, and just all around making the entire product better than it would be without him. So thank you so much, good sir. And gentlemen, please enjoy the rest of the year. We will see you next season. And everybody at home, we will see you in a few minutes to continue the DPC hype. Upcoming now, PSG LGD versus Aster Aries. We're going to take a short break, but when we return, more tiebreaker action. So we'll see you then.
英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese DPC. We are continuing with the day of tiebreakers, figuring out exactly who goes to the major, who's going to be sitting at home wistful, and of course, which team might be able to get themselves enough points to directly qualify for TI. As it stands right now, we have seen Team Aster go into the winners final. We've seen them be joined by Extreme Gaming. So now, though, we are going to be having our first elimination series of the day between PSG LGD and Aster Aries. And to do that, we have swapped out our European crew, brought in some North Americans. Nef Sensei and All Cryptic now joining me on the panel. Gentlemen, welcome. What's going on? Nef the Savage, good God, how are you today, man? I love the shirt. But how are you feeling about the games and how are you feeling in general?
I'm feeling great. I had an excellent nap this afternoon after playing some power washing simulator with my friend. But now we're here for slightly inferior sports. It's not an esport level that Power Wash Simulator is. But thankfully, we have you with us there who end up watching the full last two series. You can help us build a storyline here. Ricky, I think he just ended up finishing up some work, and he was shocked to see that Aster ended up actually beating PSG LGD, leading to this match that we're having right now. I mean, maybe for both Ricky and maybe for Ricky and the people that had just tuned in, you can explain how the hell that one happened, because they got slaughtered 2 days ago.
All right, so how that one happened is, although, yes, you're right, they did get slaughtered, demolished on Friday. When they came in today, they drafted a bit of an off-kilter lineup. They made sure not to play the same heroes that they've been playing. And when we saw the ban patterns of LGD was banning everything that Aster's played this season. So the Ursas, the CKs, these sorts of heroes. What they did is they switched it up. They third picked a Dazzle, which is very uncommon in the Chinese region, fifth only overall. But they also picked heroes that they haven't played in more than a year. Enigma for XXX, the Ori Razor, and the Monet Spectre. All of them very weird, and you can tell LGD didn't really have a plan on how to deal with it. They found themselves slowly but surely just being pushed off the map. And at some point, the team fight potential just came out of the nowhere. Team Aster just got too beefy on the Spectre. And suddenly every single fight they took was almost a guaranteed win for them. But Ricky, the real MVP of that game was Baboka on the Tiny. They got that first pick Tiny. Seems to be the winning formula for a lot of the teams in the Chinese region. And it carried them to victory superbly. So do you think LGD are going to try and snack up the Tiny themselves, maybe, to get them on themselves that playmaking potential? And also, how are you doing today, good sir?
I'm good, man. Yeah, I'm doing great. Like Neff said, I was doing some casting this afternoon and took a small break, had some dinner, and now I'm here casting this evening. So, no, it's just doing what I do. In terms of Tiny, I think it's just like the best opening pick in all of Dota. So if it's in the pool, like no matter what team it is going to pick it. Like this hero is just way too good. So LGD either going to try and snag it for themselves or Aster Ares will take it for themselves. It's going to be one or the other. There's no way that hero gets ignored in the first phase.
I think it doesn't matter for PSG LGD. They've shown that they can make almost anything work. They're a little bit slow to start at the beginning of the season, but they've been incredibly adaptable with what they grab. So I don't think they value the same heroes that you do, Ricky. How about that?
Definitely almost, because they just lost like 2 hours ago.
They did lose, but then they gave away Tiny Razor. Fortunately, though, Tiny Razor doesn't have a 100% win rate today because when it was snagged up by Aster Ares, it did not end up being successful. So you still have to execute your ideas, not just pick the broken heroes. Let us see, though, if they are going to be picking the broken heroes, because we have a draft, gentlemen. The elimination game now has some stakes to it, some heroes to pick up. The draft itself is one of the most important things, given that it's a best-of-1 format. You cannot screw up this stage of the game here, Neff. You need to make sure this is perfect. And you know how you do that? You ban Pudge and you first pick Warlock. Please first pick Warlock. Do the right thing.
Oh, look, Tiny. It's almost like it's exactly what I said was going to happen.
Wow, Ricky, you're like some sort of prophet to be able to look at one of the most contested heroes and see that it's going to be contested. Incredible. It was Warlock has picked up those. Snare, good job, okay?
Yeah.
So let's give it up for
Razor.
Snare,
That's
everybody.
sick.
Snare is so smart. I cannot believe that he predicted this one. You don't get enough credit, my man.
Lol. Honestly, Warlock is doing all the heavy lifting for me, so shout out to that hero. I do not like this, though. All right. Neff, earn your keep, my friend. Explain to me. First pick Morphling, first phase Morphling. What's the rationale behind this one here for Aster Ares?
I mean, it's just a solid counter out to the Razor, being able to steal the static link and feeling like your superior version of the hero with like higher growth rate on your stats, an ability that's super good after being able to morph back. But it's old logic. This hero is way weaker than it used to be. It doesn't farm nearly as fast as the Razor. It moves around the jungle pretty slowly because of the low movement speed. It's possible to burst him down pretty easily as well. When you pick him up this early in the draft, you give them the opportunity on PSG LGD to grab things like Scotty builders, Shiva's builders, Spirit Vessel builders that just shut this hero down even harder. Yes, your Tiny's very flexible, but your Morphling isn't at all. I feel like it's just a worse version of Clinks where you want to go late game and get as many items as possible. But by then, you might as well pick anything else and then win faster. I am not crazy about this one being opened here by the side of Aster Ares. I'm concerned for them as well. Maybe Zhao Wei was onto something the other day when we were interviewing him, and he said Aster Ares would be the team to be eliminated here. It's looking like it with these openers alone.
Yeah, I don't like this Morphling either. He makes a good point here, Ricky, because looking into the data set, it does seem to be the case that although Morphling is often picked into Razor with that same rationale, right? Similar to when we see it picked into the Lifestealer, it only enjoys a 37% win rate into the Razor pick. So you pick it for that reason, but more times than not, it still ends up losing. So for Aster Ares, do you think that they maybe have some other aces up the hole here and they're just leading with the Morphling to throw us off track, make us believe that it's all about the Ulu Morphling? Meantime, there's some other hero that's going to be their win condition.
I mean, Ulu's Morphling is very good. The problem with a hero like Morphling this early in the draft is it's not flexible. Like this, it's a Morphling. We all know where this hero is going. It's going to be safe lane. There's no trick up your sleeve here. Like this is what this hero is. There's not much to it. So in terms of like being able to protect this Morphling or like protect their draft, it puts Ares in a rough position, and that is just like one of the main draft weaknesses of Morphling. I still think it's exceptionally good against the Razor, and I would say like in a lot of games, the Morphling doesn't lose because of the Razor; it loses because of other factors. So yeah, it fares a low win rate, but I don't think it necessarily has anything to do with the Razor. I think it's entirely separate.
We'll see how the draft unfolds, though. Dawnbreaker is still involved in this game, so would like to see that hero come out. LGD definitely do not want to be playing into a Dawnbreaker, given that they just lost against it, but they are preparing themselves for some big team fight here, snacking up this Earth Spirit for Shinkyu. We saw them succeed with it in a very crucial game earlier in the week, so they're going to be relying on it once more. We've seen the damage output together with this Warlock Nef. It is insane. Fatal Bonds plus this Magnetize does quite a bit of work. You may not like it, good sir, but it works. It makes a difference.
I mean, if it works, you got to respect it at least a little bit. Okay, they pick the Death Prophet into this one. So the interesting thing about the Tiny Morphling and Death Prophet into the, this Fatal Bonds Magnetize is these heroes are difficult to whittle down. You're able to attribute shift over into strength. Tiny is a massive HP pool. Death Prophet has Spirit Siphon to be able to continue to run at Earth Spirit, who's got a fairly large HP pool himself, and heal back up. So you need heroes that can burst Morphling Death Prophet down. Unfortunately, they don't have that so far in PSG LGD. But what they do have is Earth Spirit to make up for the lack of playmaking that Warlock has. So hopefully they grab either position 1 or position 3. Maybe their mid laner here that can make some more plays happen and has that heavy burst that we're talking about. I honestly wouldn't mind to see another Lina picked up. I mean, you saw that in the previous series, right? And saw a lot of success.
Yeah. It was super good. Yeah, the Lina for Paparazzi owned the game, demolished everything. They had a bit of coverage in front of it just to make space, and definitely they have this kind of heroes in this game that can make that space for them in the Earth Spirit and the Razor. Interestingly enough, that last series that they played against RNG, this was literally their first 3 heroes. And then they went for, was it Bristleback, Ricky, I think? Yeah, it was Bristleback. Bristleback and then Tinker last pick for PSG LGD. This game here, we do not know what the safe lane matchup's going to be just yet. One thing I'm wondering, though, when I'm looking at these Aster Ares heroes, Neff makes a good point about them having a lot of sustain. So do we get a Spirit Vessel builder, perhaps, coming into this game for PSG LGD?
I mean, you can just rely on your Earth Spirit to build it. He's a hero that doesn't mind building Vessel. It's just an item that actually just makes him even tankier, and this hero's already really tanky to begin with. One of the highest strength gain heroes in the entire game, maybe second highest, I think. So, yeah, he can build your Vessel. That's no issue at all. They take the Nature's Prophet. I actually really like this pick. It kind of stands its ground with a BKB this game. It can build into a lot of armor. And Morphling doesn't really like this hero at all. He doesn't want to morph into a Nature's Prophet by any means. So he doesn't get anything useful out of his build. So his only real morph target this game is going to be the Razor and the Earth Spirit. And that makes the Nature's Prophet game pretty easy.
Yep, I like this NP as well. I've been seeing that a lot of the teams that are quite successful right now have to have multiple forms, or at the very least one super strong way to be able to quickly punish mistakes on the map so that we don't get the situation that you win the fight, but you just have to back into the jungle and just keep farming. So LGD certainly have that covered now with the Nature's Prophet, as the areas have 2 different sources of it in the DP Shadow Shaman. So what do you want to see here, Neff, at the end of the Aster Ares draft? We need somebody to start the fights that's not just this Tiny. Of course, though, Tiny is good enough as a hero that he can make it all happen for you. But I'd feel a lot more comfortable if they had some kind of coverage for Shang-Chi here. It seems LGD feel the same way. They banned out his Pango, his Brewmaster, now his Batrider as well. What do you want to see for the last pick of Aster Ares?
I mean, they could even flex this Tiny because right now you have a position 4-5. In theory, you have a position 4-5 Tiny Shadow Shaman, which isn't amazing as a lane support. Shadow Shaman can be position 5, but he normally likes playing a little bit more greedy. Otherwise, he falls off, doesn't have a blink dagger in the late game, and then just kind of dies. He's walking up to people. So I would not be incredibly surprised to see them pick a pause 5 here. Dawnbreaker pause 5 honestly would have been pretty good. And then it would have let them adapt based on what they saw from PSG LGD as their last pick. But something that starts fights, I don't know. I feel like Tiny can reasonably start fights. You could just go back for the classic, the form of Mars. Get on top of these heroes. It would catch Razor out.
Mars. Aster Ares. What are we going to reach for here? Still a minute of reserve time, so they have plenty of opportunity to think about this. PSG LGD are down to 5 seconds, Ricky, so they need to be considering their options as well in tandem with Aster Ares. I think now they have to decide who's going where, because they have 2 heroes that are fairly flexible in the NP and the Razor. Where would you prefer to see those heroes? And after that, who do you want to see as their last pick?
I mean, it's got to be NP in the safe lane. So my preference here would pick a hero that can actually bully out the Nature's Prophet lane, like deal with Nature's Prophet and Warlock. But there's not a lot that you can do. Like Nature's Prophet just sits so far back. He's just going to be able to sustain the lane. So I think their goal is to just leave Death Prophet solo there and then pick a mid lane that is pretty reliable. So we'll see if that's what they end up doing. They do have last pick for PSG LGD, which will be their mid laner. Like Nothing to Say should have ultimate last options here. I don't know. There's not a lot of good mid laners left actually that deal with PSG LGD. You could go the Void Spirit. It's probably one of the safest. It's great at finding heroes like Warlock on the back line. The downside is you have to deal with Earth Spirit Silence. So, okay, they go for the Bristleback, and that is going to actually change things up quite a bit.
Yeah, that's just to say the least. Okay.
Hold on. I was thinking about this early on. I was like, maybe the first phase Morphling is like a red herring, and their plan is to not run this in the 1 position for Ulu, which would be surprising.
Listen, Ricky.
But
remember that first series of this tour where they picked Alchemist first phase? We all assumed it was going to be safe lane Alch, and then it turned out to be the Red Panda Alch. What if they're doing it again? Neff, what's the odds here? Is this 5 Morphling? Whatever, LGD just go TA, whatever. Yeah. Ame, you're going to play a great hero. Sweet. No.
I mean, what if it was the 2014 support Morphling? Go full attribute shift strength. What is it, like 8-second cooldown, 4-second stun? That was hype. That thing was incredible. It just pushed people back like 500 range as well.
Yeah, Morphling Pudge Lane was really fun at the time.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not what we're going to get, fellas. Instead, we get the boring Ulu playing. What is he? He's playing the Morphling in this game, yeah. We see Ame on the Templar Assassin. So no exciting stuff. Faith Beyond's going to be on the Nature's Prophet. It looks like they just want to play this incredibly fast on PSG LGD. They want to get this game over with. You've got decent heroes at fighting into that on Astral Ares other than your Morphling. Your Morphling is kind of like the black sheep of this draft here. Like they picked this one early on, and then they realized, oh god, they're just playing incredibly quick into us. They have Warlock and Razor as their openings. Then they go for like this Nature's Prophet and Earth Spirit. And they've adapted by going for the Bristleback, but I don't think they've adapted enough. And that's why I was complaining about the Morphling is the opening to this one. I don't see this going well for Astral Ares, fellas. I'm going to have to go with PSG LGD. Bit of a boring answer. I mean, it's what a lot of people would have predicted starting this series, but I think draft has made it even worse.
All right, Ricky, offlane extraordinaire. Last pick, Bristleback for their offlane. Does it give them what they need on Astral Ares? Or rather, how do they win with this last pick, Bristleback?
Bristleback gets like absolutely dominated in lane by Templar Assassins, so I don't think he's even going to have a good lane to begin with. So I'm going to go PSG LGD as well. I think this one is going to be incredibly difficult for Astral Ares to pull off.
Well, let us see if Zhao 8's prediction of Astral Ares being the first team to be eliminated will come to fruition, or if we're going to have them yet again pull off an upset against the dominant team of PSG LGD. To find out, we've got some wonderful casters. We've got Neff, the Mechanics, Savage Mechanics Sensei, our Cryptic, the Immortal Pretty Boy, and they're going to be bringing you this hype Dota. Take it away, boys. I'll talk to you after the game.
Neff, you really woke up with violence on the mind today.
I mean, that was just off the air. You have to pretend to be a nice guy when we're on air.
Yeah, of course.
Even that, I don't do a very good job of pretending. Okay, let's get the show on the road, Ricky.
Gaslight me every opportunity.
Gaslighting isn't real. You're crazy.
That's true. Something someone that's gaslighting me would say.
Listen, the people want to hear about Dota, Ricky. All right, they don't want to hear about you gaslighting. Our personal lives, us fighting with each other. They want us to break down this game for them, and they want you to cast this. Okay. Yeah.
No. Continue your sentence, Neff. Continue your sentence. It's fine.
I want you to cast this fight that's breaking down. It didn't actually break down, though.
There was no fight, yeah. It's all right.
Nothing.
3 runes for PSG LGD. Fantastic way to start the game for them. And I'm really curious how this bottom lane is going to go. It is Morphling. The problem is, like, offlane Nature's Prophet is going to farm pretty fine. Like, I don't think he really cares all that much about the Morphling. So we'll see how it goes. Earth Spirit, relatively tanky, but Shadow Shaman is one of the most annoying heroes to trade with, especially once you get a point in the shackles. That life exchange that comes through there is actually really, really, really sick.
Yeah. You have to be a little bit careful here, though, as NQ did start with the Orb of Venom. So if you get caught out of position, that he just, like, walked you down with the Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
You didn't start with very much HP regen on Ulu here. Red Panda doesn't have that headdress or provide him with extra regen. In fact, he just went triple branch, banned Elvskin to begin his lane here on the Morphling. And given that they got 3 bounty runes instead of PSG LGD, it means he only gets to send himself out tangos, and that's it. No salve alongside it.
Yeah.
Right.
Nice lane pull here by the Bristleback, though. This is actually pretty sick. Gets the re-aggro onto the hard camp there. Going to be able to deny a little bit of those creeps, but he got clapped by the tomato. So that's like a pretty decent chunk of damage that, you'd try not to take on those heroes.
Was he? Oh, yeah. Look at this. Ame filling up wand charges here. 5 wand charges from the tomato clap. You shouldn't get those from neutral creeps, in my opinion. It's too good. It's too good.
Dude, Ame's having a great time on the safe lane TA, as expected.
Yeah. Now, underneath the tower here on the Bristleback, he'll be able to safely farm up these creeps. He's going to try to deny this underneath the tower here, but not going to be so easy. Has to walk back as well because TK threatens to throw him in. He doesn't have a point in refraction yet either, meaning he would be taking a lot of damage if TK managed to get that toss avalanche off onto him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's always something you have to be careful of, man. I've seen so many heroes just like out of position for 1 second and then end up in the enemy fountain or enemy tower, and you're just like, well, this sucks. Guess I'm dead. Some real lane shenanigans happening here bottom. Jinq actually managing to get the pull despite Red Panda like attacking them, and he's actually able to deny it, which is pretty sick.
Innocence didn't manage to pull the creeper. The only thing he managed to get up here was the ranged creep, so I think it means that the lane will shove in, but they're not going to deny too much XP from the Bristleback and the Tiny here. And now you've got your first point refraction, so it's a little bit easier to aggro onto the Bristleback. We're probably not going to see much action until, what, the 4-minute mark. Earth Spirit probably wants to rotate into the mid lane on that. And, if nothing to say, or you end up chasing each other down over by the rune, Earth Spirit rotates in, one of these heroes are definitely going to die, especially if you throw Shadow Shaman into the mix as well. 2.5 second hold is big. Looks like Death Prophet's rotating to the enemy team bounty rune.
Yep.
He's missing CS because of this, though. At least a little bit of CS. I think he missed like 1 or 2. Yeah. So I'm just saying, could have a little bit of an XP advantage here.
Top lane. Why? Falling pretty low, but a Meld Strike just right to the face pushes Bristleback all the way out. Not to mention this Fatal Bond's just doing work.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine. This is a boring lane. Nobody cares about the Warlock lane, man. Let's be honest. It's the bottom lane where we're going to see the action at the beginning of this game, okay? This Earth Spirit's eventually going to get onto the Shadow Shaman. We're seeing the rotation of the 4-minute rune, by the way. Looks like Shadow Shaman and Warlock are the ones coming in for this.
Death Prophet's going to put a lot of damage onto the Razor here, and with TK on the Tiny, the Avalanche comes through, the toss as well. Do they have the burst? Kept alive here for the moment thanks to the Shadow, where he's going to try and just TP out. They actually cancel it as Jinq comes in, hits the boulder onto TK. He's got to try and get the deny off. I don't think he can walk this one out. Yeah, last field comes through, and there it is, your first blood going the way of the Razor.
Yeah. He did manage to get the water rune there as well, so that gave him enough like mana and HP to get into that chase there. So not great for the Death Prophet, the Razor getting the first blood there, but it's still ahead on net worth by what, like 100 gold. That's the issue there. It was surprising to see him like try to TP out there. I think you realize, okay, I'm healing enough from this Warlock that I can't actually just stand my ground against these heroes. They don't have enough damage to finish me off. I always see Zinq trying to get in position down here in the bottom lane. One of the most annoying parts about this game for Asta Ares is having to play the Shadow Shaman into a Nature's Prophet. Like, normally you feel amazing, super strong, you can push any offlaner out, but against anyone with summoned units, like, your shackles feel so useless all of a sudden. He's just hitting you with like 3-4 trinkets while you try to shackle him. And at level 1, that, 60 HP heal you get from it is nothing.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah. Oh. One of the things that came into mind when they decided to lane Faith Beyond down here, when they realized that it is going to be Red Panda on the Shadow Shaman. They go, okay, well, I can lane against him just fine when I have these treants to work with. I'm still playing pretty far up on both these heroes here. Red Panda could potentially be in trouble. He's got to be very careful with his positioning, but not as much as in top lane. They end up losing Ame there because the rotation of the Death Prophet.
Yeah, this is a really good one. They needed to do something with this first EXO. Like, they made some rotations mid. They're trying to keep this Catapult alive. Bristleback with the Vanguard just tanking up this tower as much as possible. And it's going to pay off. They end up doing it. Exorcism doesn't really have as much throw down to the tower as before, but with some extra time, they might be able to get it. Some TP's coming through, though. Nothing to say has a haste rune, and he's just going to tunnel down the Bristleback, trying to keep his back toward him, but there's no chance he's going to be able to survive this. Eye of the Storm making quick work of him. The other side of the fight, Death Prophet will be forced out, but good rotation top. They keep their tower alive, and Ame just goes to clean up some big stacks in the jungle. And now TK, he's just gonna get ran down here by the Razor. In from Jin Q, snipes him with a boulder. No, it's not gonna connect.
Nope. He's gonna be able to get away from that one. Impressive that TK managed to dodge that toss, man, to stall him just enough time. Wow, not finding that kill is kind of unfortunate. But they did manage to turn that one around. They get the kill onto Bristleback. That was the big thing there. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to put much pressure onto either the mid tower or the bottom one with the first catapult coming out on PSG LGD. That's something you normally want to do with the Nature's Prophet. So it slows their game down a little bit, I feel.
Top lane, Avalanche. There's the toss. Can the Bristleback finish him off? He can. But here comes a rotation in from Faith Beyond. And with Ame here on the TA, this Bristleback's not nearly tanky enough.
Yeah, he is. You underestimate his power. This guy is so big, a single Vanguard. All right, never mind. He blocked himself off in the trees instead of going like up and behind the tower with the Quelling Blade. He just kind of got himself stuck there. That's unfortunate. Mid lane?
Yeah, indeed. Beautiful grab here onto the Death Prophet. Avalanche come through from TK, tosses him out, and it's actually going to be enough to save the Death Prophet. Huge play there from TK. Great rotation in.
Yeah, nothing. He doesn't have enough movement speed to close the gap either in the Fatal Bonds or the Shadow Ward, not enough to finish him off. So he survives this one. And they can't even put that much pressure on this tower. Otherwise, TK just like toss avalanches you again when you're sitting at like, I don't know, 75% HP there. You need to move back. They're doing such a good job at stalling this one out on Asta Ares. I was worried about the overwhelming push power coming in from PSG LTD, but they're dealing with it reasonably well so far.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think they're just like kind of... I was gonna say, I feel like they're just kind of like finding what pickoffs they can. I don't think they're ready to like really force the objective in terms of pushing. Like Faith Beyond's got an urn completed. He's going for an early vessel, so he just wants to get that online like ASAP.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the biggest problem for Asta Ares right now is the fact that you lost the Bristleback twice in a row after you completed a Vanguard. That's associated in your game so much. You are not supposed to die. This is the enemy you go for.
Yeah, he just got level 6.
Yeah. You're just like on the map more when you have this item. Now it's boot to speed, so we can run down heroes and play a little bit further forward now.
Is under attack.
They're smoking up top, by the way. Death Prophet and Tiny both coming in. They're going to connect with Ame.
Avalanche comes through. They don't have the... Oh, they can't get TK on top of him. If he'd gotten the toss, it would have been huge. But the Exorcism, not really going to net them anything unless they can get this mid tower. And they're paying it. They're like, we got to do something here.
Yeah.
But... question is, will LG decide to defend this?
Hide in the trees,
chipping away.
This does not do what it used to do, unfortunately. And they even get vision because of the static field. I think you can just
but Avalanche, can they bring down Nothing to Say? The toss not going to do anything. It just has an illusion rune, and they're going to be able to root up that Shadow Shaman as well. So 3 heroes go down pretty much right away, punished. And even your Death Prophet just dies solo to the TA. So suddenly... this like attempt you made in the mid lane just gets absolutely destroyed.
Yeah. I think the bottom lane, he was pulling the creeps away from the tower with the trance, so they managed to get the bot tower while all that goes down as well. A funny attempt there by Asta Ares. I'll give him that. It was funny to watch the Death Prophet try to get a little bit of chip damage with the Exorcism, but that is not what that spell is for anymore. You win team fights with it, and you can kind of push. It isn't like a super fast tower taking ability that you're gonna like outplay the enemies with, and you're kind of setting yourself up for failure when you're trying to play into the fog into a plasma field.
Yeah, that, I mean, plus Earth Spirit, plus Wrath of Nature. Like, there's a lot of things that they can do.
Yeah, but they just ended up like getting full vision when they're trying to make like a sneaky, underhanded play. Plasma field and revealing the Death Prophet's position. So it made the initiation very easy. where they were, supposed to have vision advantage originally because they had this observer ward up here. They did not have a vision advantage at all.
So just as we expected, the TA off to a fantastic start this game. Top of the net worth here, just approaching 6,000 net worth at about 11 minutes. And Ulu gonna get found behind the tower by the Razor. And the question is, will they go for it? He gets the morph off in time, but there's 3 heroes here just dumping the damage waveform to try and get away. They will be able to do it. The Adaptive Strike plus that Avalanche will make plenty of space, but they're going to be able to get this tier 1 tower very easily. Bottom lane, he goes ahead and drops the wards on Red Panda. Nothing to say, TPing in right away. And mid lane, trying to pressure on the Bristleback. So their goal, trying to get something on the map, but LGD just too quick with the counter rotations.
Yep. Putting the Razor down here, making it too difficult for the Shadow Shaman to commit onto him super hard. Because same sort of logic as the summoned units, right? You commit onto him like a Hex plus Shackles, you're getting hit with Eye of the Storm underneath the tower, you could be taking a lot of damage all of a sudden. So he's forced to back up and let Nothing to Say clear out those wards. So they bring the tower down to the bottom lane to half HP, but they want more than that. They need more than that. The closer we get to a couple of these big items on PSG, the worse off Astro Ares are. We talked about the Spirit Vessel at the beginning. Unfortunately, Faith Beyond already has that one completed. It's being flown out to him right now. We can see on the courier there. And they're going to chase Ulu.
And he gets the morph off once again. Zinq unable to connect on the rolling boulder, so he's going to be fine.
Tower is under attack.
Yep. Where is your courier, Faith Beyond? All right, it's flying over him now. It looked like he was putting the courier over to the enemy team's jungle, planning on moving over there and setting up a kill. And it flies back over to him. Cool.
Yeah, and
Now
with
they're
that
going to
vessel
the mid tower.
completed, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to try to defend this one on Astro Ares. They might, but Death Prophet and Morphling are both going to come in pretty slowly. You had no HP on Morphling, you had no mana on the Death Prophet, so they're just not going to be in time to defend this.
Yeah, PSGLG just playing super quick Dota at the moment, and with the TA joining the fights pretty much right away, it's going to make things really difficult. I mean, she's got the Deso completed in just about 60 gold, so this hero is just going to hit in a ridiculous timing.
Now, PSGLG are playing in your jungle, and you place these super deep wards, one nearby the enemy's tier 1 mid, one over by the enemy team's ancient stack. These wards are now useless to you. Based on where PSG are going to be playing. Fortunately, there's only got like 3 minutes left on one of them, 2 minutes left on the other, but even less map control, even less information about where the enemies are when they try to take fights into you. Your map is shrinking all of a sudden, and this Morphling is not even close to where he wants to be. Again, I talked about how this hero doesn't farm nearly as quick as a lot of other Pause 1s. It is not able to keep up with the tempo of LGD's draft this game. Like, he's now working on his BKB as his second item. He only has a Yasha as his first. You were better off picking almost anything else. But he needs this BKB in order to deal with, like, the Spirit Vessels and whatnot coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see all 3 cores on LGD at the top of the net worth, and TA just goes right into Roach. She just feels zero pressure at all.
Or maybe a little bit of pressure.
I mean, does she? She might just want to kill people. Roll in from Jin Q. They're going to go ahead and drop the Exorcism Silence out onto the Earth Spirit. The Avalanche will catch TA off onto the side. If they get Jin Q, it's a pretty great way to start the fight. He does go down. They commit the KDOC offering as well. So, spells committed from the side of PSG LGD, and maybe going to try and turn this around as Ulu. He turns himself into the Razor, so he's got that static. Oh, it doesn't matter. They just destroy the Bristleback. He's supposed to be your guy. And it just didn't matter.
It was supposed to be the guy. Yeah, Exorcism isn't going to be able to do much either. I mean, this is only a level 10 Death Prophet. 8 Exorcism goes, it's not that scary to fight into, so they feel confident there on LGD. They push in the mid wave and try to get a little bit of damage on this tier 1, but even Nothing to Say is going to deal with that while his team finishes up Roach. They feel super confident. Aegis now on Ame as well. They would invade the enemy team's triangle. Your map is very small. It's like you said, this Bristleback ended up just melting. His game got slowed down so much when he died like 2 times in a row after getting this Vanguard. And I think it's going to be too slow at this point. Like, if you get it to have its Halberd, it might be a little bit easier for your team to fight in this Templar Assassin, but he's still so far away from even that. Alright, fortified out in a little bit of time, but honestly, not much. I think they just wait for the next creep wave here, and they continue this push. We've still got a very long time.
Ooh, Hex finds the TA. She's trapped inside those wards. Avalanche comes through. Can they actually burst the Aegis? It doesn't look like it. Instead, oh my gosh, Xin Q not even punished. Okay, yeah, he's dead. Taunts there, plus a couple tower auto attacks.
I think he could have smoked there to survive.
Yeah, probably actually.
Yeah, like the auto attack coming towards him, the units weren't close enough. Oh, who cares? It's not worth the smoke, right? You want to make a play with that thing? I'm sure, you know, Masters in Q would have thought of that. Yeah, he ran a million possibilities in his head as he was rolling away, decided the smoke wasn't worth popping. So it actually did end up slowing down their push.
The Aegis there. Ooh, they are just right under a ward, and they know nothing to say. Just pops the BKB. Vessel is out from Faith Beyond as they get the first support. TK will be able to TP out. But they were going for a D ward. Get heavily punished. It took them way too long to get that.
Yeah, it did. Right, Bristleback is just like doing his best to shove in this wave, but nothing to say is already here. He'll be able to clear out this wave, so it'll slow down any potential push up to the top lane. Looks like Earth Spirit's TPing over into the mid. I don't think they're going to go for anything right away off of this. Instead, they're going to wait for Ami to finish up the Blink Dagger that he's working on. Yeah. On top of here, it's a little bit easier. So it'll be like, but I don't know, maybe without the BKB, you get punished on Ame. If you just try to Blink Dagger in. I think that one's got to come next when you're playing into the Shadow Shaman. So maybe they don't make any major plays on the map or like manage to push high ground before the BKB comes out on Ame. They're smoked up on 3 heroes on the side of Aster Ares, and actually ends up popping here because it's in Q.
He didn't actually see them when he popped their smoke, and the actual ward place on the high ground there from Red Panda will allow them to find that Earth Spirit once again. So quick little pick off.
Ame surprisingly positions himself aggressively, despite the fact that he just saw several heroes down here.
I mean, he's still got Aegis, and they have a tower to TP too. I don't think he's really too worried.
Yeah, it's just weird to see. Over on the other side of the map, nothing to say working on his refresher orb. I mean, he still only got his PKB bottom. Ulu's just gonna TP out.
Yeah, that's easy kill onto Ulu.
Yeah, the golem dropped to interrupt that.
I mean, I feel like he can just run away from these two, but maybe not.
On Morphling?
Yeah.
With what movement speed? This guy is incredibly slow hero.
I thought maybe with waveform, but yeah, I guess not.
I think it's pretty easy for them to chase you down, especially with like a Blink Dagger on the Templar Assassin. Make quick work of that bottom tier 2 tower.
But Panda found the Earth Spirit, going for the Shackle. Nothing to say comes in with the ult, and not gonna be able to find anything. Xin Q, tanky on the Earth Spirit, gets the D ward, the kill, plus all the wards. More gold going the way of PSG LG as they push their lead now up to 6,000.
It feels so much worse than that, honestly.
It does.
It feels a lot more than a 16 net worth lead. What Trank Boots and Dragon Scale on this this Earth Spirit, so he's going to heal back up in no time at all. Honestly, it's like they never even jumped on him, and you committed your mass separate wards for that one. Thankfully, Death Prophet does have her BKB, and you've got Exorcism available for like a big ultimate, and I think it's the only thing deterring PSG LGD from just like taking all of your outer towers with this first Aegis. The game feels very rough at the moment, though. Heaven's Halbert's now complete on Bristleback, though. That's a big item that I was talking about that was done a little while ago. So it will slow down the Templar Assassin in these fights, but again, it's not going to deal with the BKB. So Ame, once that one's completed, he's only 1,400 gold away from it. BKB, Blink Dagger, and eliminate the Shadow Shaman while like, your team chases down the other heroes. I think the game is decided at that point.
Ooh, TK, Avalanche is actually off the mark. Nothing to say, just dodges it, pops the BKB. The roll will connect from Xin Q. They're going to take down the Tiny. Just a good way to start the fight. They get the D ward at least on the backside. Nice Hex coming in onto the Earth Spirit. And you're going to pop the Exo, maybe try and take this fight, but they just back away. LG are like, yeah, we got a big cooldown. Screw it. We're out. Faith Beyond with a TP.
This is disastrous for Aster Ares. In another 70 seconds, as soon as BKB is back up on the Razor, they're going to be making a play. They don't need to wait for the next Roshan. The big thing they were waiting for is this Exorcism cooldown, and it was used. Sure, Death Prophet has their BKB, but without the Exorcism, they don't have damage to take a fight in PSG LGD. Especially not the item charge completed on this Warlock. They can just sustain through the damage that Aster Ares are doing. this game just gets harder and harder. I'm looking at a solution for them, and like it's kind of there. Like you're always going to have damage if you get Exorcism off, but when you waste it, they manage to get back out of these team fights on LGD. You have very little to work with. This BKB Morphling build is not enough. Like maybe you can kill Warlock on the back line. Maybe you're very lucky you'll catch out Faith Beyond by himself, but outside of that, you don't have enough damage to finish off these other heroes.
Oh, they found Red Panda.
Yeah.
Well, that roll did not look like it was supposed to connect, but he gets it anyway.
Illegal roll.
It's one of those things like going from down a ledge, right? Where like it's the same thing with Hook. Like sometimes Hook like teleports down a few pixels when it goes over a ledge.
Very cool. They heal up the treants as they go in the tower to make killing them even harder. This is so ridiculous to deal with, man. Honestly, the fortify means like the attacks are going to shatter off on everything. How much damage does do? 10-second duration on this. So it is as if these Great Treants have another 450 health, and you just like drop the Shadow Word onto them. That much harder to clear out. That is so miserable.
It's almost as if Warlock is a good hero.
Absolutely not. I hear my conscience speaking to me, but I'm shutting it down as I always do. All right. What's Q working on? He's working on BKB to be able to initiate super far in as well. Again, the Shadow Shaman, these tiny heroes are issues for them to just be able to like run at them. That's the only reason these tier 2s are still standing. They're solving these problems pretty quickly here, though. I am surprised though they did not end up punishing them super hard for the lack of Exorcism. I thought they'd be playing a lot quicker than that, but maybe they feel like they aren't rushed given like the Bristleback's build. Maybe they feel like Morphling isn't that strong in the late game.
Ooh. They get the BKB and they just tosses out his Bristleback. He's like, get out. I take it all back. Mid lane though, they managed to find a Death Prophet. They do have the BKB though. I don't know if Jin Q he gets the Rolling Boulder off just in time. So
yeah.
I was gonna say they have some big items coming out on the side of PSG LG. They're about 50 gold away from a Refresher on Razor. They have the pack that was just finished up on the Nature's Prophet. And
that roll was sick.
Yeah, that is. They're about to hit some huge timings.
Yeah. Seeing Q do be rolling though. All right, 1 minute till Roshan. This one is big, so I imagine at this point they start setting up around the pit. They deny the mid tower before the Roche fight. That is weird. There's no way that was a team call. ZinQ definitely made that call by himself. I think you want that fight up there when Roche is, or the tower there when Roche is responding. If the enemy's just gonna like run it and take it. It is very valuable to be able to TP in.
Lane, they're not gonna find the Death Prophet. Does have the BKB available. Deciding not to use it as Bristleback goes in right away. They're gonna try and do what they can. Ulu going for the damage drain onto the Razor, doing a lot of work. But he pops the Refresher, and Ulu, I don't know, can he actually bring down the Razor? No, he cannot. A huge crit from the TA. The Golem comes down as well. They are just getting absolutely destroyed by the Fatal Bonds here as Ame just clicks them down one after the other. Just down to a sliver of HP, but there it is. The aggressive blink onto the high ground. Triple kill for TA, a 5-0 as PSG LG. I think they're just going to end the game. I think this is it. They got nothing left in the tank on Ares. You are right onto the high ground. There it is. GG. It's done.
It's not just the game that's done, unfortunately. It looks like Asta Ares is going to be done here as well. End up losing both their series. The main snare, I mean, maybe he could break it down better for us. He was here to witness both these defeats. My man, was it heartbreaking?
Heartbreaking defeats indeed. The game that they lost up against Extreme Gaming, a little bit less heartbreaking than this. That game was somewhat competitive. This one, though, it certainly was not. PSG LGD demonstrating yet again that they are the best. And they are a little bit upset because they were not playing that game just to beat Asta Ares. They were looking to demoralize them. It was not even close in pretty much any aspect of the game. Honestly, I was thinking after we saw the draft that, well, I don't like the draft from Asta Ares, but maybe there's some interesting shenanigan that they're going to pull out. And no shenanigans. PSG LGD read everything like an open book from them. One thing that was very frustrating to me, Ricky, watching this game was that I kept hoping for Asta Ares to make something happen with some of the heroes that they had, right? They had access to the Tiny. There were times when it's like, well, they have access to Ghost. We have an ability to maybe try and force a fight in an interesting place, but it felt like outside of like one pickoff that they found in the mid lane, they never really made anything happen on Asta Ares. What do you think it was within the team that made them so skittish in this game?
I mean, I just think it's their draft. It's like not very good. Offlane Bristleback is not a strong hero. Like realistically, I think this hero is like pretty much exclusively good as a carry. Where like you pick him late in the draft and then you have like this incredible tempo to play off of with like this early Aghanim Scepter and you like prioritize getting the Bristleback farm. This game, he's kind of just there to exist while they try and get the Morphling farm, but Morphling cannot keep up with the pace of heroes like Nature's Prophet and TA. It's not a good Morphling lane to begin with, thanks to the Nature's Prophet. So it's like Astarias just got absolutely owned in draft. Like execution aside, there's a chance that they can win this game.
Yeah, I mean, it was made so much worse for the Bristleback by the fact that he died 2 times in a row after he got the Vanguard done. And the Morphling is pretty bad against the Nature's Prophet, but not as bad as the Shadow Shaman is. Again, you try to get the shackles off of him and punish him with your safe lane gear, just being able to click them down. But Shadow Shaman, no melee damage block to do with the Treants. You're held in place yourself for 2.5 seconds. You're dropping that, so you get beat down by the Nature's Call. The game was just too hard for them from the very beginning. The only saving grace would have been the Bristleback. But PSG LGD identified that, ran top, got 2 kills off of him, and then it was easy sailing from there.
Yep. I mean, this has been the one thing that Astarias has done, because this season, the reason they are here in the tiebreakers to begin with is because they've pulled off some incredible upsets against Extreme Gaming, against PSG LGD. And one of the main methods that they used to accomplish this was some very interesting drafting. At the time, they're the ones that began this support alchemist trend that we started seeing in China. Nobody else was doing it. They're the ones that would first pick a hero that you imagine is going to be a core, shift it to support later. Unfortunately, though, it seems like as time has gone on, the surprises have run out. PSG LGD able to read them like an open book. It honestly felt at times like LGD had like observer vision, given how crisp their movement was around some of these heroes and Astarias. So Ares now will be the first team eliminated from the tiebreaker set. They have no opportunity to find themselves participating in the major. Very, very sad for them, as they've now suffered the second and all-critical loss. Well, that means that there is a guarantee now, gentlemen. PSG LGD have booked their tickets to the major. They've gotten themselves into Arlington. The only question that remains now is in what position are they going to be ending out the day? Of course, we're doing tiebreakers not just to see who ends up going to the major, but for seeding between 2 and 4th. As we still are looking at the last remnants of this game here, Ricky, PSG LGD certainly started playing a lot more crispy than I saw earlier. Do you think that they were upset about the fact that they are in this position where they were 1 game away from being eliminated writ large?
I don't think LGD was ever worried this game. Like they didn't seem like they were worried. Like they weren't like flustered or panicked. Like they kind of just like sat back, farmed their items, and then like won one team fight and ended the game. Like that's actually what happened. Like they got a couple pickoffs here and there, but they never really felt pressured to do anything. Like they were never on the clock. They came out of the lanes ahead. They just like get their couple of items, get their BKBs, and then that's it. Like then they just, force Astarias to try and do something desperate. They did. They lose the fight, and that's pretty much the game.
Yep. Right after this Wraith Pack got picked up, suddenly LGD is like, well, they already lack damage. Let's just go. And what on earth are they going to do? Neff, as we are seeing the last time Astarias will be participating in these tiebreakers, as they are now eliminated. A surprising season from them. A lot of teams were expecting that they would be eliminated alongside Dandelion Esports Club in the bottom 2. I think they can still look back on this as a very successful tour, right? You get dominated in these 2 games by Extreme Gaming and PSG LGD, but the fact that you're here to begin with is already a massive...
I disagree. This team should have been in Division 1 ages ago. They so many times looked like they were going to make it up. They finally did this season, and they proved that they could swing it with the best of them, okay? They almost made second place. Second place if you discount these tiebreakers.
They were so close. Unfortunately, this game was not NTS on this Razor. Some interesting stats about how the Razor performed. The refresher that he was able to pick up with this BKB combo, 88 percentile, of the fastest ones of all time. So certainly a good performance from him. But I disagree with the MVP, because it should go to Innocence. Warlock with Fatal Bonds make magic happen in this game. You're looking at that damage.
Press Shadow Word, press Fatal Bonds.
Look, man,
high-octane gameplay right there.
You think they achieved double the damage
Everybody
of
listening right now, you can do more
Fatal
than
Bonds?
this. You can do so much more than just play Warlock, everybody. Dota 2 is an incredible game. You don't need to listen to Snare.
Ricky, listen. Neff loves playing this Earth Spirit, right? But if you look at those damage numbers between Earth Spirit and Warlock, you tell me who's the more effective support hero in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I would say part of this is because Earth Spirit doesn't go for the Spirit Vessel. Like, one of the things that makes Earth Spirit usually a really high damage 4 is, like, he gets the Vessel, but they just built it on Faith Beyond this game. So, Jin Q, his whole game is just, like, he's just, like, the suicider. Like, he just runs in, just, like, finds one hero to start the fight and is like, I'm probably going to die, but the rest of my team will run them over. And he has, like, 4 of the team's 5 deaths. And, Earth Spirit did his job.
He bravely runs in there, Jin Q, no fear. Look at that man's face. Meanwhile, the Warlock reading his book, sitting in the back, a coward. Stolen Valor, stolen damage with the Fatal Bonds. How about that?
Oh my gosh. The Warlock hate is too strong coming out of Neff here. Unfortunately for him, though, that's not the hero we're going to hate on the most. Before we move on to this next series, we need to hate on this Morphling hero. Did absolutely nothing in that game from the first pick. Obviously, was counted out quite heavily, but the hero itself doesn't seem to offer anything in this meta right now, Neff. So, move some of that hate to the Morphling and tell me, why do teams still keep relying on him despite his very poor record right now?
I mean, it's, you look at everything through rose-colored glasses. You think about the good times where you played Position 1 Morphling. When you remember these old relationships, you look back on the good times rather than the bad, or even like the bad recent times. I think people are just stuck in that trap. We see a lot of these level 25 Grandmaster Morphlings picking up the hero. Unfortunately, despite how familiar you are with the hero, it's really not that familiar anymore. Times have changed. The heroes changed. Items in the game have changed. It's not what it used to be. That's all I got to say. You guys are getting baited.
I think like the Morphling is, it's just like not as strong. But I think the problem with the Morphling this game is the fact that Bristleback exists on his team. Like, I don't think it has anything to do with the Morphling as much as like Bristleback is kind of like a useless hero without a pretty sizable advantage. And
our cryptic fans see the Morphling with 4k hero damage make no impact in the game, 0, 2, and 0, and he goes, I think Bristleback's the problem.
I mean, it's like the Morphling. It didn't really do anything, but like he can't do anything because there's just a Bristleback that's like fighting him for net worth like half the time. So I don't know. It just felt weird. Like the lane wasn't good for Morphling, and then he had nowhere to recover because Bristleback is like also trying to farm the same area of the map as him. So it's just awkward.
I'm not impressed with you right now.
Let us hope that we never see that again. Off-lane Bristleback paired with a safe lane Morphling. However, now we are done with Aster Ares. We've seen them eliminated from the tiebreaker set. Now we still have to determine what the order of events is going to be. Who's taking second, third, and fourth position. To determine who takes second is going to be the next best of one we have for the day, boys. Team Aster against Extreme Gaming. We have seen this matchup in the upper division of the DPC several times before. It has usually, it's not a guarantee, but usually has gone in the Extreme Gaming favor. Now that this is an elimination game, well, not necessarily elimination, but given what the stakes are, because if Aster wins this game, they get themselves second place, and the amount of DPC points they're going to accrue, Neff, would put them into the top 12. It might not be a guarantee of getting to TI, given what might happen at the major, but it's a very great stepping stone for them. So how much do you think it's going to be factoring into their thinking that, guys, we're one game away? Is that going to be a benefit, or is it going to be a detriment to how they approach this next game?
Okay, I think that regardless of this, they're coming in with a lot to prove. There's a little bit of bad blood between them and PSG, LGD. They had something to prove for that one. Now they can come in with second place. I think they put a massive amount of prep time into this. I don't think TI factors in. Again, this is just being at the top of your region, and this is something that Aster has always excelled in, regardless of the stakes. So I don't really think that TI will play a factor into it, but, you could try to pitch that storyline if you wanted to. I think they would have gone all out in this match regardless.
How are you feeling about this, Ricky? Especially given that Extreme Gaming are still in a position where they have to prove themselves as a squad. They have come very close to being able to reach some of the heights we all expected of them, but not necessarily able to crack through the roof itself. So do you think that for them, they're thinking about this, or is it just about get to the top right now, worry about TI and all the other things later, take it game by game, as it were?
Yeah, I think they're just not even really thinking about the placements, to be honest. Like, I think that is like so far in the back of their mind in terms of like what they're focusing on right now. More than anything, they're looking at Aster and being like, all right, this is what they've done well. This is what they've done poorly. This is how we're going to try and beat them. I don't think like there's going to be even a mention of the standings or DPC points or anything until after the tiebreakers can like finish up. So if you're on Extreme right now, the only thing that matters is how to beat Aster. Everything else is irrelevant.
How to beat Aster indeed is certainly something that's going to be most important in their thinking. Let's talk about how they do that, gentlemen. Draft, of course, as we've seen today, is the prime factor in how these games pan out. Aster earlier in the day did pull out several heroes they haven't played in a very long time, a strategy that's not been employed by anybody else really. So going into this game, are we going to be having either of these teams also trying to pull more rabbits out of the hat? I mean, we've pretty much been the theme of the day. Is that theme going to continue, Nev?
I think so. You might see a patch post or pre-major coming up here. So any strategies that these teams have been holding back, during the DPC, I think they're going to unveil here as changes might happen before the major ends up coming around. Plus, in a best of one, I think it's even better to kind of pull these pocket strats out and like throw somebody off. They won't have time to adapt to it in the second game. Rabbits out of the hat, definitely the way to go in these best of ones that decide so much. I mean, it's from having like one of the top seeds inside the region to being fifth place and not attending the major. What's better than that for a pocket strategy, man?
It can certainly make the difference. I mean, speaking of pocket strats, we've seen from Aster before, one of the ones that they pulled out, Ricky, one of your favorite heroes, Pudge mid for Ori, has been utilized to great success by the squad before. Do you think they're going to be reaching in for that particular bag of goodies?
Sorry, I got pinged on I got pinged on Discord really quick.
Oh.
What was the question? Someone pinged me for something important.
The last time around that we saw, I mean, we were speaking of pocket strats and stuff like that, right? And Aster has demonstrated that they can pull out these strats because they played this Pudge mid before for Ori. Is it something that should be in the drafting pool between themselves and XG here, given that it is an option for them?
Yeah, always. Yeah, they've actually done extremely well with the Pudge. I don't know if it's 100% win rate, but it's dang close to it. Okay, so it's like I'm pretty sure that they've won every game, but that's a bold claim, right? Without double checking the stats. So, yeah, I mean, you can't like just hope they don't pick it. We know LGD like expected it the other day. They banned it both games first phase against Aster, and I think Extreme it has to be on their mind. There's no way they can let the Pudge through that easily.
Yep. Especially considering that Extreme Gaming are very fond of this Templar Assassin hero for both Lu and Paparazzi, fond of playing heroes for Paparazzi that allow him to sit back. So do not give up the Pudge, please, for the love of God. And I don't want to see Pudge in my games. But definitely pick Warlock, because Warlock Earth Spirit is very, very good, and there's no reason not to go for it. Speaking of Earth Spirit, Neff, you're an aficionado of that hero.
Sure.
Is he... Weirdly enough, he's only actually been picked twice in the DPC in China without Warlock. Every other time that he gets picked, Warlock is the essential backbone of enabling that hero. How on earth do you love Earth Spirit but hate on Warlock?
I'd like to say it was the other way around, Snare. I'd like to say it's the other way around. I think it is Earth Spirit that enables the Warlock. Such a low-octane hero that can't make plays happen. The only way that you can make that work is when you have someone who can roll in, with that level 10 talent from like 2,000 distance and start team fights. It's got to be Earth Spirit if you want to run that boring hero. The hero that just can't start fights on its own. You need a support that can do it all, and Earth Spirit is that hero. What was the rest of your question? Sorry, I was thinking about Earth Spirit.
He just hears Earth Spirit, he's going to go off. He's like, Earth Spirit, Earth Spirit, Earth Spirit. I'm expecting that there's going to be not that much contestation on the hero in this game. Baboka has not been playing it every single game as he often used to back in the day, but it's still an option between himself and PYW. There might be that cross coverage. While the game is getting ready, though, gentlemen, today is a bit of a bittersweet day. It's a bit of an awkward occasion because this is the last time we're going to be on camera, the last time that the DPC is happening until December, January. We don't know when it's going to be coming back. Valve hasn't announced the dates. Cryptic, how's the season been for you, fam? What's this chapter in our life been like for you? Tell me about your year. How have you been feeling about all of this?
I mean, it's been a lot of fun. Sad, obviously. This will be my very last game of DPC coverage. So, it is what it is. You have to just, do what's best, have some fun with it. I don't know. I would say, I learned a lot in terms of, being a better talent, when it comes to casting, when it comes to hosting even, paneling, everything. It's been a really fun year. But sad to say that it's going to be over. And this will be my last DPC cast. So what can you do?
Give me a standout moment. What's a highlight of this season for you?
I mean, the first day in studio. That's literally it. That was the highlight.
He was like a kid in a candy store. I remember that. He was so happy.
it's like I got to like put on my fancy clothes. I got to like look the part. I got to walk into a studio.
It was like you were a real talent.
Yeah, I get mic'd up, and it's like, yeah, I did it. I made it. Like this is what like years and years and years and years of grinding has led to. Yeah, that was it. That was the highlight for sure. Getting able to, I mean, I wish you were there too, obviously, Snare, but being able to meet some of the other guys that we work with remotely was a lot of fun. But yeah, it's been a great year. We'll see what happens, going forward. But yeah, I'm happy, man. It's been a good time.
Hey, Neff, same question for you. How has your year been? What's your feelings on it? And for bonus points, extra challenge, no negativity allowed. Full optimism ahead from Neff Sensei.
That is rough. My year has been wonderful. I get to cast with the most handsome dude and dudes and wear the freshest clothes. Cast the best games of Dota in North America and China. They're the two best regions. I get to cast these tiebreakers here for an incredibly exciting finale. And of course, I'm gonna go and spectate the Arlington Major, the first LAN that we have in North America. I'm gonna head down with a couple of friends and watch that. Yeah, in 6 years, the first one in America. We have TI in Vancouver. That's where I am. But I had an excellent way to round down to the day. I get to do what I love, and I get to go down and watch another event. It's been too long. So amazing year, especially after this long ass quarantine that we ended up having. So I needed this.
I mean, I'm expecting pictures from the both of y'all. Like, so many of the crew is going to be down in Arlington. I'm super excited for y'all. I will not be there, but we'll be there in spirits, So I want lots of pictures, lots of hype from that side. It's been a very bizarre year. It's been a very long year, actually, but also somewhat short. I wish it was longer. It is what it is. It's going to be quite a while that we have to wait for the next part of the season. So before that major, actually, given that right now we have confirmation of all the 18 teams that will be at the major, I think we're only waiting on the tiebreaker tonight between Infamous and Beast Coast to determine what the last slot is going to be. But 17 teams have now filled it up. Boys, let's talk predictions. Which teams do you think are going to be finding themselves coming up at the top of the card? Ricky, I'll start with you. Give me a top 6 in order, actually, of what's going to happen at the major.
Top 6 in order?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even consider EU a competitive region, so I'm just going to ignore them. So we're going to start with the only regions that actually matter. Thunder Awaken will be top 6. I think PSG LGD will be top 3. I think Evil Geniuses will win. I think Quincy Crew will place top 6. I mean, I think like maybe Tundra will be top 6. OG will be top 6. I think that's what I put. I think EG is going to win. I think PSG LGD will probably be top 3.
One Chinese team in the top 6 and massive NA bias. Oh my God, Neff, are you hearing this? Are you going to co-sign this?
Ricky's crazy. Astra will win. Thunder Predator will come in second. PSG LGD will come in third. Then Quincy. Then EG.
Whoa, Quincy over EG. Interesting take.
Absolutely. Have you seen Quincy Crew recently?
Yeah,
I have.
I'm with him. Yeah. I'm with him on this one.
With no sponsor as well. I mean, EG is at like
their
gamer house with like 2 ping to the North American US East servers. And they can only manage to tie with Quincy Crew. When you take that team to LAN, I know that everyone has said this before, and they didn't end up performing as well as everyone said they would perform. But when you take that team to LAN, my God, are they going to pop off?
I'm excited to see if they can do that, and I'm excited to see a Chinese team win it all. I'm not sure if it'll be Aster, but it'll certainly be one of them, in my opinion. However, for Aster, they have one more challenge to overcome, which is extreme gaming, and one of the ways in which they can do that is with a good draft, which we have available. So let's get into it, boys. The game that could end up determining who goes to TI and who doesn't. Extreme Gaming versus Team Aster. Both of these teams already confirmed for the major. Now it's just about what your placement is going to be for those all-important DPC points. Aster starting off with this tiny Dazzle combination. Extreme Gaming, go back for the Monkey King they played earlier, picking up the Razor. All right, normally that we've been seeing today is Tiny Razor, both involved in the first phase. Now they've been split apart. What do we like here? What don't we like? Neff, I'll start with you. Dazzle in the opening phase here for Aster. Is this the kind of pocket that you want to see them occupying right now?
No, I am not a fan of Dazzle, believe it or not. A lot like how I see Warlock. I don't like defensively play supports. I do think that Dazzle is a lot better at the moment. I like where Poison Touch is a skill. I don't like it paired with Tiny, though. But the heal bomb is a lot less effective than it used to be, especially given that Summons aren't as good. Heroes have a lot more armor to work with than they used to. It's not as good for, push aggression now that Tower Flak exists as well. So not a big fan of that opening. Meanwhile, the Monkey King and the Razor, these are like some of the highest win rate heroes, the most consistent heroes inside the region. XG have a way superior opening, so I'm going to have to go with them as this opener. But it's very surprising to see that they ban out the Morphling. As we talked about this hero not being as strong as it used to be, we've interviewed players and they said that it haven't been as strong as it used to be. We've seen it fail time and time again. But they ban that one out regardless. It looks like they just fear playing against it.
Yep. Ricky, you were mentioning it in game number 1, or the previous game rather, because it's all BO1s today, that when you have this Razor, there is the theoretical counter with this Morphere. It's taken out now and the Ursa's removed as well. It does feel to me with this ban pattern that it's less necessarily about protecting the Razor, but they're just banning things that Aster have been comfortable with on this particular patch. So these are some Monet heroes removed, some of the heroes taken out from the support pool as well. But given that, like we said earlier today, Aster played a very surprising draft, and this Dazzle is a very surprising hero, is this the correct strategy for XG to stick with the tried and true bans instead?
Actually, I think Dazzle's really strong. So I'm pretty okay with this pick. Personally, I think this is like one of the most dominant 5s that you can actually play if you pick it into with an aggressive lane. Like there's a lot of heroes that can't actually play into it, and yeah, it's sick. I like it a lot. So I would say, like, for the most part, Dazzle's strong here. The one thing I'm most surprised is that they actually went out of their way to ban the Morphling because they have the Razor here. But yeah, that's what I would say. That's probably the most bizarre thing, that they would actually like consider the Morphling a worthy enough ban. But yeah, I think for the most part, XG have a really solid opening, but Aster, I actually like theirs quite a bit more. I think these two heroes are some of like probably some of the strongest heroes right now currently.
Tiny is just nuts. So that is not a surprise. I do wonder what they're going to put in this mid lane for Ori, though. He's obviously the last game they played it with the Razor, and he just did a phenomenal thing. So I wonder if he's going to play another anchor style hero or something that plays more.
For both of you, a total bait of a question that's going to have you, flamed by chat. Who do you think is the better mid laner, Paparazzi or Ori? If you had to pick, Snare, go ahead.
Historically or right now?
Right now. That's what matters. The only thing that matters is right now, Snare. Come on.
Right now, Paparazzi, I think.
Damn.
Right now.
Get him.
Yeah.
Ricky, what about you?
I think Ori.
Oh, now we get to see you two fight. It is crazy.
Yeah, there it is.
You know why?
Look, I'm right.
On their side?
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm right. I didn't even see the pledge before, but
yeah.
I know. We got it. Ori clearly the better mid laner, picks Pudge, easy stuff.
Oh my god. That's why I don't want to put Ori on. I don't want to give any ideas to the Dota universe that playing Pudge mid is an acceptable way for the meta to develop. It is what the meta looks like right now, but please, Valve, do something about this. On a more serious note, though, there's some very good things about it in this game. You just cannot play the core Monkey King now. Certainly going to be moved for PYW. He's probably going to be his hero anyway, but definitely can't be played in that core role anymore. Just decent hero overall. Amount of pace that it's able to set is really big. And in this game, you have the backup of this Dazzle, so it becomes even more difficult to kill and deal with the Pudge. Neff, tell me how they deal with this. I know Ricky's going to say they've already won the draft. GG, let's go home. But what do XG do to make sure that Pudge has an awful time?
Let me tell you, percentage-based damage on max HP. This Phoenix Sunray doesn't work anymore. Unfortunately, Flesh Heap blocks the majority of the damage coming from this thing. Valve, please fix your game. It is unacceptable. Oh, the percentage-based damage abilities don't really hurting Pudge anymore. This is supposed to be the counter to big HP heroes, but it just doesn't work against them.
Sigh. Sigh.
But, thankfully, these heroes are not amazing hitting the supernova. You've got the heal coming out when Pudge is hitting the dismember. But this used to be the perfect counter to the Pudge, He dismembers somebody, you have the percentage-based damage coming onto them, you're healing the target the dismembering just by pointing the Sunray in that direction. But the Flesh Heap, it will block the majority of that damage. Even when Pudge is level 30, he's maxed out. If you don't have any items, Sunray will only do about half damage once it meets full duration. At like level 7, Pudge maxes out his Flesh Heap. Sunray will do 0 damage to him for the full duration of it.
It doesn't even need to be level 7. That's the funny thing. Or he doesn't even need like 4 points in Flesh Heap at all. And
it is ridiculous.
To be honest, like they picked an Underlord who also does 0 damage to Pudge. So this Monkey King has to be your mid lane if you want any hope of shutting down this Pudge from Ori. Because this is like, I have played a lot of Pudge on this patch, like a lot, with like an over an 80% win rate, and this hero is free if you don't counter it. So I actually like don't know where their plan is here. Monkey King is probably one of the best heroes at countering Pudge, like in lane, but I don't think they're going to run it as a core. I think this is probably your 4 position. Maybe they run it in the safe lane. It's hard to say, but it's probably not going to be your mid lane. Like, I don't see this being Paparazzi's hero.
Just feels too awkward to play this Monkey King. If you're playing at core, like into Void, and the thing I always hate when I see these core Monkey Kings is if the enemy team has cheap sources of displacement. And in this game, they certainly have multiple ways to do that on Aster, so I do not want to see it core. But like you mentioned, it creates a lot of issues in the draft now. How do you counter this Pudge in lane? How do you deal with him as the game extends? And now you get this Faceless Void coming out for Monet. So you not only already have a decent draft with the Pudge already at the forefront soaking up damage, but eventually this Faceless Void just can rip through these XG heroes and or just prevent them from fighting in a stage of the game where they're feeling strong if they have a decent laning phase. Oof, it's feeling rough here, boys. Aster, in my opinion, are quite ahead with their draft here, and I'm still not seeing an easy answer towards this Dazzle. They don't have any reach here now from Extreme Gaming. What do they do to get to the backlines for themselves?
I mean, Monkey King could be considered reach. He's able to get to the backline team fight to get a tree dance off, but will very likely. I mean, we don't necessarily have a mid hero yet. You could flex like Razor or Monkey King in the mid, but we'll probably see a Spirit hero picked up last tier on XG. You could go for like, God, I want to say like an Ember Spirit, but that's not even that amazing up against the Pudge anymore. Because again, you don't really whittle them down. End up losing your Flame Guard pretty quickly. Flame Guard will do like almost nothing to the Pudge. Actually, that's depressing. I think a Spirit hero is something you have to round out this draft. They ended up getting rid of the Nyx Assassin Aster rather than any mid heroes though. Which means they probably think that they're going to like move the Razor or this Monkey King over to the mid lane, but I don't think that's good enough to jump the backline, either of these things. I think a mid laner is the only pick that's that viable. I think it has to be a Spirit hero.
Razor's pretty good. I think you might put Razor mid. You can definitely put the Monkey King in the safe lane, and then you have 2 cores that do actually pretty good at dealing with the Pudge. But you then are last picking your support, so it feels a little bit bad. And I'm pretty sure Aster have the ultimate last pick here. So like they'll be able to see the full draft from Extreme in just a little bit. I think that's probably the best way that Extreme can lane this. I don't think they have a lot of options. I think if you don't put Razor mid into the Pudge, you're going to set yourself up for a really rough game.
If that is the case, though, what do you want to see as the 4 position? Because Team Aster have a similar read on this as you do, taking out Disruptor and the Nyx Assassin. And indeed, it is the case. Lion comes out at the last pick here. Ooh. So old school pickup, PYW Lion. This used to be a classic, not something that we see all that often anymore in general. It gives them some burst damage, gives them a Hex. Does it give them the win con here, Neff?
Dude, doesn't this hero have a 0% win rate?
In
Lion?
China.
Yeah.
No.
Like in all regions or something?
No.
Literally
we saw Kaka win games with it. What do you mean?
Oh, yeah. Kaka won a game.
You were there.
You're right. Yeah.
All right, let me put you on. It's got a 43% win rate in general here in China after 23 picks. Surprising amount of picks. No, this is on all regions. 23 picks across all regions on the hero. And then in China, I know Kaka's definitely played it at least twice. Let's see, 6 games overall with a 16% win rate. Wow, that's pretty bad.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, I'm pretty sure this hero is really bad. But they go for it anyway. They do go and grab XXS's Visage, which we saw this get completely dumpstered by a Naga Siren the other day. Yep. But as of right now, pretty much the draft unfolds exactly how I was expecting from Aster. Or not from Aster, from Extreme. It is going to be Paparazzi on the mid Razor. It's going to be Lou on the safe lane, Monkey King. They're your only ways of dealing with Ori's Pudge. The problem is, since this is coming from the solo mid lane, like if Paparazzi doesn't massively shut him down, he can definitely snowball these side lanes because Aster's side lanes are pretty dang strong.
Yeah. Aster has some phenomenal lanes, I think. So who are you going with for this game number 1, Ricky? Put your cards on the line. Who's going to take second spot here in the Chinese DPC?
Aster,
Neff Sensei, what do you got for us, fam? For our last outing here in the DPC, make this prediction, make it bold. Who is going to take second spot?
They got a lot of good things going for them on Aster. They've got the Time Man, who's amazing in the late game. They've got Pudge, who, despite, having 2 percentage-based damage abilities, he ends up blocking a lot of them with how they end up reworking the active on Flesh Heap. But I believe in Paparazzi. I believe in Lou to rise from the ashes. He has broken your heart, Snare, but this is where he wins you back. He's going to break the odds. He's going to break the advantage that Aster has, and he's going to go back to the Lou that we all fell in love with. The up-and-coming carry. He's turned into a cat. Let's do it.
That is a sermon of Lou that I'm definitely down to hear. Get me into the Church of Lou and get us into the game, because we have our Cryptic, the immortal pretty boy, Neff Sensei, the savage Mechanic Sensei. And for the last time ever, gentlemen, take it away here in the Chinese DPC. Tell us who comes second. Tell us how the story goes. I'll talk to you after the game. Good luck, have fun. Bring us the hype.
So this is gonna actually be my last ever cast, because Valve probably heard my major predictions and is like, all right, we're getting rid of this guy. That was it. That's it. We're done. Get this guy out of here. You know what is fitting though, Neff? You know what's fitting?
What?
My very last DPC cast is casting a Pudge game. I couldn't literally have asked for anything better. I'm gonna make this absolutely miserable for you. I thought you were going to say it was casting
with you, Neff, because we. Whatever. I thought this was a friendship thing, but clearly that's not the case.
No.
Absolutely not.
Neff, you're easily replaceable. Okay?
I saw you were casting with Brax today.
Yeah, I was. He's a great guy. It was a lot of fun.
It is a friendship thing, but unfortunately, his friend is Pudge, not you.
Yeah, he is. You're not tattooed on my body, Neff. That's the difference.
Thank you got a long
God
ways for to go,
that.
Buddy. Oh boy,
you dodged the bullet.
That would be an awkward reveal if you were telling that in this broadcast.
That'd be like the whole getting a tattoo as an engagement present, and then they just say no, and you're like, ooh,
this is awkward. Gonna cover this one back up now. Okay,
he blocks the hook on Paparazzi. That's beautiful. I mean, Ori kind of just got baited there. He definitely saw the Razor getting ready to block that one, and because of that, Ori not gonna be able to get that quick range creep kill, get that quick level 2.
Okay, let me tell you, this actually happens all the time. Normally all right, he ended up hooking him back to the tower because he's just trying to do damage to Paparazzi at this point. That one was an intentional, the second hook.
Yeah, absolutely.
So once he actually hits level 2 on Pudge, which I think he'll get from this wave, Paparazzi, has to dodge this next hook, otherwise he gets run down. But it's normally what Pudges do is they walk right up into the range creep to throw the hook out so it doesn't get blocked. Oh, 11's going to run down in the bottom lane. I'll have to get back to that one later.
Oh, he's just going to TP out, though.
Oh, dash! Against all odds!
He's
just dead now.
That's just how Dota works. And for those of you who don't know, this is why Dazzle is such a dominant 5. You know what he does? He pressed Poison Touch, and it killed the Underlord. That's literally it. That's all it takes.
It presses Q, gets the kill. But 12% though? The 12%?
I mean, he went level 1 bash and didn't bash at all yet, so.
Yeah, Paparazzi almost died in the mid lane as that was going on. I think he got hit by a third hook, but Pudge couldn't finish him off.
That's all right. He doesn't have to. He keeps him low. He's scared now on the Razor. Yeah. He goes for an aggressive play, and he's just gonna. Well, I'll say that in a moment. But if he goes for an aggressive play, you got to be careful of the next hook and Paparazzi.
Yeah. Or he doesn't have mana for the moment.
Do you have a bottle coming? He does.
He does. Yeah.
So that's the refill for the Razor. Pudge also has his coming on Courier.
Yeah. So they'll both grab one water rune, and then they'll be trading
Pudge
again.
can actually get both
with his hook.
Yeah, you just hook the one that Razor goes for, and then just run at him. But Static Link is coming off cooldown in a moment, so he's missing the window for that, and the wave is pushing in. So
yeah, but he doesn't want to miss the majority of these creeps under the tower here, so to give Razor the opportunity. Well, is he gonna go for a kill here? He could potentially try to hook Razor back underneath the tower.
Ooh, it's that would be a pretty rough one to hit. If you actually hit that, Paparazzi would have had to be not paying attention. So, but obviously throw the hook if you're going to. It's the only thing you can spend mana on in the lane stage. He now has the Flesh Heap. He can use this to farm the small camp on cooldown. So this is fantastic.
Yep. Does Razor put a point into Storm Surge here or Plasma Field? He's got Storm Surge. The movement speed is incredible. Watch him walk away from away. Actually, he can't walk away.
He can't. He's actually just He's
Oh, he
just
can walk
click.
away thanks to Storm Surge. This man ran the
Oh.
numbers.
He did.
Look at
Helps
this
you dodge the
powerful
hook a little bit more.
surging hero.
Is he powered by the storm?
Yeah. Incredible.
Interesting.
Moves like lightning. Lightning speed.
Ka-chow.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't think I've ever had the opportunity to go for that one.
I'm jealous. Honestly. You beat me to it.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
There is got to be a little bit careful going for the next one. Actually, always rotating over into his jungle here. Is he gonna? What is he? Okay, he's just stacking camps, and then he's gonna
Stacking
go for the water
going
run
for the 4-minute
afterward.
run.
He misses creeps while doing this, though. That's the surprising part. And he hooks one of the big creeps. This is
That
such a
stack ends up
weird
being
play.
pretty worth it eventually, though. He doesn't miss a whole lot out of the lane.
Is this normal? I'm not familiar with like the mid pudge meta. I'm gonna be honest with you.
So against the Razor, it's probably normal because you can't really punish Razor all that much. Bottom lane, we're gonna see the Underlord. Guess what, Neff? He got poison touched.
Yep.
He's dead. Dazzle trying to hobble away. He's gonna get dove on here by the Phoenix, and he will have the damage to finish. Hold the heal. Gets the bash. No, he does not. And there's gonna be the Fire Spirit refresh there from
Yeah, you can't trade with
PYW
him.
and Monet. He's got 10 wand charges. He's gonna be fine.
Yep. But he's forced to walk away from the Phoenix. He'd only end up getting like 2 auto attacks off, and he's like trying to trade with them. He didn't lose that right click war, so he backs off after that one. We haven't had the opportunity to look at the top lane too much. They're playing into a Visage, so he does have a little bit of range on you. You can't take full advantage of the Monkey King here. But, you know, against a double disable, I think it means Visage is forced to play a little bit careful. So Monkey King has done reasonably well for CS, even though Razor's gotten a lot himself. Sorry, Visage has gotten a lot himself up here as well. Wow. Pretty even lane. Both of them have their advantages, but it is difficult fighting into like the Monkey King and the Lion. Again, with double disable against the Monkey King who just wants to build up Jingu Mastery stacks. Big kill threat there.
Yeah. Bottom lane, Dazzle's going to return. Poison Touch on cooldown for another moment here, but Old 11, he's struggling a little bit in terms of XP, but Underlord always manages to find farm, right?
Yeah. Plus the damage over time is pretty good.
They just TP'd out on the Phoenix. I feel like they could have just dove Old 11 and gotten the kill. Top lane, they're chasing after XXS. You know, that's where your rotation went, but he's out on the Phoenix thanks to the Grave Chill. And now Old 11, he is in a lot of trouble if he gets if he stays in this lane like at all.
Poison Touch is still on cooldown for a little bit, and Old 11 knows that. That's why he was like not that afraid as the Dazzle was walking at him there. But now he's forced to play further back when it's off of cooldown. And until Heroes come back, he's forced to stay pretty far away. Pudge hits level 6 over in the mid lane, by the way. Oh, he could be looking for a kill after this one. Instead, he moves over to the jungle to rock down these camps. The ones that he ended up
Just
stacking
trying to
himself.
pull here and keep the equilibrium back, but every single time Dazzle has stopped this pull and just delivered it right to his Faceless Void. So he's just denying wave after wave and getting free CS as well. So that's really nice. Top lane though. Ooh, never mind. I thought we were trying to see some. Oh, there it is. It is going to be a toss back. PYW right back into an avalanche though. The burst damage from the Phoenix will help find the kill. Goes the way of the Visage, so he's very happy about that one. And actually pulls Lou off the way for a moment as well.
Yep. Now forced to back off afterwards. DY, I mean... Oh man, places a center more than just gets dewarded immediately. Tips him as well.
Oh yeah.
Get his ass, Bobica.
Bobica's ready, man.
Okay, Razor's got like a free lane at this point, which is kind of unfortunate, but the hero doesn't really come online until he gets a BKB, and you still are under threat of just like the tiny walking at you and like tossing you back into the pudge at any point. So he has to play a little bit afraid, I think. But always dodging out for now, unless he has another hero who's able to rotate in the mid lane, he's not able to do much against the Razor. So
I mean, I don't think he really cares. Razor doesn't take his tower, right? He just comes back mid, farms the wave, and then just goes back to jungling. And this is like something that like you don't really mind all that much as a pudge. Like he's got phase boots, he's got 3 points in the rot. He's just rushing.
he jungles
Blink
relatively
Dagger,
fast
right?
with like he jungles relatively fast now with like rot and flush heap. How they rework this one? You block all the damage from the neutral camp you're clearing, plus you block the damage with rot. You could not clear out creeps like you used to be able to with this.
And Maroon's going to be a DD, followed up there by Pomparanzi.
Yeah, he got both the last 2 runes. So again, this makes it even harder for Pudge to be able to fight into him. The double damage is on the Razor.
Oh,
Like this man
that's a
pops
good
out of the
rune.
storm, and you just die.
He just got the arcane ring, man. That is like probably one of the best items. I think Tumbler's Toy is probably your best Pudge item, but arcane ring is absolutely number 2.
Yeah.
So he is super happy about this on Ori.
Yeah. Tumbler Toy is always super fun on Pudge. Right, Chip Vest over on the Phoenix. Probably passed it over to like the King and the Underlord. Help him jungle. Old 11 just gonna walk down. Get him with the bash. Get his Monet.
Yeah.
All right,
He's just gonna chrono. 100% worth it. You're not using this chrono anytime soon. The bash comes through. He's still poison touched up. Gets the kill. And now Ori with the rotation. There's gonna be the dismember. He's got a hook to work with. PYW with the dive on out, but Ori just TPs on home. Paparazzi unable to find the kill there with the DD. He's gonna try and turn his attention to the Dazzle in the grave. Does he have TP? I don't think he can. The Lion too close.
Yep.
So
the Lion was actually out of vision, or should have been out of vision, as he was running at. Yeah. There's an observer ward there, so I think he realizes that there's an observer ward somewhere around. He doesn't find it with this entry, unfortunately. Oh, ends up revealing that one, but yeah, no dice. Monet's underneath this tower. He still has TP available, so he could get out of this if they end up like trying to dive him here. But if DY gets on top of him, he's in a little bit of trouble. Especially if one more creep goes down. You are 20 XP away from hitting level 6 on this line and having Finger of Death. Monet will die pretty quickly.
Structures are fortified.
Oh, he's gonna fort. He gets level 6. He's looking. They're gonna pop the stick. He's gonna have to time walk that damage off. They're looking to go for the dazzle, but Monet is stuck underneath the trees. DY with the stun. Finger of Death comes through. Big shallow grave. The TP out, boundless strike from Lu. They've rotated 4 heroes here to make sure they get these kills, and they will do so. 2-0. They're gonna get the tier 1 tower, most likely to boot. Meanwhile, mid lane, the toss back into the dismember. Ori has claimed the Pudge, but here comes a Dark Rift. Ori, gonna just find an invis though. He's see you later.
That was
take the
lucky.
rift back
Find
bottom.
the 10-minute invis that just ended up spawning as they try to Dark Rift in. Man, they were bringing in the boys there. I was excited. They come back and then they go through the gate and get the tier 1 tower though.
That's just like the JK. Well, let's go back, guys. Go back bottom.
Yeah, they're on us. Deploy the boys.
Yeah.
All right. He's working on Vlad's offering on Old 11 at the moment. I think just planning on going for the Wraith Pack Totem relatively quickly, be able to keep up the aggression. Both these lineups play pretty fast. It does favor Aster in the late game, I think, with his Faces Void, but oh, DY. He's just dead.
Real sick hook there from Ori. He was coming out of Invis, so it's a little bit easier to land that bad boy. Obviously, he really wanted to get Lu, but not as easy. Top lane, TP in. Old 11's here to try and stop the tower push, but XXS, he's got the catapult. He's got those familiars. The dive in from PYW, using that Grave Chill to try and get some distance, and he'll be able to do it, potentially jump in from Lu. XXS now falling incredibly low, and they will finally take down the Visage. The tower will survive on 60 HP.
Go backdoor with the birds, please. He doesn't backdoor with the birds. Yeah.
Has been denied.
Mid lane, it looked like Ori tried to get a kill onto the Razor, but doesn't end up finding it, so.
Yeah. He's a bit further behind where he wants to be on net worth on this Pudge. Again, you ever had a relatively free game on Paparazzi in laning phase? Razor isn't like the fastest farming here, but he's around where he should be. 5.3k net worth here at almost 12 minutes in. 1,000 net worth behind him on the Pudge.
Avalanche comes through. There's going to be the Dismember, and there's no way to cancel this bad boy. A toss as well. And Lu gets chopped up by the Butcher. That's an easy one. Third flesh heap of the game. On his way to that Blink. I wasn't really sure how I feel about the Blink, but these rotations are doing so much work right now. Dazzle in the river. Does not get the Grave off. Great control there by DY.
We're talking about needing back line jump for both of these lineups. I think it was the Extreme Gaming Snare was talking about at the beginning, but I think they kind of need it on the side of Aster as well. We get on top of this line of the Phoenix before they spam out their spells. Blink Tag are fairly important for that beginning these team fights, because you don't want to just jump in on the Faces Void to start a fight with Chrono.
Yeah,
that's a good
I say he also can just like blink from trees onto a Monkey King in lane, right? And that's really important. Like if you can just like blink dismember the Monkey King in lane, like he will just die. You have plenty of damage on Pudge to do so.
Yeah, it slowed down your Aghanim Scepter quite a bit, unfortunately, but
slows down a lot.
Yeah, hopefully they can make up for this by finding more kills. Only 3 kills at this point in mid Pudge is kind of underwhelming compared to where you want to go, but they'll build up more Flesh Heap stacks. Yeah, now he's got his Flesh Heap maxed out.
Standard stuff, 1 point and hook, very easy.
Yeah, there's a blink dagger done. So this is coming out. No doubt they set up a smoke play with this as soon as it's done. He's holding on to smoke on the dazzle. Come on, make it happen.
Actually, we've got the Vlads on the way to the Wraith Pact as well from the Visage. The question is, where do they try to invade, right? They have to assume they're going to see Monkey King bottom lane.
Mm-hmm.
But as of right now, Extreme will have no idea this Blink Dagger is online.
Yep. Completed Vlad's offering on 11. Don't have the Wraith Pact totem just yet. They scout that one out. Oh. I mean, I think he just revealed that he's an Observer Ward there. Might try to throw the Fire Spirit at the tassel.
Lou, this is what I'm talking about. If he goes for the wave, the Pudge just blinks on it, and there's just nothing he can do. So he's just going to be patient here on Ori.
Yep.
Question is, will Lou fall for the bait? He will. There's the rot. And it's almost like you knew it was coming. Avalanche in from Bobica, the hook, the toss. Lou goes down. In mid lane, though, they are trying to threaten this tier 1 tower. The familiars will just be resummoned. So put those on cooldown.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get any damage on this tier 1 mid tower as they ended up losing their carry there. But yeah, that is exactly what Ori was hoping for as soon as he finishes Blink Dagger. There's no better target than that. Continue to slow down Lou's game into that Monkey King.
He actually just dragged the wave over to the hard camp, brought it all low, and let Bobica just clear the whole thing. And he's now only a few hundred gold away from his blink.
Yep. And that'll make it even easier for them to set up. In fact, they're staying down here. I mean, I imagine they think they retreated. DY, he's backing up away from old 11, but it looks like old 11's backing off too.
It is scary, man. It's just like Pudge has blink now. Like, you can't show in lane solo anymore. Like, you actually can't. Like, that is the one thing that makes this hero really scary if you have a really early blink dagger. You don't have as much damage, but if you don't see the Pudge on the map, you can't be solo in a lane.
Yep. It's about to be a problem for the Tiny as well. As soon as this guy gets his blink dagger, you can set things up with like the Visage.
He's got it on the next wave. I'm pretty sure you just Avatos the wave, right?
Looks like he's hesitant to walk up now that he's missing Pudge or is going elsewhere. Yeah, Avatos the wave now. There's his blink dagger. BKB's done on the Razor at the same time though, and they're smoking up now on Extreme. They want to take a fight into them with this, and they scan them out at the same time. I think they just make like a beeline for this area of the jungle.
It's really sick if they find Ori. It's not that great if they find Bobica. That being said, the ward place right there will scout out the Pudge. There's going to be DY. They will see him. The Hex does come through, but a nice avalanche from the Tiny. They drop the egg right on top of him. Jumps to the backside here with the Underlord. Ori trying to keep himself alive. The Shallow Grave going to be able to prevent his death, but it's just inevitable as they just surround him. 5 heroes into the mid lane, finding themselves some really big kills. And that is how you do it. Beautiful rotation in from Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, that Pudge took a while to go down the settlement on him, just due to the fact that he had popped the flesh heap, but turning onto them there as soon as they get the BKB on Paparazzi, he feels incredibly confident going for that. Nice Observer placement there. Nice smoke gank by Extreme. I was getting a little bit worried for them. Little bit worried for them before that last fight there, but mid tower will give them a little bit more control over the map, allow Lou to continue to far up. He's going for a Battle Fury, so he's planning on playing this into the late game. We've seen so often the Monkey Kings try to do this to get shut down just before they have it completed. Hopefully, or just after they have it completed, they end up losing fight after fight. Hopefully they give Lou a little bit of time to actually use the cleave and the farming speed that he gets from this Battle Fury in order to build a bigger lead over Aster.
Yeah, we'll see. It might work out. It might. I think for the most part, like, Battle Fury just allows this hero to farm incredibly fast. So I think that's what he's aiming for once he has it. That being said, like, Razor is just crushing the net worth chart right now.
Yeah, again, he had a pretty free lane against the Pudge. Pudge just ended up having to abandon the jungle and kind of accelerated off at that point. Only has the BKB. Definitely not going to have a massive impact on this game until that refresher is done. I was going to talk about how I feel like you're underutilizing Paparazzi. You put him on a hero like Razor, who's pretty predictable what he's able to accomplish in team fights, but he's been, 5-0-1. Has had a high impact this game, regardless of playing a hero that is considered pretty boring like Razor. You got Quicksilver
Lou
Amulet
did
now
just
as well.
get the Battle Fury delivered, by the way. Cleared up some big stacks in the jungle.
See, I don't like this. He moves over to his team as if he wants to like make a play with. Okay, never mind. I take that back.
He's going
completely.
to a
He's going for the big ancient stack. Perfect. I take back what I said completely. This is exactly how you want to run the battle here, Monkey King. I've seen so many times they run him into a team fight as soon as he gets to this item or just before. Yeah, look at this. Well on his way to his BKB after that one. It's like 1,000 net worth from that big stack.
Like for those stackies.
Yeah.
You're in the scene. It's a technical term.
Yeah. I love me some stackies. Oh no, we've seen this before. He's rotating down to the bottom lane. Oh, or he actually ends up blinking in the opposite direction, so he's not going to be able to catch him. And TP's over to the mid lane. It looks like they want to step up play somewhere, maybe around the Roche pit. Not that they can take Roche with the heroes that they have, at least not quickly.
Yeah, not yet. They don't really have enough damage coming out from anyone. Like, I'm trying to think like who is going to be their Roche takers, but even like Extreme has a bad Roche lineup. Like neither of these teams can actually take Roche. It's going to take a little bit more out of the Faceless Void for them to do it, and maybe like the Boots of Bearing and stuff from the Visage.
Yeah. Do you like Boots of Bearing on the Visage, by the way?
I do, yeah.
I think it's so
good.
expensive, man.
It is, but it is a pretty dang good item. Like, Drums is just super strong. Boots of Bearing, incredibly good against heroes like Razor, where, like, you know, he relies on the plasma field slow to keep the static link, and suddenly you're just like, nope, and you run away hasted.
Yeah, the haste like part of it is pretty nice. The fact that it's undispellable. I thought it would be like way more hype on Crystal Maiden when it first came out because a lot of people were building drums on it here anyway. But you just do not have the net worth to build up on a CM, especially when you're still in position 5.
It's like if you're mid lane, you just go like blink BKB. Like if you're a core, it's like why would you bother going anything else? But all right, 8-8, a 2K gold lead here for Extreme. All centered on the two main cores. We haven't really seen much happen. The BKBs the Blink Daggers got picked up on the side of Aster, right? Like they have the Pudge Blink, they've got the Blink on Tiny. They haven't really managed to do anything, but Old 11 gets hooked underneath the tier 1 top, and he is far away from help. They end up dropping the egg actually immediately on the backside. The Sunray trying to do the work, but they do end up getting the kill. Faceless Void needs to get the time lock off, but he's hexed up. He can't. There's the finger from DY. Avalanche toss from Bobica. I mean, at this point, you're happy if you can get out, but they get the hook on a Paparazzi, force the BKB. A 2-for-1. They smoke up immediately. They want more. They have to get more. You cannot just lose the Faceless Void.
Yeah, BKB's popped on Razor. Now's your opportunity. Yeah, just jumps on top of him with Boba because he's going to toss him back into his team.
Yeah, beautifully done. DY there throws the Impale, but it's not going to matter. The Pudge able to rot him down. XXS able to finish him off. Looking for more. He gets the whip there, and honestly, they might be able to chase him. The Avalanche comes through. Ori looking for his hook target. Does not connect. The Familiar actually in the way.
Yeah, hooks go right through Familius.
Oh, really? Oh, well. I don't know then. I don't know why pump faked it.
At least I'm pretty sure they go through Familius, don't they?
I don't know, man.
They go through they go through Pandas, and you cannot toss Pandas and you cannot toss Familiars.
Yeah, that makes sense then.
Yeah, you used to be able to hook Familiars. Not anymore, I don't think.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well,
but I'm not a Pudge player.
I mean, I am a Pudge player. I'm just not a Visage. I just never see Visage. That hero is only played by spammers.
My roommate ended up quitting Dota because they nerfed Visage too many times.
Well, good.
Hello,
you deserved
the
it.
hero's good again.
Nope.
No,
we can all
stay out
use
of
less
Dota?
Visage spammers. Yeah, we can all use less Visage spammers in our games.
Good Princess Rick.
They're like the Meepo players, man. We just don't need. We don't need too many of them.
That's a dead hero. That is a dead hero if I've ever seen one.
Smoke up. They're going to walk right into Bobica. He gets the blink off, but they managed to find Visage on the backside, and there's going to be the Pit of Malice. They managed to catch Bobica, trying to TP out the DD. He gets saved there. Thanks for that Shallow Grave. He's going to make it out, but Lou, the BKB, the Dismember, trying to pull him down, but Dazzle chased underneath the tower by Paparazzi, but pretty much everything committed, and Monet turns around the BKB, gets on top of it, needs a static link, instantly dispelled though. You're gonna try and turn this one around, but Paparazzi doing so much damage on this Razor. He's got that Eye of the Storm running. Shallow Grave comes through, but they are in deep. 4-hero Shadow Poison, or Poison Touch. Old 11 goes down. You lose Lou. Paparazzi now on the run. XXS trying to stay on top of him. He gets a Familiar drop. He is certainly dead, and there it is. He's caught him. way too much of a commitment from Extreme, going just a little bit too far.
Yeah, that Wraith totem ended up making the difference in that last team fight. It's the reason Ori doesn't go down. It's the reason Boboka doesn't go down. Ended up going way too deep into that. I think Tower Flak ended up playing a pretty big part of that as well. So,
Oh, yeah.
extending way too far forward on Extreme Gaming and punished for it. Now, looks like they get Roshan on Extreme off of this.
Yeah,
Game
each of those
swings back the
heroes,
other way.
they took like 450 to 500 damage from the Tower Flak, and they were all poison touched, every single one of them. So it's like, like that is just as bad as it gets. You got a 4 hero like Avalanche, like Ori just gets a free hook. He now has his Aghanims completed, and suddenly Pudge is very scary.
Yeah.
Dude, XXS is #1 net worth now. After that,
I am not surprised.
Dire's middle tower
Doesn't have the
is
boots of
under
Bearing yet. It
attack.
looks like he's changed his mind.
finishes the
the-
drums and queues up AC.
Yep.
Not bad.
Assault Crown's coming out for him next. I mean, it makes sense given that he's afraid of like the Razor and the Monkey King running him down. Wants to be able to potentially fight underneath the Wukong's command, so we'll call Assault Crows will help with that one quite a bit. Not getting broken down by like the static link Wukong's command.
This Pudge is definitely gonna need some armor into the mid game. So after this BKB, I'd expect maybe just like your first plate mail item. It could be a Shiva's guard. He could go for like a Lotus, but I would imagine Shiva's pretty good on this hero. Or he goes Halberd, maybe. Maybe he can go Halberd.
I probably I don't know. I think that I would want to see Shiva's guard. Halberd wouldn't be bad either, but Shiva's guard probably after this BKB. Physical armor is super important against his lineup.
So it also reduces the Sunray healing as well, right? It's pretty big.
Yeah. And of course, if he's like dismembering targets, being on top of them with the Shiva's guard and then lowering the heal they get from that is big, because that is going to be the #1 thing that this Phoenix focus on. It's going to be like, okay, I see you dismember someone, I supernova egg. Sorry, Sunray egg, supernova egg, same ability.
It stacks to some extent with the Rot's healing reduction as well, right? Because the Aghanim Scepter gives you
it
25%,
does.
and then it stacks, of course, with the Shiva's aura, so not bad. Pretty good stuff. Top lane, Fortification comes out to try and slow down this tier 2 tower push, but it's going to go pretty quick. Like, this Visage does a ton of damage, and they've got a Catapult here as well. Meanwhile, all 5 heroes of Extreme Gaming in the bottom trying to do the same thing. They're just pinging the tier 3. They say go. They do
Yeah,
not want
I
to
mean-
slow. It's taken them a little bit longer to get this tower than they probably would have expected.
Yeah, Fortify on cooldown, but thankfully everyone can get back to this pretty quick thanks to the Fiend's Gate. Unfortunately, they know exactly where each is going to be coming back on. And now they back off themselves here.
Bottom tower is under
Oh,
attack.
they don't keep up with that push there. Instead, they get them to come into the Fiend's Gate. In fact, they go back down afterwards. I mean, this is one of the benefits of this one. They don't need to use their town portal scrolls. They can continue to like set things up inside the enemy team's jungle. They're gonna think that there's some of them like still down here.
Radiant's bottom
Dude, something that's always super funny is like if someone comes through on the Fiend's Grate, you just chrono them and you're like, yeah, no one can help you at this point. You're all alone.
Yeah. If you guys come in, you are in the chronosphere as well,
Yeah.
which just makes me happy.
Yeah, it's good stuff. But they are going to force a couple TPs back as the tier 3 tower. It's taking a lot of chip damage here from the Visage. And Aster control the whole top side of the map. They're actually going to go ahead and smoke up. Try and see if they can find a pick off here. Mid lane, they are going to see Old 11 for the moment. And there it is, Boboka, the Avalanche, the toss back right into the hands of the Pudge. And PYW has to dive away. He has no option.
Yep. Unfortunately, it did not end up being enough yell at that Sunray when you got every hero on the enemy team on top of you.
Yeah, and the healing reduction.
Lou is pushing at the bottom wave into the enemy team's
Oh, they've
tier
got the
3.
Phoenix Avalanche in the hook. No dismember needed, but he drops it anyway. 2 heroes now dead on the side of Extreme as they turn their attention to tier 2 in the mid lane. They do have backdoor protect or glyph available if they want to use it.
But if they use this here, then they're not going to have it if they choose to go up the high ground. And that's something they have to be afraid of at the moment, given they still have the Aegis. They want to be able to stall this out, especially with the Underlord and the Phoenix still dead. So they don't commit glyph for that one. Lou's still on the other side of the map. Again, I talked about how I wanted to see this from him. Him continuing to farm up, not getting baited into fights with his team. And thankfully that is what he's doing down here. Monet's going to TP in, and unfortunately you don't have the damage to be able to take down a Face's Void, so you just have to leave.
Yeah, course. He's on his way to the Link. Yeah, I think the Lincoln Sphere is super good. Did you talk about this?
No.
On Monet, the Faceless Void? So,
Nope.
easy way of stopping this DY, like, nuisance from the Lion, like, either the Hex or the Earth Spike. You could also stop the Static Link. Like, there's just a lot of value you get out of the Lincolns this game in terms of single target spells. Both teams going to swamp the outposts, and it looks like they're going to start pressuring bottom as they want to get this last tier 1 tower and potentially the tier 2 out of the way as well.
Yeah, you know what? I'm in the same boat as Black is. Like, that guy seems to think a lot of these teams in China, they go too hard on some of these defensive items. I am going to have to agree. I think it's important on Faceless Void this game, but the Aeon Disc and the Lincoln Spheres, I think people go a little bit too ham on in this region.
Yeah. It's just so, this patch is so annoying where it's like, heroes don't die, and then suddenly they just get instantly deleted. Like, that is just the nature of Dota right now. It's like, heroes don't die, and then suddenly, like, someone gets one item, and then heroes die within a quarter second. So it's like, that's why you get items like Lincolns, you get items like, Aeon Disc, because you just don't have a choice. It's just 4 heroes roaming around, and then you get stunned once by yourself, and you're instantly dead.
Yep. 27-minute neutral item still being found here. They found the Quickening Charm, they found the Psychic Headband. They end up completing the Assault Cuirass now on the Visage, by the way. So this guy has so much armor. He's incredibly tanky.
And Pudge keys up the Shivas, just as expected. Perfect game for the Shivas guard. It stacks really well with his kit.
It needs the physical armor as well.
Yeah, of course.
All right, Luke continuing to shove bottom in. I mean, as long as nobody's here, especially like Primal Spring Boundless Drake the way. He's afraid to even Primal Spring it after that one time he got cut out by Pudge. It's just broken him.
Yeah, he doesn't see the Pudge on the map. He actually can't do it. He's got the level 20 talent as well, so the extra dismember duration. And with the BKB, I mean, that just means that is a full guaranteed 3.8 second stun that you cannot get out of.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
All right, Fortification comes out, tower down to 30 HP. They will be able to clean up the wave. But, I mean, that's the fort from Extreme. They don't have it anymore.
Yep.
And I'm sure the Visage is going to make quick work of the tower in just a moment.
He's backed off the birds again. Daedalus is completed right now on Lu. He's got the Basher keyed up next. It will help him deal with the Pudge, and is one of the things that will break people out of that Dismember. So it's potentially one of the last items that they're waiting for on the side of Extreme before they feel confident enough into fighting into them. By the way, I want to talk about Lion. I've seen this a couple times. Now that we have a little bit of downtime in this game, or we've had a decent amount of downtime, we talked about the Lion's wardrobe choice here. This man's head has to be incredibly warm. This man has the warmest head.
I know it's the middle of summer, and this dude's literally from the underworld, but, you know, he likes to keep it nice and cozy.
Yeah. 3 fluffy hats. You don't think that's a little bit extreme on the Lion?
I think 4th might be extreme. 3? That's...
He's got no more room. He's got his boots, his blink dagger, and then he needs space for wards, man.
He's got 3 eyeballs, you know? He needs 3 hats.
I mean, I suppose this is your value. You're post 25 minutes. Maybe you replace these for bracers at a certain point. I don't know. It helps you out a lot in the early game. I guess he's just afraid of getting blinked on by the Tiny. So extra 375 HP is maybe enough to survive that burst.
It might be enough to survive the burst and just give him the ability to drop a Hex, right? That is all that matters, if he gets the Hex off. They actually hook the DD rune back. They're going to give it to Monet. He's going to be able to bottle that one up. And now you have a possibility of a DD Faceless Void with a Chronosphere. So if you manage to find a big Chrono, the fight going to be very rough for Extreme. They got to be very careful playing around this one.
Yeah, next 1.5 minutes after he picks that one up. Even so long it lasts inside the bottle now. Thankfully, Roche is going to be a 2-minute respawn. Or sorry, a little bit more than that. So they have just enough time to stall this one out. DD Rune will end up popping, it'll expire, and then the Roche will respawn after that, which is very fortunate for the side of Extreme.
Yeah.
Fighting into this Roche with a double damage rune would have not been fun.
We haven't talked about Old 11 in a bit. He actually finished the Wraith Pact and actually buys a pipe out pretty much for his team. So that will reduce a good amount of the Pudge damage, but you still got to be very careful. Like this, he's not as tanky as you would think he is. Like he dies to a lot still. Hero doesn't have a ton of armor. You're playing into a Faceless Void. You have a Visage with an AC. Like, there is so much to consider.
Yep. Things have slowed down. Let's lose next item. Again, he's still working on his patch. If he get this done before the Roche, then I actually think they're in pretty good shape on Extreme. I really hope that he managed to get this one.
Sun from DY. He gets the tumble around, the blink away. They drop a ward up onto the high ground.
Yep. And they'll probably back off. They're going to know they just place Vision up there. They'll play a little bit further back now on Extreme until Boboka's able to rejoin his team.
So Visage has the money for the Boots of Bearing, but he's also got the BKB queued up. So I'm not sure which one he wants to finish first, but I mean, probably the BKB. I feel like that item is huge. Ori goes for the Blink Hook, does not manage to find it. Swing and a miss, right? You always throw every single one you can. Ooh. Yeah. There's the Avalanche from Boboka, but that is a scary attempt right there onto the high ground. So
yeah, you don't want to walk up the hill there.
Or he does get the invis though. He drops a sentry, so they will see the Pudge here in the mid lane.
They ping out Lou, by the way. They scout him out underneath that observer ward that Dazzle placed. It is about to expire, but now he's TPing out. They ping the tier 3 tower as well. They realize someone has to get back to defend this, otherwise, you know, chip damage continues here.
They want to fight first. The question is, will they be able to scan off the mark? They don't manage to find anyone on the side of Extreme quite yet.
There's your Basher.
Still, there it is.
Wait, no, it's not. It's not. Sorry, it's not your Basher. He just ended up sending out a salve to himself. What?
Oh,
I thought it was your Basher.
Smoke's gonna pop. Ori's invis. Who are they gonna find? It's gonna be Tiny. The BKB comes out from Paparazzi. The refresher as well. Tiny saved by the shallow Great Force up on the high ground. The Chrono on and 2 on the backside, but can they actually keep alive? The Underlord just getting absolutely shredded. The Dismember onto the Razor. You can't protect him. The BKB protecting him for now, but he will be able to walk away. The toss out. He's got the space. Time dilation onto 3, but the chase continues. Looking to get on top of Aster Lou. Is he gonna be able to find the kill? The hook. He gets his hands onto the Underlord. XXS trying to hobble away though. He's taking a lot of damage from Lou. The Sunray doing some work, but the Stone Form will protect him. And now Aster looking to maybe re-engage. Lou, you gotta be careful. Big time damage. It's destroyed. Big Dismember onto the high ground. They take down 2 more. That's a dieback on your Razor. It's an Avalanche toss back. Boboka finds another big one. BYW goes down, and 4 heroes dead on the side of Extreme without buybacks. That was a 5, 6, 7, 8 for 1. An 8 for 1.
The initiation was just too strong. The Faceless Void managed to catch several heroes there. By the time you end up getting off that Wukong command, I think it was already too late. The Phoenix didn't actually get caught in the Chronosphere, though. He caught in the side, then ended up walking back into it. I think a little bit panicked there, but that is it. GG is called. Stream Gaming are out after. Yeah, they end up being the winner. They come in second now. What a game. What a final team fight there. I mean, I was hyping that one up, but in the end, the Monkey Kings didn't do enough damage. You couldn't fight into this Chronosphere. You couldn't keep up with these heroes on the side of Aster. This Pudge ended up getting too big too fast, and unfortunately, Razor could not do enough by himself.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Really well played by Aster. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you play around this, like, one big Chronosphere. They managed to just find a couple really important kills. And Ori's Pudge, despite the fact that, like, yes, this Paparazzi Razor had like double BKB, he just gets dismembered for a huge portion of the fight, isn't able to really dish out the damage he needs to during that. And Aster just reset. They actually just reset the fight completely off of the back of the Stone Form from the Visage. He just baits out, they wait, they're like, all right, we can go back in here on, on Extreme. They think, they've just bought back a bunch of heroes, but it turns out Aster were the ones ready to win. Man, they just got absolutely decimated.
Yep. It turns out, very regrettably, it turns out that Pudge is actually super viable. Mid Pudge continues to be dominant here for the side of Team Aster, as they will win another game. In this situation right now, they have found themselves also the 2nd position in the overall rankings, and that's going to be getting them second to, obviously, to the major. They're already confirmed for that, but now they just crept up into that top 12 of the DPC points. Very good performance from them, I think. Also good for their confidence going forward, being able to demonstrate that they can play at this level, look very solid throughout it. But in this game, there were some moments where it seemed like it was shining for Extreme Gaming at the beginning. But unfortunately, we just kept seeing it be the case that every single time they felt like they wanted to fight, Lou's like, I need another item. Somebody on the team's like, well, they do a bit too much damage. We need to find one more piece of the puzzle before we can try and make any engagements happen. And eventually, it just becomes a case of one good fight from the side of Team Aster is all you need. Neff, where did they go wrong here? What could they have done differently on the side of Extreme Gaming?
I don't know. I talked about the fact that I think you need to focus a little bit on allowing Monkey King to find farm when you go for this Battlefield build, but they kind of did that. They let him get his BKB, and even after that, they end up losing these crucial team fights after he started joining them. I think that where everything went wrong was that fight over in the mid lane. They ended up diving too hard. They went underneath the Radiant tier 2 mid. The Fortify came out. The Dazzle didn't end up going down. He ended up doing a ton of minus armor, got the poison touch off on everyone. I think that they couldn't afford to lose even a single big fight like that one. And after that, it was already over. At that point, the game ends up going too late for them. Money's Chronospheres are too scary. Lou isn't able to do enough burst damage to bring down these heroes like Faceless Void or Pudge. And it was done at that point. I think it doesn't come down to heroes or even lane execution. It was all that one fight. Aston needed that to go well, and it did.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of Extreme Gaming, they gave the space towards this Monkey King when they could, right? He found himself after the Battle Fury. He got the 5th fastest Daedalus on this patch, and what I think it was, 14th fastest all time on that Monkey King hero. The space was given to him, Ricky, but it ultimately wasn't enough. And it kept happening over and over again that on the side of Team Aster, they can jump in, get a big Chronosphere, guarantee that there's going to be a decent fight for them, and guarantee that the damage that Monet's been farming for himself can actually go out onto heroes. Regrettably for Lu, it didn't really feel like they had any decent amount of control to ensure that heroes would stay inside the Wukongs. Just felt a little bit too easy for Aster to walk away from the Monkey King's damage, didn't it?
I mean, there are options, there are ways of holding them in place there, right? But the fight on Aster is just easier to execute if they don't start the fight with getting like a big kill. And we saw in this last one, like they get on top of the Tiny and he just gets shallow graved, and it's like, oh, okay, well, how do we reset the fight? Like it just becomes so difficult, and then. Yeah,
they kind of reset the fight there on the side of Aster. I mean, XSS was caught up by himself, but then, he timed it very well. While he was by himself, he hit himself with the Stone Form. The Supernova pops at the same time he's invulnerable. This team comes back in after the Supernova pops. They just couldn't get anything. Super good team fight execution from Aster. But again, I think it's because they managed to hit all these timings off of that team fight they won in the mid lane.
Yeah.
I mean,
Rough.
We saw in this game as well, boys, the impact of Dazzle. Ricky, you were talking about it now, how much work he was able to do in some of these key engagements, as we're certainly going to see some of these. This fight felt okay, but even this one, we already started to see the problem that could come into vogue, right? Ori get kept alive for much longer than he should have been otherwise, thanks to that shallow grave. And Extreme Gaming, I mean, we spoke about it in the draft, their overall lack of reach and their lack of ability to close in onto the far side of the fight. It didn't seem to be as much of a problem in the first 25 minutes, but eventually just really felt like they had no answer to the Dazzle. How could they have reached them to do it differently? This fight was pretty decent for them though. Good burst on the Faceless Void, but this feels like it's only when they make mistakes on Aster that it became possible for them to get these quick pickoffs on these cores.
Yeah, I mean, they did a decent job at finding some pickoffs early. They had some good farm on these two cores, but there's no real building hitters on the side of Extreme. Like, that is, at the end of the day, that is their biggest issue. We talked, they don't have really much to deal with Roche. They don't have anyone who can really threaten buildings. Like, who do you put in front? Is it Paparazzi? Is it the Monkey King? Do you hope they don't just get tossed back by a Tiny into a Dismember? Like, it forces you into such... Yeah, or just hooked. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways that, like, Aster will force you out of position, and it kind of is seen in this fight. Like, they hook Lou back. They're like, oh, we got to go defend him. We got to do much. Like, Monet comes in with a Chrono, and they get baited. Like, they just get baited so hard. Like, they think they have the fight in their favor, and it's like they try to do what they can to make these chases. And like,
when they go too far in, Wraith Pack got him on the ground. Not enough damage
hero
to be able to
avalanche.
finish anybody off.
Yeah.
Perfect execution. That's also why I kind of really don't like seeing the Monkey King core into Pudge. We spoke about it in the draft, but easy sources of displacement. And we saw it how many times in this game where Lou would pop off the Wukongs, and then Pudge just says, sweet mate, I'm going to press Q, and let's see which is actually more powerful in these instances. But this is the fight that pretty much broke the game. Paparazzi goes forward in a decent position.
Doesn't actually get hit by the Chrono. He walks back into it afterwards. There.
He got
perma-stunned. He was
he got silenced into perma-stun and then familiar drop. So like he actually he didn't get a chance to throw a single spell. I mean, this whole fight starts because Bobica gets saved by Dazzle 4 staffs away, and then he just buys back, and then he tries to go onto the Dazzle, and they just can't.
He ends up time walking back. The team disengages. I mean, just exists by himself, but Stoneform, what a broken ability. That you're invulnerable in vulnerability. crazy good.
And then like, yeah, the damage that comes out, the AC just doing so much damage combined with Monet. And yeah, Bobica on the Tiny. This dude was fire this game. There's a reason Tiny is banned in almost every game. And if he's not, he's first pick. This is a perfect example of why.
I mean, we also saw in this game, that last fight was a good example of why you have Dazzle in the draft, right? Because we found a very interesting position where they were trying to kill him, trying to run him down, but he's like, wait a second, I can also just grave myself. All the time you spend chasing me is more time Ori's getting damage back on the other side. But overall, just the execution today, Team Asta were just on the same page, knew exactly what they wanted to do, when they wanted to do it. And that's usually been the difference between these teams at the very top of the division and the team further down the card, is having that cohesive strategy and just the way to push down these towers. Neff, you spoke about it, that in the draft for Extreme Gaming, no way, even if they win the fight, then what? Takes a full team fight victory for them to get a tier 1, a tier 2. Erstwhile for Team Asta, a lot easier to accomplish that thanks to XXX having this great performance, having these birds out on Vogue early. So with this victory, Asta being second place right now, Neff, are you not maybe starting to align with Ricky's thinking about them going very high into the major?
Wait, what do you mean? That wasn't Ricky's thinking. That was mine. I said Asta first.
Oh, yes, you did say Asta first. Yeah. Ricky, what's up with you, Ricky? What's your problem, bro?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I said Asta first. Neff's a liar.
No.
The North American cope out of Ricky. Look, I love the region as much as you, Ricky, but do you not see Asta just now? Do you not see them?
They look heckin' good, man. They look heckin' good. I'm ready to see all the... They're going to yee their haws all the way through Arlington. That's all I'm saying.
He's just excited about these Pudge picks, honestly.
Yeah, I really am. They're a team after my own heart. As long as Ori keeps getting Pudge, I will root for them.
Ori just looking very, very solid on his performances right now. And Neff, earlier on, you were the one that asked the question about who do you believe is the better mid laner. After this, the stats would say Ori for this particular portion of the season, right? But how are you feeling?
Oh, come on. Paparazzi did great in the mid. He ended up blocking the hooks that came out from Ori. He was ahead on net worth. I just didn't manage to go his way this game.
Not by much. Like early on, net worth 10 minutes. Like he was about it was about 1,000 ahead. He actually was pretty good. Yeah, he was doing pretty good.
He did pretty well in this game. I mean, there was a large portion of the game where it really felt like he was the only thing holding Extreme Gaming together. That if that Razor didn't have as good of a start as he didn't have as much early team fight presence, it would have looked way worse, I think, for Extreme Gaming. But because he demonstrated his quality, and he is a reason why they've come to this point. And even though they have ended up losing the game here, it's not a... So it actually doesn't really mean all that much for them. They were unlikely to be able to directly qualify for TI anyway, given their points tally. But now this is experience. They're going to be going to their first major as a squad together. I'm very curious to see how they are going to perform there. I know we've spoken about Aster and LGD coming very highly placed, but Neff, tell me, where do you think Extreme Gaming ranks in the overall landscape of Dota 2 right now?
It's too difficult to say. I mean, I was hyping them up just before this match as well. I didn't end up putting them in like my top picks inside the major. They do a lot better in this like inter-regional game. 8th. I think Extreme Gaming will finish 8th in the tournament. I think China is incredibly strong, but they have shown they're towards the bottom of that ladder, at least when it comes to these top 4 teams.
How about you, Ricky? How are you feeling? Top 8? Does that seem like a correct placement for XG?
It's so hard to say, man. Like, we haven't seen China on LAN the entire year. Like, this is the thing that's like so frustrating, is like these teams have yet to play outside their region for like 7 months. So I don't know if like that was actually one of the things that we spoke about in the interview just the other day with Zhao. He's like, yeah, we just want to play international teams. Like, we have no idea where we stack up. But like, we know we're good. We think we're good. But we could go to the major, we could get first, we could get last. We literally don't know. And that's why I'm excited. I do think China is incredibly strong. I think it's very likely all of these teams, like all of the 4 teams that qualify, make it into playoffs, like do pretty well. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
That's a good point, that it's very difficult to know, right? Given that the region has just been locked behind closed doors for such a long time. And we don't know if that has led to them ossifying in any particular way, or if it's going to be the case that they're like, no. We were just in the hyperbolic time chamber, as it were. And then we emerge even stronger than what we used to be back in the day. Of course, it's going to be their first foray into international competition since TI. It's a long time ago. And it's right before this upcoming TI. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams perform. Of course, we have prattled on enough about how we think these teams will perform. It's probably best that we ask them directly themselves, as we have XXX from Team Asta on the line to join us. And we're going to be hearing from him directly how he feels about this game and how he feels about the future of the team. XXX, good sir, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on your victory. Tell us, the team now is top 2, which means that you have just enough DPC points to get into the top 12. So you're technically qualified for TI. Is it something that the team was thinking about, or were you just concerned about winning the game and proving how good you are here and now?
首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。现在的话，应该是锁定了前2，然后这样子的话 ，TI 积分也应该是正好够这个GL了。你们打前的话，会有想过这方面积分的事情吗？还是只想就是在这个加赛里面表现出比较好的发挥？
说实话，我不太清楚啊。我以为只有就是我们中国区的第1名才分够，然后第2的话，我觉得可能还需要在 Major 上就是争取往前一点的排名吧。
然后你们打的时候会想积分的事情吗？
也没怎么想吧，因为最近我们训练比赛都状态不太好，就想着怎么把每一局游戏里打好吧。
To be honest, I didn't know. I thought we have to get position 1 to have enough points to get direct invited. So I thought top 2 you still have to go to major and get a good place. And during the games before the tiebreaker, we didn't think about the points. We weren't performing really good recently. We only want to focus on the game we play.
That certainly makes sense. Well, you now have successfully qualified for said major. It's going to be your first foray into international competition since TI, which has been a very long time away. How do you feel about where your team ranks in general? Of course, it's difficult to know given the fact that you haven't played some of these teams, but how do you think you rank in general? And also, do you think you'll be able to perform well enough at the major to get more points for that TI qualification?
就是 TI 之后的话也没有打过国际比赛嘛，然后这次去到Major 的话，对打其他的国外队伍有没有信心？然后对自己再拿一点分数，像你刚刚说的那样有没有信心？
挺有信心吧，因为我们现在能玩的英雄还挺多的，然后等过段时间再训练一下，做好准备，感觉去国外打应该大家努力，应该能进个前8吧，前4这样。
I feel confident right now. I feel like our team right now has a very good hero pool. So I feel like we can train later on, and before and after we go into the competition, going to the major. Our goal is at least top 8. We're aiming for top 4.
Ooh, top 4. That's a bold prediction right there. Our cryptic offlane extraordinaire. We have one of the best offlaners on the planet here. Do you know I want to probe his mind while we have him on the line?
Yeah, I wanted to ask because you've stats-wise had one of the best performances of an offlaner here in the DPC, and I wanted to ask, what is it that you think allows you to perform so well? Is it your hero pool? Is it your team? A combination of the both? I just want to get some insight from you on that.
你个人的数据的话，在自己的位置上是非常亮眼的，然后是非常好，是可能最好的。然后的话，想问一下，就是你自己觉得是什么样的因素让自己的3号位发挥比较亮眼呢？是英雄的原因啊，还是说队伍啊，还是说这个 BB 上保护做的比较好？你是怎么想的？
首先是平常在训练里，就是我的队伍和教练会给我很多意见吧，然后在打法上可能我玩一些战线的英雄比较多，类似谜团，可能死玲珑这种的，就是最近玩的比较多，就会比较有钱吧，就看起来数据会好一点。
First of all, my coach and my teammates gave me a lot of suggestions during scrims. second off team tend to pick those heroes that gonna stay in the lane for a little longer. Heroes like Enigma and ViCi. That's probably why my stats is looking better.
Awesome. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Speaking of heroes, actually, as well, Neff, you out here. He has played XXX, one of the most diverse offlaners in general, and you generally have a large favoring for diverse players. So holla at him while we have him on the line.
That's not what I need to know. I've got 2 questions for him. The first one is I can't help but to see the teddy bear behind you. What's his name and who does it belong to?
想问一下，你身后摄像头里那个泰迪熊是叫什么名字？然后是谁的？
说实话我不知道，这个熊是好像反正不是我买的，然后别人买的我也不知道，反正一直就摆在那里。
To be honest, I have no idea. This bear has been there for a while.
Okay, my second question for you is: Are you looking forward to traveling again? And is there anything that you're looking forward to doing when you're in Texas?
在问题就是出去打比赛的话，有没有期待就是出国旅行？然后有没有想在德克萨斯做的事情？
出国应该就是为了比赛吧。说实话，我个人非常的懒，就是最近反正都不太出门的，可能1-2周会出一次门，吃个饭啥的吧，就不太出门。
I'm a lazy person. I don't really go out. For example, I didn't go out for past week. I think the last time I go is like 1 or 2 weeks when I go out and eat with my teammates. So I don't really know.
So I imagine he asked him if he didn't notice if there was a quarantine going on or not.
Oh no!
Thank you very much. That's all I got.
XXX, I have 2 more questions for XXX. So one of them is that just speaking about your hero pool and your diversity, every single offlaner in China and most offlaners on the planet have played Dawnbreaker in the 3 position, except you. It still remains one of your unplayed heroes. Can you tell us why that is? Do you not think the hero was strong, or do you just not have as many games as you'd like on the hero?
其他这个3号位队伍的3号位都已经打过破晓晨星了，然后你们队的话，你一直没玩这个英雄，你们是怎么觉得呢？是你觉得这个英雄强度不够，还是会有什么其他说法？
不好意思，是什么英雄？没听清。
大锤。
这个英雄感觉很厉害啊，但是他要搭配一些可以让他大招好放一点的，就是能开团的英雄。然后，反正我们最近训练不太玩吧，但是我觉得这英雄还是很厉害的。
Yeah, I personally think this hero is really strong, but she requires some hero can start a fight for her. Yeah, I think she's really strong, but we didn't play her so much in the scrims.
Definitely makes sense. You don't want to pull out something that you haven't practiced on. And the last question might be a bit of an uncomfortable one, though. Since the last time we've seen you in the season, I mean, it's been, I think, since 2020, since the last time that Team Aster won a best-of-3 series on the international stage. What do you think it was that was keeping the previous rosters from being able to win internationally? And what do you think has changed now with this new roster that will allow you to gain the success you're looking for?
想问一下，就是其实之前 Aster 外战一直不是特别好，就是追溯到上一个胜场的话，可能已经是20年的事情了。那你觉得当时的 Aster，跟现在 Aster 比起来的话，现在 Aster 的优势就是或者说能给你信心的点是什么，让你们觉得可以在 Major 上有个比较好的发挥？
去年我们不太稳定吧，就是出了国总有一些意外状况，或者队内就是状态不好，或者有一些矛盾什么的。今年就感觉总体队伍比较稳定吧，然后起伏也比较小，就大家平常相处的也挺融洽的，就觉得出去了大家就是一起进晚一处时还是挺有机会的。
So last couple years we weren't really stable, and there's a lot of there is unexpected stuff happened besides the matches when we travel international, and there are also some internal conflict happening. This year the team is more stable, and we have a a good relationship between us. So I think
Mm.
if everyone share the same goal, we could do better.
That goal of winning is certainly within your grasp. So let us hope that this time around it's going to work out well. You certainly are on the right path. And with this victory, we will hope to see you do just as well at the major. So congratulations, XXX. And thank you so much for your time.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们 major 有好的发挥。
OK, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, XXX, with the boy Marshall on the translation, helping us out once again for the last time in the season. Well, second to last time. He's still back again later. But we have heard there from XXX. This time around, it's going to be different, Ricky. It has been a rough road for them for the last couple of years. But he's saying that now it's different. Now things are better. Ladam is back into his coaching role. So it does seem to be like, even when they are experiencing a little bit of turmoil with some of these games, it does seem like there's a lot less like turbulence within the team itself, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Aster's looked so good this season. It wasn't perfect. They didn't come out, I think with the record that they were hoping. But second place, nothing to scoff at. I think this team has a lot of potential at the major. I think they're going to be definitely a top contender. They're going to be good.
Speaking of how these placements have shaken out, Aster, of course, have claimed second place. I can tell you now that Extreme Gaming, despite losing this game against Team Aster, will still find themselves in third place because the decider matchup between themselves and PSG LGD has been cancelled because LGD have decided to forfeit. They are in no danger of relegation anymore. They've already gotten to the major. They don't need any extra DPC points, and they certainly don't
Excuses,
need
they were
$1,000
afraid. They were afraid. You could admit it to the viewers, Snare. They didn't want to see how they could match up.
Not this is actually enough. Shawait is going old school. Saving strats for TI. That's what he's doing.
He's looking for strats at the major. That's what he said, right? He was just so eager to actually play against teams outside of the Chinese region and see what teams come up with and what ends up happening. The major, of course, we're going to probably see its own meta develop. We'll be curious to see if we get a patch, like a slight patch before the major. There is enough time for I don't know, what number are we on? Like Q or something at this point? We're really far down the list, but yeah, we'll see. I'm excited to see what they do.
I too am excited to see what they do. I think it's unlikely because there is still another tournament happening and there's like qualifiers for those tournaments, but Valve has been known to also just drop it randomly. So it would be interesting. I doubt it's going to happen, but I hope that something does get done because I'm tired of seeing Tiny Park Dawnbreaker every single game. Before we close this one out, Nefgun, we didn't get from you a highlight of your season. So let's hear from you. What is the standout moment from your year in the 2020-2022 season of Dota?
I know what it is. You better not lie to me.
It was probably Ricky saving me when we were in studio. You're a brother to me, Ricky.
Okay, damn right.
Regardless of me gaslighting you up all the time. There was a number of times, but I would just leave it at that. Ricky, you're an excellent friend. Please remember that whenever I make fun of you.
Of course, man. Much love, my dude.
The friendship and the bromance between Arcryptic and Nef Sensei will still hold strong, but unfortunately, it will not be holding strong here in the DPC because this is their last series together. There's also my last series here that we are involved in, so thank you so much, everybody at home, for allowing me to host so many of these games with you. Cost a couple of them, but when we started this out, I thought I was being consigned to the host role. I didn't think I'd be that great at it, and y'all have given me the time and space and the latitude to improve a little bit, grow into the role a bit more.
Come on, give yourself some credit. Give yourself some credit.
Very humble.
For Snare. He is incredible.
Very humble.
Too humble.
Yeah. We'll take it. We'll take it.
Excellent job.
On a serious note, though, before we ended last time around, I was putting a shout out onto Lizard and Dragon Drop. The last thing I want to just say about Dragon Drop before we go off is that if not for Dragon Drop in chat, Clemens, thank you, because without him, y'all might not know this, but I would legitimately not even be here. He's the one that dragged me into this morass. So shout out to him for making this all possible. You too. What a guy. Dragon Drop out here with the chain migration, bringing us all into the fold. Our Cryptic,
6 years back.
But a good 6 years, right? A great 6 years.
We'll call it that.
Neff, listen, it's been the last, year or so that we've been working together. It's been very fun to work with you. I've learned a lot from you. Those of you at home who do not know, Neff is also one of these people that helps to make things work and function in the background. So when things are on fire, not just here in China, but in other regions around the world, Neff is always on hand with the extinguisher and with the production knowledge to make sure that all goes smoothly. Our Cryptic with the smooth voice, because he shares the same mic as me, the good audio knowledge, the fantastic drip, and just the amazing presence on the mic. You've also made this season
Really
so
grasping
much
at
more
straws here.
enjoyable.
Yeah, it's fine. There's only a couple, so I appreciate it.
Oh, lol.
It wouldn't be
Before we go
the
off,
end of a
though.
season without one last burn from Neff. I'll take it.
One last one, that's how you know he loves you. If he's not burning you, or like, how do you know it's real if he's not dropping that heat on you? Of course, those of us who are, or those who are still not here today, we still have one more series for the day between not Evil Geniuses, EHOME and the side of ViCi Gaming. My brain just went all fuzzy there. But that particular series will determine which one of those teams drops down to Division 2 for the next season, which one of them will stay up. And of course, bringing you that action will be Nomad, Black, as well as B-Cop. Neff will moonlight a little bit. No, wait, he won't, because the series is cancelled. Yeah, so
I am
B-Cop,
out.
Black, we're done. We're finished. So before we go, let us make sure that it is not understated and not unheard just how much we appreciate those three gentlemen as well. B-Cop, a mainstay within the Chinese region. He's been holding it down for back when we were still just moonlighting on Gosu Gamer streams. I remember B-Cop starting out around the same time as me, so he's
I'm
held down
very
the
excited for
fort.
up and coming caster B Cup.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nah, B-Cop's out here. All that's left is for that TI invite, and the man is going to solidify everything. Black, of course, has been the menace, dropping the knowledge and some of the salt when we needed to be dropped, and none of us wanted to say it. He was the one calling out bad Radiance pickups, calling out these Lincoln Spheres. So he has also helped us all improve in his own way as well. And of course, Nomad, the narrator, our intrepid host, and our stats man has been holding it down since he got here. So shout out to him as well for making this as good and as smooth of a show as it always is when he's on the mic. With that, we thank you so much, everybody. We are going to be closing it out. And now an hour, 90 minutes long break before the next series. So quite a while to wait for that relegation matchup. Go outside, get some fresh air, get some sunlight or moonlight, any kind of natural light onto your face, touch some grass, call someone you love, let them know you love them, and let them know how obsessed you are with Dota so that they can also join you right here back for some Dota 2 action in about an hour. We love you. We're signing out. Until next season, goodbye.
英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
It's time for the final series of the China DPC. That is right, it all comes down to this, and it is a relegation elimination. Best of 3 between ViCi Gaming and EHOME. That is right, hopes will be crushed, dreams will be made, and you will be entertained, I hope. Joining me to break down this series, we've got B-Cup and we've got Black. Guys, EHOME versus ViCi. You know, the last time these two teams met, it was EHOME taking a very, very convincing win on the back of some pretty brutal lanes. Are you expecting the same thing to happen this time around, Black, or are they going to work on their mistakes and come in harder in this second time?
Well, hopefully they figured out what went wrong, because last series was not pretty at all. And a little news flash for people that don't know: it looks like Victoria is not playing today, but instead it's going to be the coach Fenrir standing in. So perhaps something happened after that game that wasn't, being digested too well. But who knows? It's just speculations at this point. All we know is Fenrir is actually playing the 5 now for them in this match at least. So will that be better for them? Who knows? Honestly, I haven't seen Fenrir play in forever. Obviously, he's a very smart player, but if you're completely out of practice, I don't know how much is going to factor into this.
He used to be primarily a carry player, though, right?
Oh, Fenrir? No. He was always a 5. Always a 5.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
well,
he was known as the captain in China.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, that's a good sign then. At least he knows his role. But yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be interesting seeing them play. I mean, was Fenrir involved in the EHOME organization before this series, or has he been helping them out? Do you know?
He was the coach for ViCi, but I think he's been with ViCi for a long time coaching. I want to say
he has been with them forever, right?
Yeah,
he was like a player. Then he went. He
finished his
somewhere else previously. With FY. Do you remember the team name of that?
Oh gosh,
it was a long time ago.
It must have been a long time, because he was on EHOME for like a split second. ViCi J Aster. He coached Nubia, or he's on Nubia's alone. I'm just looking at his Wikipedia. I'm not pulling that off.
Don't bring that one up, B-Cup. I could land him in some hot water. No, never anything to do with Nubia. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, but he's been with VG for a long, long time. Like, he was in VG before, he left, he came back, and I think in total he's been there for like 5+ years or so.
All right, so Fenrir going to be standing in for this really important best of 3 series, and it is a best of 3 tiebreaker. It is deciding relegation here, so the winning team gets to stay in Division 1. The losing team will be knocked down to Division 2. My goodness, high stakes here indeed. And they're going to need nerves of steel to keep it together for this one. And as I mentioned, last time, EHOME really did give them a handling, and I feel like this team has looked more stable than ViCi, even though ViCi, I would say, have had slightly higher peaks at the beginning. Now EHOME has definitely overtaken them in terms of my expectations, at least. Because
they're on what, 2 wins in a row? EHOME, they beat
Nothing
Dandelion,
huge.
they beat ViCi. ViCi's wins were what, against Dandelion as well. I think these teams are very similar. I would agree that the hotter team at the moment is EHOME, especially when you're playing with a stand-in again in another tiebreaker situation. Sans the
VG loves that.
Irving Yang situation that they forfeited out last time. That was very interesting, and they're doing it again here. Look at this. It's all the same. It's all a circle.
ViCi and stand-ins in crucial series. Name me more iconic duo.
In a tiebreaker. Great job.
Should they choose?
Can you guys imagine? Like Div 1 without VG would be so weird. But
without either of them.
But Div 1 without IG was also really weird. So maybe it's not that unreasonable to expect it to happen.
Yeah. And of course, the other big team which both of these guys beat was LGD somehow. So, that was it's a nice, easy win pickup there for both these teams earlier on in the tournament. Yeah. PSG LGD struggling against those middle running teams early on in this series. So, a different day, though, a different week. LGD were a different team back then and not forfeiting as well. This is a hot topic at the moment. Very quickly, what do you think of that forfeit, Black? Do you think that's anything it's a big deal?
Not really. I mean, also the reason it was given is that they have to prepare for like a flight for a tournament that's starting in like 2 days or so, which is very close to the European time zone. So it makes a lot of sense because ultimately it doesn't really matter to them at all. Like their standing at TI is already secured. If anything, honestly, it's kind of like a bro move because he's helping out. Like they're helping out their own region, right? Like, all right, Extreme, take those points.
Yeah,
we got other tournaments to prepare for, which you didn't even get invited to. Crap team. We're the bosses still, but take the points for now. We'll see you at the end.
Yeah, couldn't come to this tournament, but take these points instead. That's it. Definitely a bro move. Yeah, and definitely helps out the region, which I think China this year around at least is probably the closest it's been so far in terms of like camaraderie and helping each other out because they've all been stuck in the same crappy situation. They've still been locked down for most of the year, still are in a measure of lockdown here as well. They've reintroduced some new measures in the past month, so it's a pretty rubbish situation for them. So there's going to be a lot of sympathy between teams at the moment. Provided there's no beef, of course, which doesn't seem to be much of in this region. A lot of respect and a lot of humbleness. It's a very wholesome region for the most part. Until Ame comes along and says he's going to beat you with his feet, but is what it is.
I don't want to get beat with anybody's feet. That's
slapping you.
Not my dream. My friend used to play piano with his feet, but I don't want to get hit with somebody's feet. It's gross.
There's someone in chat right now who's like, oh yeah,
I love his feet.
Take pics.
Yeah,
sorry.
my dream. All right, we do have a draft now available, so let's waste no time in jumping into this one. EHOME versus ViCi, and this tiebreaker match is kicking off right here, right now, and we're going to start things off with nice Nyx Assassin ban. Get that hero out of here, set up for the Dawnbreaker pick possibly, but I'm sure EHOME have that one clocked, and we'll be banning it out next.
5 seconds.
We'll see.
Maybe. Potentially.
Dawnbreaker's gotten through a lot. Even with the Nyx ban.
Man, wait. So I have to check out something. You guys sound smart while I'm busy.
Oh god,
2 + 2 = 4.
Yep.
Nailed it.
The sun is actually a star. But the stars are not the sun.
Oh, hey.
Yeah. Are we nailing this? Are we sounding smart? Are we in B-Com?
You guys are sounding amazing right now. I almost have the answer to my question. Keep it going.
By the way, also,
indubitably,
ViCi plus EHOME equals Dota.
Okay, I got the answer.
Oh, thank God we did it.
Yes. So, his last ranked game before yesterday, he started playing a bit yesterday because probably they knew that he was going to stand in, was in the beginning of May.
Uh-oh.
So,
it's a lot of time.
That's a while ago.
Yeah, that's about 2 and a bit months. Great. All right.
Yeah. So I actually want to see how Fenrir can perform here, because, like, as a coach, honestly, it's not nearly as important, obviously, to play as many games and stay as mechanically fit. Let's see what he can bang out here.
It sounds like they're just gonna put him on like straight comfort then.
Treant. Let's go.
Which you gotta hope is like something in the meta.
Yeah, his Treant is very good, and Treant is obviously very strong in the meta. So we could see that. But yeah, it really... It's weird, man. VG have so many, on paper, strong players, right? Like, what is always happening with this team in 2 seasons in a row now? They just can't get anything going.
Internal problems.
It must be, right?
It's not a good look, that's for sure. When you struggle to host a team for a tiebreaker, or just the entire season, even if it wasn't a tiebreaker.
Yep, we said the same thing last season, how that instability was going to be the death of them, and then they get Yang, we're like, okay, great, this team's got some leadership, they've got some backbone to hold them all together, and no, this season around we're going to do the exact same thing. So, Nyx Assassin does not get banned out, and ViCi actually get away with the puck and the Dawnbreaker opening. Meanwhile, EHOME, they'll grab the Marcy and they'll grab the Keeper off the Light.
Should still be a Nyx ban coming out though, right? It's like way too strong against both these heroes.
It's already banned. It was the very first.
Oh, it was the first ban actually. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was expecting ViCi to pick it up.
What am I
immediately,
seeing?
What are you seeing? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
A guy with a cool helmet, I guess.
Dude, if Nyx was like a biker, I would totally dig it. Nyx when he like overtakes you.
Oh god, we're getting into the Razor sounds.
Everything sounds like a Razor if you wanted to. Alright, I need to see Fenrir's camera. I need to see how confident he looks.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. Like, let's make some fake drama based on their emotions right here in these little camera moments.
I need to see Fenrir. I was in this team for 6 months. I was very close to him. I can feel his emotions, but I need to see him
Through the screen.
Through the screen, of course. We bonded. Whoa.
My question is why they chose Fenrir to play over their other coach. But I guess Lycus doesn't have as much player experience. Well, I mean, he does.
They put a lot of respect onto him, though, don't they, Lycus?
Yeah, they do. But the thing is, Fenrir was a god gamer, and god gamer statuses don't usually expire, you know? So
I don't know. Emos kind of did.
I mean, he wasn't a god gamer, though. Like, he was almost there.
Yeah.
But, you know, like, he was like this one step short, and then he got arrogant, and then he flopped.
Yeah.
That question mark moment almost made him a legend. He was so close to be a legend, and then he's like, I'm a god, and then he wasn't anymore. You can't say that you're a god, by the way, if you are one. That immediately nullifies your god status.
That's true. That's true. If you change your in-game name to, like, be god, then it's a bit sus.
Who would ever do that?
That's terrible.
Yeah, agreed.
I've never done that. I've thought about it. Well, be god action.
What made you stop? Or
I'm not good. I'm not good.
Oh yeah, that's a sound explanation. I like that. Thank you.
Can't be a god if you're not good, right?
That depends on perspective, I'd say.
So last time these two teams played against each other, EHOME did take the victory, and they did off the back. Their first game was an Alchemist, where they just didn't really get contested much. It was a pretty sticky game, honestly. EHOME were just able to control the map.
What's your definition of sticky in this case?
Like a molasses.
Yeah, a sticky game is when you kind of you just put yourself in a situation which is difficult to move in.
Right. Yeah. Although their situation wasn't actually sticky, they just made it one, right? They just didn't do anything. They had a good lead, and they were like, all right, we'll chill.
Yeah, we
Game's
don't need
looking
to
good.
pressure this Alchemist. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah.
And
Radiance became even 14? Ah, crap.
Whoa. Yep, and then game number 2, they just lost the lane super hard and got steamrolled off that.
And EHOME is doing the same thing again, right? Their approach is very much lane-centered. Like Marcy plus the support, it's super strong, Earth Spirit, gonna roam a lot into the mid lane, the Coddle for the early team fight controls with a fast vessel. There might be a little bit of a clash, perhaps, between Earth Spirit and Coddle, because both of those love urns. So, could be a mid Earth Spirit 2 and a 4 Coddle. We don't know.
Ooh.
Oh, Bristol, I hate that hero. It's so strong.
Ooh. Okay, yeah.
By so strong, I mean broken.
Don't feel strong, honestly, against this Bristle so far on EHOME.
They will have a fast vessel if Coddle is mid. That's pretty much the only thing they're playing for them.
I don't mind it, honestly. I feel like Marcy is actually one of the very few difficult matchups for Bristleback to play, simply because as Marcy, you can dispose him to kind of take him out of the fights and disable him for a few seconds. You can also speed up your teammates, more importantly, with that rebound. I think that's really important. Like, if you can get away from Bristle, you're living the dream. And they don't have a ton of lockdown. Like, all they really have is a coil. Yes, coil is very, very strong, especially when you throw down the Dawnbreaker ultimate on top of it as well. Chaotic Offering, I guess, but like, there's no cheap lockdown on ViCi Gaming, I guess, what I'm trying to get at. And that's what Bristleback loves playing with, right? So they'll need that in their last pick. They've got one more chance to pick it up.
Man, Terrorblade looks mighty strong here for EHOME, to be honest. They don't really have good ways to dealing with him at all. It's good against Dawnbreaker in lane, and it destroys Bristol too.
That it does.
And Shiro loves it.
Yeah, he's got to be calling for it. It just depends on whether the team, whether the captain, whether the drafter agrees or they want to go in a different direction. So, yeah.
So they're going to go last pick for him. There's still plenty of heroes for him, right? There's Medusa, there's a Terrorblade, there is still the Alchemist that they won with, which isn't bad here either.
I mean, 2 of them are going to get banned, though. Morph is going to be one of them. I feel like the TB
Morph
has to be the other.
Comfort.
Still.
TB. The thing is, TB isn't actually considered like super strong. Like a lot of teams consider other heroes much stronger than the TB, so maybe it's not really as high on the list.
No, I guess not.
But yeah, I want to have a hero that can really contest the Bristleback in those team fights. Like they have a lot of lockdown and survivability utility now, but they're lacking like this nice juicy damage.
Bika, which of these drafts suits the team better? You know, which of these can you see playing out for these players?
I like ViCi's lineup a lot right now. XM, very much a puck player. I feel like it's very easy for Erica to get behind Bristle. If when in doubt, give your support who maybe you're stand-in a Warlock. He does the same thing every fight anyway. And
you don't need to have played a lot of Dota to play.
No, you don't. It feels very simple. And then, like, I'm wondering if it's going to be a 4 or 3 Dawnbreaker, but I like 3 Dawnbreaker more. So I'm hoping it's Yang on that. And then that, you know, kind of fits the bill of dead Yang strats, right? Go in with your ult, heal up your carry, die, it's okay. And then that's it.
Sounds like fun.
They're probably looking for a 4 that can just instantly jump in and start a fight for them. Like a Shadow Shaman would be good. Yep. Or what other 4s do like the same thing?
I don't want to see Tusk.
You don't?
I do. I want to see Tusk.
Yeah, I think Tusk is good too with their lineup. Agreed.
Yeah. It gives them that control I talked about. It gives them the brawling potential we want.
Razor, so it's a 4 Dawn.
Okay.
Now Terrorblade looks... Oh, it's banned. Never mind.
Yeah,
they banned it to be.
Last bit by ViCi. As we predicted, Black, come on. Give us some respect.
Yeah, we did.
But yeah, the Razor's going to be the last pick from ViCi Gaming, which is going to mean that the Dawnbreaker and EHOME will final pick the Sniper to line up their draft. Now, we're getting very excited. Everyone else is like, what the hell? We see this hero all the time. But in China, this hero is not popular. This hero is not popular at all. In fact, I can tell you right now that it has been picked. No, it's just been banned actually once before, and that's it. This is the first Sniper game of the China DPC. And it's coming out in a best 3 tiebreaker. That's very exciting for us.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried, though. Feel like
Same.
You get one quick glance at the Sniper, and Dawnbreaker is just going to jump on him or something, and then they have the vision, and all of a sudden, Razor BKB, static link, chase the Sniper. You're in trouble.
Yeah.
And, do your best. But if you're going to get relegated, why not have some fun doing it? Potentially, or show up in style.
I don't think that's the mentality here, but sure, go off.
I don't know. Why not? Play a game, do it in style. If you're going to lose 30 MMR, you might as well try your hardest. I think ranked games should also be plus or minus MMR, because I think pro players would try that much harder because they care more about their MMR sometimes than DPC points.
Oh, DPC game should be plus or minus. This is the strange line you're going on here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of lost track after I said, Sniper, Shiro, everything, play and have fun.
All right, bring it back on the rails, Biko. Where are we going with this one? What way are you leaning?
Okay. Woo. Not to the Arlington Major, but I will use a little rodeo over here to bring it back on the rails. I'm leaning ViCi. I think their lineup's very simple execution. And when you're using a stand-in the 5 position, especially what looks to be, I would say, Fenrir being the leader in the voice chat as well, you got to have simple execution. That's what they have.
All right.
Well, I'm going to be leaning the way of EHOME for this one. The thing I like with Sniper is some beefy bro to sit on the front lines with you. And guess what? They've got Marcy. And guess what? They've got Earth Spirit. And guess what? They've got Pangolier. They've got so much frontline for this Sniper. Like, good luck getting on top of him. I think that's going to be very, very tricky for ViCi Gaming. And all they've really got is the Park. The Dawnbreaker's not the best jumper in the world. But we'll see. What about you, Black, very quickly as we are into the game?
I would agree. I think they're just going to stomp their lanes, honestly, because their lanes are incredibly strong. And then from there, they will have to outplay VG for sure. As B-Cop said, it's much simpler for VG. But yeah, I'm going to go EHOME 2.
Alrighty, 2 for EHOME, 1 for ViCi. Let's find out how this game number 1 goes in this best of 3 tiebreaker as we jump into game number 1. Guys, let's get into it. This all-important tiebreaker match starting right now.
Thank you.
Woohoo!
Getting on into it.
I like what EHOME did here, B-Cop. I really do, because they went back to what already bagged them their win against VG previously, right? Strong lanes, snowball potential is there. Why go away from it when it worked twice wonderfully?
So this whole
Right.
mess is all your fault?
Why not just go back to what
So
works?
this whole mess is
You're
all
facing
your
what
fault?
should presumably be a, quote, weaker ViCi.
Yeah. Which, it's just so weird to me. Like, this team has been plagued by issues for quite a while now, and I'm really wondering, like, what it could be that's causing them so many troubles. It's not the skill on the players, that's for sure.
Alright, Sam.
Triple bounty, though.
Taking a lot of damage, but yeah, triple bounty.
Yeah. He gets sealed by Warlock, though, so he's gonna be just fine. Usually you don't want to start lane with too low health, but yeah. Shadow Word is a pretty nutty level 1 spell.
Yeah, both Shadow Word and Fatal Bonds feel very strong level 1.
Yeah.
Not
Warlock
fun
is
to deal with at all.
little overtuned, which is why he's getting first phase all the time, pretty much.
And he's not getting banned either. But I feel like he's definitely a hero that, like, while very strong, is very killable.
Yeah.
In all aspects of the game.
I feel like that's like that in most metas, to be honest. Like, you remember where Earthshaker was like first picked every game? Nobody would actually ban the Earthshaker. Like, it feels really like bad to ban a support here in the first phase. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you're kind of like submitting to superiority of the player.
Also, we didn't mention, or maybe we did, but it is that mid-Earth Spirit, not that mid-Coddle.
Yeah.
Which means, at least in my eyes, well, actually, maybe not. Both of them could go for the Spirit Vessel, I guess.
Yeah, they're both strong vessel carriers, and Seal is probably dead. Goodbye, sir.
Yeah. First blood for Erica, just runs him down, has that early viscous nasal goo. And when you don't have Swashbuckle at level 1, you have no way to get out of the range of what's coming your way.
Yeah, but that really shouldn't happen. Like, you know, dying to a Bristol bag really just means that you're too greedy, and a death like that is just, you know, a big mistake. Because he should never have like a first blood like this for free. With a Warlock, no. But we'll see. Like, the lane is still very strong, Coddle, Angolier, so they'll be able to recover just fine. It's just Bristol with a snowball infusion like that. You know, he already has a Ring of Health now suddenly. Could get very scary. We have seen it many times.
I feel like we've said it a few times. We're like, oh yeah, their lanes should be strong, and then that team that we say that about ends up getting destroyed.
Yeah, it is possible, for sure. I mean, it's not like VG has weak lanes, right? I'm just basing most of my prediction like on the last series they played, where they looked all really not on the same page at all.
Zealand, not in trouble, but you really don't want to be standing up too far. All of a sudden, you're taking those quill stacks, and it's just going to feel worse and worse, despite maybe feeling strong because of the chakra magic.
Yeah. You can't really be... I mean, Bristleback in this lane should also be unkillable. Like, you shouldn't die here as Erica. You got the Warlock to help you and heal you all the time. Headriss, Shadow Word, getting Tangos fed, you know. It should, on paper, just be a farming lane top for both teams.
Shiro in trouble.
Oh, yeah, but he's fast. Shrapnels.
Celestial Hammer, though, slowed him down quite a bit. The dispose from ZZQ. The Shrapnel's down. Yang diving under the tower.
Well, they have 2 Shrapnel,
though. They'll find him. Starbreaker, and that should be the kill. Xiaoma gets credit for it, and they might just go after ZZQ. Xiaoma would have loved to get out of tower range, but that's not happening.
Yeah, got the big kill, though, and the wave is pushing away from him. Sniper is a hero that you can still catch back up with Shrapnel. It's pretty easy to farm stacks and whatnot, but you definitely want to be running a lane. Oh, Yang gets tossed in, actually.
Yeah, the dispose early.
What?
ZZQ
Just like that?
It's a straight double kill.
All right, level 4 Marcy. Same level as your mid
Zero.
laners. Man, Snowball Marcy is pretty scary too, if you get items on her.
Yeah, if you could push into like a non-support item like a Basher or something like that. That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, right?
Yeah, or a BKB would also be nice, you just can help your sniper out a little bit more. Like, it's going to be very telling what item Echo is going to go for first. I'm expecting a Vessel, but it could also be a BKB. If he wants to be more of a frontliner rather than a damage dealer early on.
Planet just trying to farm the jungle and kind of leave Zeal by himself. Look at where Zeal's at. Level 3 to the level 5 of Erica.
Yeah, I mean, Bristol is expected to be free farming here. Warlock is also walking back to lane. I think they actually went on him and he TP'd out.
That
So
does not
Echo
feel good at all.
still doesn't tell us anything with his queuing. Come on, queue up an item. Tell us what you're doing. Doesn't want to. But yeah, both mids are 6 now, so rotations are going to be happening very soon.
Has to be expected. I assume they want to go for Shiro again.
Yeah, it's very scary now to aggress for either teams though, because they know the counter game potential of Earth Spirit and Puck respectively is very, very strong.
Usually a little bit easier for the Radiant side to make that happen down bottom.
Oh,
Feel like you just could TP into the tier 1 tower. You don't really have to walk across the river and find the right spot.
Yeah, they're going on Yang.
Yeah, they're going to go again. They're going to look for this Razor. The TPs are from multiple heroes, but
Yeah,
not
Puck is
sure
here
it's
too.
going to be in time.
Shiro's dead.
ZZQ, ooh, doesn't run him down, and now Shiro's in a bad spot. Magnetizes in, but doesn't save that sniper, and Jauma, they already got the kill, so not that he's happy to die after this one, but he's willing, and it doesn't really matter that he might fall.
Yeah, that's what I alluded to though. There's a DD on XM, so they're not done yet. ZZQ.
Waiting
Also
Rift,
dead.
Illusory Orb, a quick kill there on a ZZQ. XM comes down bottom, and they get 2 kills. So that works out really well with movements here from ViCi. Erica in the jungle, and now level 6, dealing with some harassment, but he's A-okay.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I alluded to, right? Like,
Oh, Echo, bottom. He stayed, and he's just
dead
dead.
too.
Great play
The
from
DD Puck.
XM to get right in front of Echo on the roll.
Yeah, and it was all just triggered by aggressing when you should really be respecting the power of a Puck TP like that. We just literally spoke about it before it happened, and bam, 3 kills. And now Bristleback is a hero also, obviously, that doesn't really need a whole lot of help, so yeah, very well played by VG, and they're looking a lot more coherent than they did in the other series. So far, at least.
I will say it does feel now that this is such a big jumping off point for ViCi in this game with how well that rotation just went.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, got another kill on the sniper. Not really off to a hot start on Shiro. Especially against the farmed Puck, it can get really scary, honestly. Or Bristol too. Like, if you can just run past everything towards the sniper, they don't have a whole lot of save for him.
It forces Echo to be in this non-farm but fight situation, right? Like his net worth's gonna get stagnated a little bit. They'll go for XM, but the Waning Rift, they've got themselves the Fatal Bonds on the 3. XM picked up an Arcane Rune, so you may want to be a little bit careful about going in onto this Puck. Dream Coil down, and Illusory Orb, Magnetize coming through. XM on the run, but they've got the Rolling Thunder still avoiding them. But with the Swashbuckle, the Assassination, now the rebound, they still don't have the kill on XM. He is juking them all out. That is insanity. And he's going to go back in. They got the kill on a Shiro meanwhile. And XM does not die.
Yeah, this is a little game of bullet hell. He's played a lot of those Japanese arcade games, you know, where you have to dodge all the little bullets all the time with your spaceship. He dodged the boulder to the left, and then the Illuminate comes. He's going down towards the bottom. He's like, oh yeah, oh he finds the planet now too. No coil. Yeah, can't get it. Yeah, this game is looking really, really rough. Erika is just farming up the enemy triangle, while the other four is just killing everything.
And then when you don't get anything out of that, that feels way worse.
Yeah. Where's your comeback point as Sniper now? Honestly, Sniper is a hero that is almost unacceptable to lose lane with, just because of his laning prowess with shrapnels. He's 0-3. His net worth is really, really low. Look at the Brist, he's 2k ahead.
He's so far ahead. And Puck compared to the Earth Spirits, not too far ahead, but it's certainly not fun.
Yeah, and Earth Spirit is going straight into the BKB, so they would have a pretty late vessel on planet.
Yeah, it's on
going
planet.
for it.
That just throws their whole game plan back. Like, we thought, not that there was like 100% confidence within this lineup for EHOME, but at least the Spirit Vessel was the mindset, right?
Yeah, I thought so. And you can see Echo is just really not farming anymore. He's just looking for kills all the time. Planet gets coiled.
Yeah, coiled, hit with a Celestial Hammer. He's burning. He's dying.
Echo rolled in, actually.
That's going to be even slower. Echo on the run. There's the static link. Looking for the roll. Kicks away XM. Jaume looking to catch up. Goes to the Soul Ring, thinking about the Celestial Hammer to slow him down with the burn. But a Illusory Orb, and then there's the Waning Rift, and they chase down Echo. XM, Earth Spirit's a very mobile hero, but XM has been perfectly using those Waning Rifts to get in front of those rolls.
Yeah, he has been doing everything pretty much perfectly this entire game. From start to finish, really. He grabbed that initial bounty rune away from the enemy team. His rotations are spot on. He's farming very well. It's definitely my MVP so far.
Bottom lane. Jaume is getting hit by ZZQ. They go to the Rolling Thunder once again. And Yang also just in no man's land. So they get the kill there onto the Razor. They've got 5 heroes over bottom. Jaume's eventually going to die too. And I don't really know if you can go after Erika, especially without a Vessel.
Interesting. Erika actually TP'd down here. Usually we would see the Bristol just try to destroy the top tower, because nobody can really contest him. But maybe they just want to push down the bot tower now, which isn't easy against like a spamming Caudle and whatnot.
5 heroes in this lane.
Yeah, but Bristol is very strong and he just takes out the tower for free. Yeah, this game is very scary. They're not building into counters against Bristol, and he's having an absolute free game. I've seen the story too many times.
Dream Coil snaps, and they've got the ulti coming down from Dawnbreaker. They're chasing Echo, and they'll rebound and get the roll away. But ZZQ not so fortunate. Now they look over at Zeal, Shiro, and the Chaotic Offering onto 3. They've got the Fatal Bonds to follow it up. Yang dies again. Jaume drops, but these heroes are falling like flies here for EHOME. So they want this Coddle. They'll look over at Planet, and they'll get right-clicked down by Erika, and now the eyes are on the mid-tier 1. Ooh.
Yeah, I think wherever this Bristol is right now, until you have your vessel completed, which is still like a good 1,500 gold away, you just have to run away. Like, you cannot possibly fight this Bristol back right now. Just not strong enough. Try to delay him, get your snipers and farm. That being said, they're going on him. He's all by himself, though.
Man,
1v5?
No way. They don't have the Dawnbreaker ult. It's on cooldown. Look at how much it's taking just to kill him with everybody here. Eventually, they get it, but if he had any help, which he should have.
Yeah. There was a massive overstep. Literally, just as I say, it's like, wherever he is, they should run away. His entire team just leaves him. He's like, yeah, let's put that theory to the test.
And they all went after him.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they all left him all by himself. Or rather, that he stayed all by himself.
Going towards top to potentially kill Jaume again. Let's see. Got 2 heroes here, but Yang's also in the vicinity. Yang not exactly having the best game, but once he gets this BKB, it'll feel a lot stronger for him.
Yeah. They even gave a tome to the sniper because he is severely underleveled right now. A big sniper is still going to pose a lot of problems though. So if they can get to that time, I will see. It's just I'm really scared of Puck plus Dawnbreaker just jumping on him every fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Same. I'd be scared if I were the sniper until I have a couple more items.
Yeah.
I don't really think ViCi should step off the gas, though. Yeah, they want this Ags on Erica, and I think they need about 900 gold, so that's probably the timing. But again, it is giving them time to get the gold and pick up this vessel, which they're not awfully far from Planet.
Yeah, no, I agree with you too. Like, there's... Like, the best way of getting ahead is farming while you deny the enemy's farm, right? Right now they're just looking at their own farm, while, yeah, giving Sniper away back into the game. Vessel is going to be completed. So Bristol against Solar Flare plus Vessel, or Solar Bind, sorry. Not Dragon Ball Z here.
Could be Solar Flare, though. Did you see that video that was on YouTube? Speaking of Dragon Ball Z, really quick aside. It was this guy animated a thing called Dragon Ball Legend.
I have not. What's it about?
It's just like a quick animation. I think it's like just an alternate timeline, and it's like this quick 11-minute video. It's really great. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it.
Okay, make sure to link me later. Thank you.
Of course.
On Planet, just 100 gold off the vessel.
And it's gonna go mid, and they're gonna smoke.
That's a smoke pre-vessel, though. I feel like a couple of their core timings are just around the corner, and yeah.
You can still clean up the wave and then get it, right? Like,
hold that back, and you got it.
You'll have
flying
it
out now.
I say you want that in your hands before you even start this fight.
Yeah, the thing is also Razor so close to his BKB. A kill here would be massive. But look at the positioning.
Roll Xiaoma, and he's running from Echo, and a lot of these other heroes, they've got the Dispose, they'll have the Illuminate, they'll look for the Chaotic Offering. It's not going to be in time to save Xiaoma, but now they, well, what do they have? Everybody just kind of runs here on EHOME, but XM comes in with the Dream Coil onto 2, the Illuminate again, healing up these heroes on EHOME, the Rolling Thunder to leave, Erica looking to chase, but the blink away from that Pangolier, and these heroes do disengage quite well, and they've done so successfully.
Yeah, didn't really lose anything on the side of EHOME, luckily. But this now gives Razor his BKB timing, right? 300 away from that, he'll definitely have to for the next fight. And then he can just ignore everything, pretty much. As I said, Yang's actually in trouble. Or is Echo in trouble? Well, Echo just suicided.
And Echo, yeah.
Do that. Axpress is up. Now he's the king of the castle again.
I am the king of the castle.
Must be the reason I'm king of my castle.
Ags BKB next for Bristle, and then a Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Dream Coil committed down. And here comes the Dawnbreaker with that Solar Guardian, but, well, Xiaoma playing the Dead Yang strats. They'll look for Fenrir. They've got the Assassinate. They just need 2 more right clicks to get this kill, and they're going to chase, but now Waning Rift, they'll look over, and they've got the Shadow Word as well as the Fatal Bond. Oh, he killed himself! He kind of killed himself there. He swashbuckled what he was Fatal Bonds to.
Yeah, got a little greedy for the additional +1. A little unnecessary. But how far is Bristle from his BKB? Because if they can't kill him once before his BKB, this game is looking really, really, really rough. They have nothing against BKB.
I mean, this Bristol is rich as hell, though. Like, he got his Aghanims about 1.5 minutes before the average, and he's flying towards the BKB. Like, he is so fun. I mean, hitting 10k net worth at 18 minutes is a huge timing on Bristol. That's massive.
Yeah, it's really ridiculous. They haven't, like, contested him at all. No stacks have been taken from him. He found the enemy triangle. Just everything was completely free for him.
Average timing
really.
for BKB on Bristleback, by the way, is 23.5 minutes. Of course, BKB is one of the more variable purchases depending on the game and the circumstances, but generally you get it after Ags, so he's going to break that average
easily.
Massively. Yeah.
As long as he keeps farming like this, and they're smoking his 4, so they're trying to open up the map for him by just going somewhere else. They definitely feel strong enough to do so. Courier
Radiant's
dead.
courier has been killed.
Everybody have some gold. That'll help Bristle.
I mean, is it worth it having your courier there? Because, like, it won't see the wards, right? Couriers don't see wards anymore. Oh no, that's only inside Roche, isn't it? I'm thinking
It's only in Roshan, yeah.
Yeah, it does see the ward.
I don't really think that was massively value for ViCi, truthfully, but I guess they weren't getting anything out of it.
No, the courier saw the wards being placed down, so they knew the smoke was over. Good play from EHOME.
Did they have a sentry? Was it just... Did they kill a sentry there? Yeah, they did. Okay, yeah. They saw it. Okay, cool. Your eyes are more keen than mine are.
Keen
You're
optic.
playing Dota, I was trading my eyes. Sorry, I'll go away now.
The thing is, like, ViCi, they just move back to this top spot, but if EHOME are smart, which they are, they avoid that area knowing that those wards are just placed there. I'm a little surprised that ViCi just kind of went right back to that. Like, that's the obvious movement from ViCi, but maybe it's the most obvious movement that it is the one that they go for, and maybe they wouldn't think about it. I have no idea.
Or they just want to make sure the Bristol gets the fastest X time possible ever. It's like a GPM sort of game now. You know, they're like, DPC is nice, but let's break some records. 400 away. How Sniper? I just don't see any strong, like Sniper has his BKB now, but how strong is he really with that? Like if Bristol runs at him, he like 4 hits him anyway. Oh, by that Fenrir, yeah.
Roll in and gonna hit Fenrir, assassinates out. They get the kill there out onto the Warlock, and that is it so far.
Yep, not a terrible kill. Probably is gonna net them the tier 1 mid, which they desperately need. And they have 2 BKBs themselves, so yeah. Well played, but the big problem is just around the corner, and it's very spiky, spiny.
Sniper's now got his BKB. His Dragonlance in a second.
Yeah, but Le Damage, question mark, through BKB is where?
Bristle?
They have to kite the BKBs. If Razor and Bristol just run into the fight, they're both purchasing Blink Daggers, by the way, just to jump on top of the Sniper. It's gonna get really cozy.
Right, you could see that Yang went from what should have been the Refresher, as he's got that first Perseverance, going into the Blink Dagger, so they've changed their idea on what they want to do.
Shiro.
He smoke Shiro. He's got to have a quick BKB, but there's the silence, there's the BKB static blink, there's the damage there. Chaotic Offerings down, they get the kill on a 1 that will go over at Echo. They'll take it a second. And with ZZQ already in, there's no way to leave. 3 heroes dead very quickly, and ViCi, they could just go Roche if they really wanted to.
With Bristol, it's super easy. They have a Golem too. It's actually going to focus on cutting top, but yeah, Bristol makes it super easy. The way they're itemizing and how far they are ahead, Sniper just will feel like a non-factor for the longest time. Like they will need some miracle comeback. And I'm not quite sure what the avenue is to get that, because your mid laner is an Earth Spirit who is pretty snowball reliant. Your offlane is a Pango, which gets nullified by BKB. You know, this entire game, ViCi is literally just winning based on like individual plays. Like XM is owning super hard, Erika is farming very efficiently, you know. But it's not like they have done anything together as a team that really put them far ahead. Just all individual like performances.
I could see that, so it's not been one big... Well, it's kind of been one unit in the movements, but the individual play has been very flashy, right?
Like, if XM doesn't play like this, then Erika isn't nearly as farmed, right?
Because if he dies mid, then his game's not as open.
Yeah. You're looking for Erika as 5, but he has an Aegis. I don't think it's the target you want to go for.
Solar Guardian's still available. Like, going for him feels like such a... Okay.
TP out? Okay, I actually thought he was going to turn around.
Same, I thought he was just going to fight.
Because Puck also had a TP. But choosing to play it safe.
The tier 1 tower, I thought he was just going to go.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, help is just around the corner. But they want to focus on the bot instead. So Refresher almost done on Razor. He's going to become super strong. That's the problem with Earth Spirit, right? Like, if you don't snowball, you just fall off. You have like no real damage or survivability. It's kind of a meh mid-hero. I've never been the biggest fan of it. Yeah.
What would make you like it more?
I mean, the damage challenge just meant you could scale into the mid-late game, right? Better. Right. But now you don't really have any way to really farm anymore if things don't go right. The talent was basically your fallback plan. Like, I just don't like heroes that have no other options, you know? If you don't snowball, you do nothing. I hate that. Because snowballing is nice, it happens like half of your games maybe, but what about the other half? You really just want to be like a +4 basically?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Not really.
Oh, Salma gets thrown back in. Yeah. Finally get one.
They get one, but again, ViCi's kind of farming the majority of the map.
Yeah, and it's always like those low value kills that they're getting.
Roll over.
Well, Echo's getting destroyed, man.
And Echo just really is not having a fun time here, as they're going to try and chase on the side of ViCi. They look over at Zeal. The disengage is okay from EHOME, but they've got the Dream Coil now down onto these heroes. They get the kill into ZZQ. He's moving forward for Shiro. They'll buy back on ZZQ. The chase is on. Echo leaves. ZZQ comes in with a dispose. They've got themselves, well, at least the first life out of the hands of the Bristle with the help of the Silver Bind. The roll in is on the point. Erica taking a lot of damage, but can he throw out more damage? Whoa. The take on the sniper, but Erica's low. Erica with the vessel on him. Shield crash right on top. Looking for the Bristle. They'll get the kill on Erica, but they're losing everything. So really the cost just feels well too high for this. The silence, it's through onto Zeal. He's trying to run. He'll roll up. Illuminate won't take out XM, and all they get out of that is Erica. But that is a big kill to get.
It is a big kill to get. However, Puck and Razor are also scaling massively, right? So yes, they killed one of the problems, but now you have two new problems already you need to deal with. And they don't have good tools at all anymore to really shut this Puck down. He has Kaya Sanj, so the status resistance is massive. Looking for Planet. Oh, it's a lot of damage, but not enough. Nice hood pickup on Planet.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Would have died otherwise.
Yeah, now he's going for the Hex. He actually has the most farm for the supports, but that's no surprise. Kato does farm really well.
Yeah, but then you look a little bit up, and you see an Earth Spirit right above him, and you're like, ah, crap. That's not where we want to have him.
So what does EHOME need to do? Because they feel pretty lost.
To get back into the game, and it's so difficult now, because, as I said, like, they dealt with one problem-ish, because Erica overstepped, but they have two more problems now. This Razor has a Blink Dagger now, he gets on top of Sniper, Puck gets on top of Sniper, everybody does. Bristol also has his own Blink. Like, it becomes impossible for the Sniper to play, and they will just have to really massively outplay them somehow to kite the BKBs and then fight while not losing anybody. And that is a very, very tall order, and it will require also VG to misplay quite a bit with their cooldowns.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I do know, Dota's a game of mistakes, and if you force some mistakes from VG, maybe you can exploit them. We'll see. Nothing's lost yet, you have Sniper on the high ground. Game is live.
What does Sniper have right now? What's he going for? Hurricane Pike, finished the Mjolnir. He has 2,200 gold. Okay. Yang getting a kill there, though, on a Zeal. I mean, they've got the Dream Coil. This is just continuing to fall apart.
Yeah. I'm really worried, because XM is closing in on 25. Once that's up, one call in the Sniper, he's just dead. One call in the Pango.
These BKBs start to mean even less, right?
Yeah.
They're going, looking at Jauma, but Erica in front of the roll. They still get the kill there on the Dawnbreaker. They throw down the Chaotic Offering. They look over at Echo. They've got the silence. Even with the BKB, he's not survivable. And now without Echo and without Zeal, EHOME on their heels. But they still have Sniper to defend.
Yeah. This is going to be one of those games where they're going to hold on for quite longer. Because they have a sniper, right? But the gold advantage is just going to grow and grow and grow. You also have to keep in mind, right? Like, it's a great item to get on top of sniper, the blink dagger, but it also helps you farm the map really efficiently if the enemy isn't leaving the map, because it helps you just get to those 2 jungle sites that much faster. Ooh, ZZQ running away. Okay, speedy boy. Might be looking for a toss back, but then what?
Yeah, I don't really know what he expects afterwards.
He cliffs himself. Oh, okay. Nice phase shift too, avoiding the Pangolier. So they're funneling all the farm into sniper now, which of course is something you have to do. But this is not a game that sniper can really win by himself. Fenrir, no, didn't jump on him.
He's got a gem now. You know, we talk about how Warlock is this I just chaotic offering and die kind of hero, but he's only died twice.
Yeah, his de-warding and warding is also very good.
Yeah.
Was one of his specialties too when he was still actively playing. Who knows, man? If he does really well, maybe he could signal a comeback. I'd be hyped for it.
I think everybody would.
I would also be
people come back.
asking him, like, when am I joining?
Do you want to create a team together?
Yeah. Or do I just join VD? You choose.
Sorry, Erica.
Yeah, bye.
25 seconds till Roche is up.
Yeah.
AC almost finished there on the Bristleback. Octarine
More
next to the puck.
More spam. More spells. Less cooldown.
Yang almost has the Shivas.
More survivability.
I like this game.
Yeah, it's
I'm
great.
a big fan of I say the item name and you say what it brings. Blink dagger for Dawnbreaker.
More gap close. Oh my god, sniper. This next team fight is gonna be very telling. If they can't go into Roche even, it's gonna die before they smoke. But it's falling fast. You have about 5 seconds. Okay, you're late.
Roll? No.
Oh, unsmoking them too.
Yep, and going for him, trying to find him, but for a second, well, popped in the air as XM. They've got the Dream Coil down to ZZQ.
And
Erica just
smash
right-clicks
pieces.
him from half health. Shiro, he needs to be very careful, but he does have that shard, so that'll allow him to get some distance with the concussive grenade. It's not going to matter, though. Erica cleans him up. They get the kill there onto the sniper, and onto the high ground they go.
Yeah,
Instead
GG.
of defending, EHOME will just call GG, despite the fact that they've got buyback available on the sniper.
Yeah, they just have too much gap close. Nothing can do.
That's crazy, dude. They're calling GG there when you've got the sniper buyback is, yeah, pretty nuts. But they realized it was over. I mean, I can't say I'm surprised. It was a convincing game from ViCi Gaming. Not really. I mean, it was a bit of a tug of war in the middle, I'd say. You know, there was a point where EHOME were kind of winning the fights, but the Bristleback was still a problem. I don't think he ever got knocked off the top spot of net worth. And in the end, it was pretty easy for ViCi to play around him. So they take game number 1. Black, did this look cleaner than the previous ViCi performances we've been seeing?
It did, but again, I want to attribute that mostly to individual performances. Like, they haven't been tested as a team. The biggest problems I always see with VG is when they get overrun and they have to face difficult decisions to make as a team. You know, in this game, it wasn't the case at all. XM just outplayed the hell out of them, while Erica just had all the free farm in the world. And then Bristleback shows up at some point. It's like, yeah, you can't kill me. My team is behind me. What do you want to do? Very simple, right? And yeah, I mean, well played by VG for sure. I'm also impressed by Fenrir. Like, he didn't really feed or anything. He was in good positions. Nice de-warding, nice warding. It's good.
Yeah, looks very clean across the board. I don't know, B-Cup, I didn't really feel the zeal appeal of the Earth Spirit. What was the deal with that?
I don't know. The Earth Spirit just it started from that movement bottom, right? Like, Bottom lane, puck goes over. They get 2 kills, and then Echo stays on this Earth Spirit for some reason, gets really greedy with it with the double damage on the puck, and then, well, your zeal of approval is now gone as you lose 3 heroes down bottom, and it's just like, well, now I'm super far behind. Black mentioned it. It's like this game, I think, was very strong from ViCi. And I don't think there was any lacking of like a team performance there, but the individual performances that ViCi put out on everybody felt very strong. Yeah. And for XM to make a move like that over bottom and get everything out of it, like 1 kill, fine, sure. You get the kill on Shiro, that's great. But then you get ZZQ and you get Echo, like that's just, there felt like there was no way back because Shiro then moved mid, he's farming there. Echo wasn't really farming much of anything on the map. Like his space was being taken away from him as you had a pretty greedy 4 position too, who was farming pretty heavily. Like you just kind of lost spots to want to be able to do something on this Earth Spirit. And then it's not really a hero once XM's getting, leaps and bounds ahead of you.
Yeah. Like, do you agree with the decision to put the Earth Spirit on mid, or would you have rather seen the Coddle in the middle lane?
I think I would have rather seen the Coddle, just because Bristol was an unanswered problem for the longest time. I think he finished his Vessel as Bristol finishes Axe, pretty much, and that's not an answer anymore at that point, because he's going to be closing on his BKB. Yeah. But honestly, this entire game looked good. I want to know you guys' view on that too, because like we spoke about how both mid lanes are level 6, right? And whichever team aggresses first is at a big disadvantage. Right after on the bot lane, they go in, puck TPs, kills all of them. And yeah, that's literally just what we spoke about. Massive misreading of the situation there. And after that, it just felt like VG was in complete control the entire game.
Yeah, the issue I see is, like, if you go Coddle mid, though, you don't have much protection for your sniper. You're really heavy on the backlines with the sniper Coddle. That feels... You're basically putting all the emphasis on the Pangolier to somehow defend 2 squishy backliners. I'm not sure that works for them, but yeah, overall just didn't seem it worked out quite right for them. But yeah, no, I agree with your other point as well. I think there needs to be a bit more consideration about how they took these fights. Maybe EHOME just a little bit too hungry for this one and kind of played to the disadvantage in the end, They try playing too actively and they're like, oh, we got this. They're using a stand-in. These guys are broken. We feel really good about our draft. Let's just go win this game. And then, you forget to think about the intricacies. You don't show them enough respect. And ViCi Gaming are absolutely going to punish you for it. Whether they've got a stand-in or a substitution or whatever or not, it's still, this team is good enough to punish. And they've shown that here. Also, that was really nice from Zila. Did you see that?
The span the coil, you mean?
Yeah, with the roll-up.
Yeah, with the roll-up. That's cool. Yeah, cute.
That was pretty cool.
Just on the edge of it.
Just to go back, like, with Echo and Planet, Planet's Spirit Vessel comes out 3 minutes before Echo's BKB. And it's just like, if that Spirit Vessel is earlier, I feel like Erica's game is so much harder. By the time Spirit Vessel's picked up, he's got Ags and Vanguard and Treads. Like, Erica's very farmed at that point. Let's say that Vessel comes at like 13 minutes. He doesn't even have Ags yet. He's just got the point booster. And like, that's a big difference.
Now, if it's a mid-Coddle, you will have that Vessel by like minute 9, maybe 10.
Yeah, so that would put him at still building Treads. So he'd have Vanguard Treads, and he's so much more killable. Like, we saw glimpses of how killable he was, right? Like, when they put the Vessel on him, they killed him twice, and that was all they got out of that for EHOME, unfortunately. But it was still very, like, apparent that, hey, like, Vessel helps kill this Bristleback. Maybe we should have focused that more. Like, the itemization choices, to me, were a little bit questionable from EHOME, and their prioritization around the map.
I want to ask both of you a question, too. Have you ever seen a game where Bristol was completely unanswered and just did whatever he wanted to, like in the early game, lose? Because I haven't. Not in the pro game, at least. He was farming the enemy's triangle for 5 minutes. Like, what do you let him do? You can't let him get away with that. He was alone there. 1v5, punish him. But he was like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, he never really got punished. He ended up dying twice, but I mean, that is not that bad. XM doesn't die at all in this game.
Yeah. Deserving like P.
Black, you kind of already answered your own question with that regard, though, because earlier on we were talking about how hard it is for EHOME to actually go and make plays on ViCi Gaming. You know, the aggressor seems to be punished in most situations here. So how do you make a play on a Bristleback when you've already messed that up? You've already lost your advantage. It's very, very difficult.
Yeah, it really was. Which is why I attribute a lot of this win to just XM's performances. Like when he played Bullet Hell in the mid lane too, that looked really impressive. I don't know if you guys caught that, but he was like up, down, but like little millimeters, like little steps here and there, dodges every spell.
Yeah. You know, that's actually my favorite thing to do in pub sometimes is if I'm playing Snapfire and like it's a stomp or something, I just tell someone on the enemy team, hey, bullet hell time, and then just start firing kisses at them out of nowhere. They're just like, and watch them try to dance around it. That's a lot of fun. But yeah, back to the game at hand indeed. I just want to point out as well, in the lobby, on EHOME, we have 3 players with anime profile pictures, and ViCi, they have 4 players with anime profile pictures. So, B-Cob, who gets the edge then? Do you think the anime profile pictures are more powerful or less powerful?
I'm not sure. It depends on the anime pictures in the profile.
It's mostly girls.
So it's all waifus.
All waifus, yeah.
I'm going to have to cut you guys off there.
Okay.
Because it's all about the cat. There's one cat versus 0 cats.
Anime, he's got the cat.
Yep. And Jama has a cute puppy as well. Looks like a Shiba. Also anime. Does count in the anime category, but it's also very adorable. But I think the strongest profile picture by an absolute mile has to be ZZQ. He has a chicken on a treadmill.
And little detail, on a treadmill in the middle of the road.
Yep.
Yeah. So he's not crossing the road.
Looks like Ring Fit or something.
What's that even mean? What does it mean, ZZQ? Okay, they need to win now so that I can ask him this question, because I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. It's going to become my obsession.
But
I'm going to Pepe Sylvia this. Yeah.
I'm going to Google right now, okay?
All right.
Ring Fit chicken on a treadmill.
Is it a Ring Fit? I can't really see the Ring Fit.
I don't think it is.
Nothing came out. No, nothing came.
Let me tell you, I'm shocked at that Google result coming with nothing.
Wait, let me just brighten your mood, guys. Oh, yeah.
Oh. It's me.
So, game number 2. How do you address this? Do you address the Bristleback, or is there something else they can do to answer this hero better in the second game?
If it comes out, address it more. I also think they allowed ViCi to have a pretty easily executable draft, and then didn't pressure them.
They definitely did. So there was no counter to the Dawnbreaker either, right? Like they banned the Nyx and then let them get Puck and Dawnbreaker through. I can't. That's bad, right? Surely that's bad every time. Those heroes are so strong.
Mm-hmm. It felt like, Dawnbreaker just comes in, Solar Guardian. Then again, it was like, Solar Guardian, I'm dead. Okay, cool. But I did my job. I healed. And in lane, it's just like Celestial Hammer's damage anyway. He had a couple of Starbreakers early that were very strong, but I don't know. They went unchecked in like every aspect. It was very difficult. Though I do think that bullet hell area of the game, like if XM dies there, this game's completely different.
Yeah, I agree. I think it becomes much easier to play for them. Much easier to run around the map and not be punished for every little move they make. Black, any changes you want to see? Maybe something about these support duos? Did you dig the Kotl and what support did they run with that?
The Marcy.
Yeah, Kotl Marcy. I think that's okay.
I would have liked it a bit better if they had better mid hero, something that just goes in reliably, like a DK or something like that. If you want to run Earth Spirit middle, like as I said in the cast as well, half the time it snowballs, it looks amazing. The other half, it looks exactly like it looked just there. You're a post 4, and your team basically is -1 core, and it just feels really bad. I don't like heroes middle that only have one way to play. I think it's very one-dimensional. I think it doesn't really suit that role anymore. Most heroes that you see mid nowadays, they have at least different ways they can itemize and branch out into the game. Earth Spirit, not like that at all. So give Echo, Comfort Hero, some Void Spirit, something along those lines. Let him play what he's best at. Let him make his plays, because you'll need it. Like VG right now, they look hot, and you look pretty deflated after that game. Or in that game, at least.
True. Yeah, but I think one thing EHOME have showed us so far is that they are a resilient team. They can come back, and they don't really get too defeated after a loss. You know, this team has come back in quite a few series, if I remember correctly, and they kind of, I don't know, it just feels like there's good vibes coming from this team most of the time. There are a lot of teams which, when they get defeated one game, I'm like, all right, you know, this is going to be a toughie now. But I definitely don't think that EHOME is one of them. They seem to have a very progressive mentality, and they're good at getting past issues. And I think that's why they're here. That's why they have managed to stay in Div 1 for a little while now, and they've been bringing some good games and taking some games off, you know, the likes of LGD.
Why do you guys think that is, though? I feel like it's mostly because, like, the better you get, the more of an ego you develop, right? And for them,
Division 2 region.
Yeah,
that's the IG issue.
Exactly. That's actually what I feel as well. Like, you can tell when IG something goes downhill, it will never go back up. But in EHOME's case, they probably just talk about the game like from a very objective base, like kind of view. And they'll be like, yeah, sorry, I messed up here, I messed up there. But when you're like a god, a self-proclaimed god, you're like, yeah, whatever, we lost. Not my problem.
Do you think that comes from the fact that they don't have a veteran on this team?
Yeah, very much so.
So
as I said, like, I think the better you get, the more ego is involved every time.
Right. Like if they were to bring in one person who was like a big-time vet, I'm not sure who that would be. Maybe somebody mid. I have no idea. But like, yeah, they're all kind of pretty green players, honestly.
But it's a blessing and a curse, right? You don't really have this like this leadership figure, but at the same time, you also don't have a problem with what we spoke about, like losing and ego and stuff like that. So
yeah, I mean,
pick your poison.
I think anything can work, you know, and that's kind of the lesson which TI has taught us, right? Like, you know, OG comes in with a mix of experience and absolutely fresh players, and they destroy everything. And then Team Spirit comes in, you know, they have like a bit of experience, but like nothing near the similar levels of like Nortel and Sab.
That's not true, though. They had Maposhka. He's the veteran. Like, he's the big time
I'm saying
vet.
he's a veteran, but I'm not saying
you
he's
don't even have that, though. Like,
yeah, I know. But that's what I'm saying. Like, there's different levels, and I think everything can work. But I still think 5 fresh players can win. I mean, we've seen it before, right? Like Wings, they were 5 fresh players. CDEC came second with a completely unproven roster. You know, I think even maybe you could make an argument that in China, especially, 5 fresh players tends to do pretty damn well on the big stage. But EHOME, they got to take it one step at a time. And the step right now is getting even with ViCi Gaming as they are 1 game down in this series. Can they do it? Let's find out as we move into the draft for game number 2.
Starting with the Dawnbreaker.
Yes, we are black.
Even though Nyx is not banned. Could this be the point where ViCi already wins the game? It's over. GG.
Yeah, they haven't banned Monkey King either. They just go Nyx, Monkey, and absolutely ruin his day. No, they do not.
DP's also super good against Dawnbreaker, though. And now you look at EHOME's faces, they're like, we're fine.
Nani?
Nothing happened. They must have expected this. There's no way they did it. So. Yeah.
Probably just move it to support, right?
Yeah, +4, probably. You could also just put it like in a hero, in a position like middle, where you get like a super fast BKB and you just slap people.
That's fun.
It does. Massive hammer. The crit sound is quite nice.
Yep.
But yeah, probably just going to be a Razor, right? Dawnbreaker Razor. Wow. So original. So fun. So deadly.
Very one-dimensional.
Yeah.
I kind of like this ViCi lineup. I want them to pick a Tusk now. Although Nyx Assassin is probably their 4. Well, it doesn't have to be. If it was Kaka, it'd be the 4. It could still be the 5.
Like Nyx with items is pretty nasty to deal with. Lina straight away against the Nyx too? That's a very risky pick, a very fragile one.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's an early Lina pick too.
Damn, like that, there was no way that was ever going to get banned.
That's really interesting.
Unless they picked Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but
I don't know what to make of this. Honestly, I think this pick is really bad. Like, DP is not bad against Lina. The lane is a little bit Lina favored, perhaps, but it doesn't even have to be DP there. DP Nyx is an amazing dual offlane, exactly.
Yeah.
And if DP gets BKB and gets on top of the Lina, you're dead.
That you are.
See a lot of that, right? Like Death Prophet with a stun, always feeling strong. That Spirit Siphon early is really, really effective.
Yeah. And now you have to be careful in a team fight that you don't accidentally just Dragon Slave somewhere because Nyx is just going to carapace you and then you die. I don't know why they suddenly choose to bring out the Lina. Have they done this in the past, like this early? I can't remember a single time where they did.
I really don't remember. But Nyx versus Dawnbreaker, currently sitting with just 21 matches, but a 66.6% win rate. So pretty good for the Nyx.
Yeah, not surprised. Nyx in general just feels really strong. Even if it doesn't, like, per se hard count or something. Gives so much information, very hard to kill, got really good stuns. The only hero with 2 stun duration talents, I believe, even. It's a nasty bug. And one of the most anti-fun heroes in the game too, right? Nobody likes to play against Nyx.
Oh god, yeah. So annoying.
Yeah. I love playing Nyx myself, though.
I love watching Kaka Nyx. It's very strong. It feels like with the ability of what that hero gets done is so exponentially more with the better player on it.
Yeah.
Like, obviously that's like the case with every hero. Like, if you're better with it, you're going to play better with it. But like, it feels like Nyx Assassin especially is one of those heroes that like really makes a difference. Like, you could tell Kaka is better than everybody else on this hero.
I'm sorry, Beaker, but I don't think that's a stats registered usage of exponential, so I'm afraid the Twitter police is going to come and take you away now.
Wee woo, wee woo.
Wee woo. Take him away, boys.
He's standing there menacingly.
It's over.
Any hero which takes your mana just is a lame hero in my books, right? Anti-Mage, Lion, Nyx Assassin, they can all get in the bin. It's
Invoker.
So boring. Dude, it's literally like, mana is basically fun juice, right? It's the mana for do my spell. You taking that away, you're like, all right, let's just sit here and right-click each other. Fine. Is that what you want to do? Is that what you want to do, Lion? Is that what you want to do, Anti-Mage? God damn it. Really ruffles my truffles. Speak up. Really does.
I'm going to miss this. I'm going to miss that so much. Okay, Nomad, I've got an idea for you. The game has to take a break for a second. You have to make us a calendar. And it's 365 days of butter my crumpet, ruffle my truffle, everything like that. Just 365 days.
Peppy or steaks, yeah.
Yeah, please. I will buy one. I'm in for a pre-order.
Nice. I'm down. This is my my money-making scheme. But is this Wyvern going to make the money for ViCi Gaming, Black?
Well, I'm hoping it's a core Wyvern. I love that stuff.
It's unlikely to be a core Wyvern, but maybe if the game is really good for it. It's a very strong pick, though, especially against the Dawnbreaker, and together with the Nyx Assassin, it's a nice setup, too. You have a nice save for the Death Prophet, and now they also picked an Enigma into it, which is
interesting.
The entire draft looks very like, we really don't give a crap about what you do, we're just going to do our own thing.
Which has worked in the past, but it can be very difficult when you're not checking the other team at all.
Oh, damn. Yang's got its arm out as well.
Oh, arms.
Woo!
Shit.
He's about to grab you.
Wonder what he's doing where he needed to roll his arm up so high. Maybe dropped his phone in the toilet.
Flexing.
Just flexing?
Just flexing. Blizzard does
Fair
it
enough.
Tero.
He does. I mean, I can understand where you're coming from, like trying to make your own draft work and kind of ignoring the enemy, but like, I don't think you can ever ignore the enemy's draft. You just need to like make sure you're not kind of walking into whatever they want you to pick. And I kind of feel like that's the case this game. Like, Wyvern loves playing against Enigma, you know? Like, this Nyx loves playing against Lina. It kind of feels like they're just, again, disrespectful drafting from EHOME. Underestimating ViCi Gaming a little bit here. Like, there has to be some sort of consideration for what they're picking. And now they're coming with this TB. I don't think this is as good as TB as last game where it got banned out, so we didn't actually see it, but it's okay. Agree, Black? I'll carry
It's still very good. One of the better heroes against Enigma too, because you don't mind going to the jungle early if it becomes unlaneable. Wyvern can take the lane and push out against Enigma. But even just in the lane, new illusions can easily clear Eidolons as well. I believe they have one meta, actually you two-shot them now. So you got to be very careful.
Dang. Sounds pretty scary.
Man, this entire draft of EHOME is really annoying. Like, after this Lina pick, I already knew something was up. and it's not smelling too good. Like something's burning in the oven.
Did I leave the oven on?
I don't know. I hope not.
Make me think about it now.
EHOME certainly did, but can they open the oven and get the window open and waft the smoke out of the window before the fire alarm goes off, or is it going to be all hell breaking loose in this game too?
Well, if it's as sensitive as my smoke alarm, it's already gone off the second you click the fire on.
Dude.
It's so frustrating.
Mine in Romania just went off without me doing anything. I'm pretty sure I told you about that, B-Cup, right?
Yeah.
And my fire alarm just went off every day. I'm going to shower. I'm like, okay, relax.
You'd have the energy, though, because it was a loud noise to wake you up.
Nah, it's because Black had just been to the gym and he was like smolderingly hot. You get in the shower, the water just evaporates on contact.
We used to go together back in the day.
We used
Back
to.
in the day.
All right, give me a Zeus. Let's go.
Zeus.
Oh, that would be so creamy. That would just finish it all off beautifully. Yeah, CK going to be the final pickup here from EHOME to round off their draft. Moving, so it means their support duo is going to be, Monkey King and Dawnbreaker. Enigma off lane, Lena mid.
It's so weird. This entire draft just looks so weird.
This draft, I don't think there's any support duo out of what EHOME can pull out here, which is going to look good for them.
Monkey
and I don't think there's an
King
off laner, which is going to look good for them. I don't think there's a mid laner, which is going to look good. They can pick anything they want here. ViCi can literally pick Meepo if they want. And I'll still vote for them.
I mean, they could if he's really good at Meepo.
I'm really hoping for the Zeus. I want that Zeus pick just so I can just go Zeus.
There's so much
feel like you
damage.
Did it anyway.
You blew it a little early there, bud.
Yeah. You do it with any hero, though, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. We'll figure it out. We got a minute and 20.
Can you give us an epic intro whenever it's time?
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll try.
Yeah? All right, I'll throw it over to you. Oh, well, you say the team names, and I'll do the fill.
Brewmaster. So it's DP mid then.
Indeed.
All right, I like that. The spell instantly kills Chaos Knight illusions up to 3.5k health.
Yep, it's a big old chunk of damage. Yeah, I don't know. This feels like a complete outdraft for ViCi.
It looks mega one-sided.
Yeah,
I don't know what they cooked, but it's expired and it's very smelly.
Yeah, when I was a kid, my dad used to have a specialty in making pies, but he was actually terrible at making pies, but he thought he had a specialty in it. And it'd basically just be anything going off in the fridge would go in the pie. We had coleslaw, we had gone off chicken, we had together, all in the same pie, right? We had and he's Indian as well, so of course tons of spices in there as well. Ooh. It was awful. And that very much reminds me of what EHOME, I can taste the pie in the back of my throat, and that's kind of what EHOME has cooked up here. Meanwhile, ViCi Gaming, they've got a lovely caramelized onion and goat's cheese tart coming out. The nice side of asparagus grilled with butter and lemon. It's really looking really good from them. So I'm going to go ViCi Gaming for this first one. I think you two might be following me, but let's hear the words regardless.
I was actually thinking ViCi first. I am not a follower in this situation, but I'll let you have it. Sorry. It was in my mind years ago. But yeah, I think ViCi's got another lineup which is very simple to execute and way more meshing.
All right, Black, take it home. Which side are you going? Blow us away.
VG Gaming.
All right, what has to go right for EHOME to win very quickly?
Snowball lanes. Enigma has the potential to do that. You get into fast Wave Pact, get all the outer towers, contain them in the base, outfarm them. Then all your worries are problems no longer.
Sounds good. All right, let's get into it. B-Cup, take it away with the intro.
All right, I'll give it a shot. EHOME versus ViCi Gaming.
That was hype. I loved it. Take it away, boys.
All right. Game 2. All right, I'm done.
All right. Thank you for that echoing intro. It was very nice.
Makes it very easy.
I feel like you kind of empowered Echo though, so it's an unfair advantage for them, perhaps.
I have. I didn't mean to. Celestial Hammer though, Fenrir in trouble.
Oh my god, it's
stunned from Nyx Assassin. They get the kill on a Fenrir, but how much are they gonna lose for this? Shiro trying to fight. Erica chasing him down, Crypt Swarm there, but he does have himself an early wand.
Wow.
LSA and the Chaos Bolt coming through, and Shiro, he's going to be forced to regen all the way back, I believe, at base.
Did your screen also stutter when the reflection came out?
Yes, a little bit.
Like, I'm running a 3080 Ti and my PC can handle Dota apparently.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
I'm running a 6900 XT, and it's just like, Dota, peace, deuces, I'm out.
That's actually crazy. Like, some of these spells...
Tabs of Chrome?
Like
here.
TB, Reflection, or PLX, or anything like that. Yeah, it's... I think they fixed Wukongs after many years, but yeah. 3 bounties for VG Gaming, so nice start for them again. Yeah, I don't know like what they drafted here. If EHOME can win this game, I'm gonna say EHOME wins this entire series because they have no business winning this game with this draft.
How
like they counted themselves. They counted themselves, Bcop.
True, but that being said, Yang.
What about Yang?
Yeah.
What about Yang?
It feels like they have kind of just like, oh, they pick this, we'll pick what's countered by that.
Yeah, and as we already said, or at least no more than I did, I don't know your opinion on it. These support duos look interesting at best.
Yeah. I was thinking about it. I don't know if I would have wanted the Monkey King 4 and the Enigma committing to a 3 in a spot where it feels like he's just utility at this point. The Black Hole is going to be very difficult to get off.
Honestly, if they put Monkey 3 and Enigma 4, I would have liked this a lot more. The only reason they're putting Enigma 3 is because Zeal just had like an absolute like massacring on Enigma the other day.
Right.
When they played against... Was it against the VG also? I believe it was. So, yeah, maybe falling into a little bit of a comfort trap here.
This is also, at least in my eyes, a little bit of a more difficult hero for Fenrir to pull off. But
It
we'll
is.
see what he's able to accomplish.
But Fenrir was always like a saving specialist. Like his Treants are really good, his Venges. So Wyvern falls into the category. Should be very good.
Gotta make
I'm sad that XM is on a snowballer though.
That XM's not on a snowballer?
Yeah, no more puck action. Now he's on this boring old DP.
Though, right?
Yeah, but you can't really outplay with DP, right? You just run in, you do your thing.
EKB and that's it.
Yeah.
Very Razor of the last game. Guess we'll see how that goes. And it's not really a hero that takes advantage of moving off the lane too much. Like, yeah, you could use that exorcism to get the tower, but it's not like the puck, right? Where you have the coil, the waning rift, the damage to get kills and kills and kills, unless really EHOME think about fighting into you, which they shouldn't.
Yeah. It's we'll have to see. Like, it really comes down to his Enigma Wraith Pack timing, I think, what he can get done. Because Lina is pretty static. I don't think Shiro wants to move around too early. Monkey King is really the only one that can make plays happen. And Monkey is good at that, don't get me wrong. But the follow-up isn't really great. Xiaoma, though. Carapace.
Never in doubt. 2-man stun. Shiro's actually burning. He needs to be careful.
He's not burning, he's Shiro.
Well, yeah.
Dire's top tower.
Still true. Also, Xiaoma's played up in this lane. I was gonna say potentially to throw another spike, to throw another impale out there.
Hey, she has no boots. Oh, careful. Careful. They're looking to go on Erika again.
Yeah, they're gonna primal spring, but that's a big miss. Now Eric is fine. It's tough, right? Like, Zeal's now just sitting in this lane and with a third of his health and no health regen, but he's given a tango.
And a tree. So he should be back to, like, what, 60-70%? With the big tango.
If he's able to
I'm a little worried for Yang, perhaps, because the lane against CK is not easy at all, but all he needs is level 6. Shiksh.
want to say it feels like maybe Yang can do something with the help of a Death Prophet coming top, but right now his lane is very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, CK is just a hero like that, right? He went into an Orb of Corrosion as well to make it really, really hard for the Brewmaster to do much of anything. Oh, Fenrir.
Ooh, going down to Planet.
Maybe comfort is what you need, B-Cop. No,
As
if
of
your
right
comfort is
now-
strong enough to beat everything, then why not?
They're going top. This is what I said they needed to do with the help of XM. Shiro's going to be in trouble. They land the Impale, but Starbreaker comes in. Chaos Bolt. Shiro run down. Is he going to die, though? There's the Crypt Swarm. They get both kills, and that opens up the lane for Yang big time. They desperately needed that.
Yeah, Nixie ping into the mid to get the XP there.
Would love to have his Vendetta as quickly as possible.
Yeah, when the game goes like this, it's really, really nice for Nyx Assassins. Get so much free experience early on. Rune spawns bottom, unlucky.
Dire's top tower
Double damage on Echo. He could make a lot happen with that.
Yeah,
Or he just uses it.
might just die, and that should have been the telling sign that he just used it. Boundless Strike, Spike Carapace, Impale, one more shot
okay.
from Planet, but Echo would have wanted the kill, doesn't get it.
Echo would have died if XM actually committed back to the mid lane, but instead he went and picked up the enemy bounty rune. So, Gaben is definitely wanting EHOME to win this game.
As of right now.
But now what for Yang? Again, 1v2.
Yeah, he really needed to get 6 out of this one, but he hasn't quite yet. Urk is only level 4.
Yeah, landing against Enigma is so annoying. I hate it.
I feel like he may have wanted to swap lanes potentially, but
You're looking for Black Hole? Oh, yeah.
Boundless Strike, Zeal moving forward, but this isn't working out for Zeal and Planet. Jalma comes in. Oh, the Impale short of Zeal. It hit on a Planet. They've got the Crypt Swarm. The right clicks take out Zeal. Now Planet's in trouble. He'll die to the Crypt Swarm from XM. Movements again from XM that work out to get 2 kills. What's the experience difference? It feels like it might be massive.
Potentially, but I mean, Enigma's always really good at keeping the levels high. So, I feel like once again, just very similar to game 1, they're just not reading the timings correctly. Oh, you're dead, Selma. Bye-bye.
And
Fenrir.
now they're gonna get Fenrir.
You're dead too.
+1. Out of position
Yeah.
on that, trying to save that Nyx Assassin. Very
Now that's
unnecessary.
good aggression timing, you know, perfect. But like diving under the tower like that, when the enemy is really easily prepared to like react to that, you got to be very careful and mindful of that.
So, it's not like EHOME's snowballing out of control here, but do you think they have themselves in a good foothold?
Yeah, and so far it's going pretty well for them. Enigma is almost into her flats, or its flats, or Yang's looking for split down here. On
Yep.
Zeal.
Zeal
Oh,
on the
boots on
run.
him.
In trouble, and there's a reflection. He's gonna burn. Throws the black
Black
hole out.
hole.
Whoa! I don't know about that. Zeal's now dead.
And a +1.
And then ZCQ walked forward into an Impale. Spike Carapace available. They get themselves, well, not that
Oh,
one.
the neutral got it. Echo looking for a stun.
Tree taken, but Echo look for the LSA.
Oh, the TB. Nice.
Laguna Blade to get Erica.
burn, baby, burn.
I'm not expecting Echo to come down here, and they might even just get Yang with it. Right clicks,
Yeah.
tower, Dragon Slave, there it is. That is salvaging what was going really wrong for EHOME.
That went from terrible to actually really good for them. Nice Invis rune. Hey, I told you, Gaben wants EHOME to win this game. If not like this, then how? Botano getting pressure too. Level 4 Eidolons, this should be pretty simple. Can TB replicate it
Shiro.
on top?
Silence, the chase, they're trying to catch up to land the Impale,
He's too fast, though.
but the Boundless Strike is there. Shiro getting run down a little bit. Planet through the Boundless Strike, and let's see if Xiaoma can find him in the trees. Nothing yet.
Radiant's bottom tower
And that's an exorcism kind of wasted for the moment.
are fortified.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting. Usually you want to pop Exo after the target is disabled, so you can stay on top of it. Yeah. Ooh, that was close.
Has fallen.
Need to get the
Almost gets a
top tier
totem
one.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. But game is still looking very solid for EHOME. Echo so far has been doing very well.
Primal
I told you.
Spring.
You
There we
powered
go.
him up. It's unfair.
I did. I used that echo.
Careful, man. The Redditors are gonna...
It's my fault.
They're gonna blame you.
Oopsie daisy. Black hole on cooldown for another 70 seconds.
Yeah. This game, executing a black hole would be incredibly difficult. There's Wyvern, there's DP Silence, there's even Nyx Carapace that can screw you over, Cyclone. It's not an easy Enigma game.
So going by last hits at 10 minutes, to use kind of like an average of how these lanes have gone and everything, obviously the Brewmaster pretty significantly behind, and actually Erica is really behind the mark where he wants to be as well.
Yeah.
Zeal also not that great, so pretty much everybody having a rotten time except for Shiro, XM, and Echo.
Yeah, I mean, Echo, as I said, has been playing phenomenally so far. He's going into fast peak a bit too. Almost has the 200 away from that. And then he's the strongest hero on the map. They really gotta make sure they play around him. Around the Enigma Vlads. And Wraith Pack timing. Oh,
And
easy
he's
Q now.
about to hit an insane timing on this BKB on Lina.
Yeah. Super, super fast. And I want him to utilize that as well. Like, once Wraith Pact is out, the teamfight advantage is insurmountable. Or XM. Black hole maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, the sounds came out.
Oh, and now
On the curse!
the Solar Guardian's not gonna matter. They get the kill. They land the Impale onto two. They go after Echo, who needs to survive the Laguna Blade's thrown, but it's not gonna matter. 3 heroes just get obliterated in this fight on the side of EHOME. Oh dear. And it's looking like a 4th ZZQ on the run, silenced up, stunned away, and then dead once more. That is everything ViCi just needed.
Yeah, just as I said, they need to play around the BKB timing of Lina. They fight
What
just
was that?
like 200 gold before the BKB. They commit to like a hard team fight like this. 3k gold gone.
Tower has fallen.
With a lineup that's so snowball dependent, like Enigma is with the Wraith Pack build here, you can't really afford these kind of mistakes.
That was really unfortunate. I mean, the silence from XM, he knows what he needs to do to stay alive there, right? Like, that was
I mean,
very
that was
impressive.
really lucky. I don't think it was planned, but I said how hard it is to get a good black hole off, right? That was just one of the reasons. That it actually happens right after. It's a tragedy, really, for him.
Not fun at all.
Yeah, now at this rate, XM almost has the same BKB timing as Echo does. Rough teamfight loss. Insane curse too, so even if the black hole doesn't get silenced, I think it still goes the same way probably. Because the curse came like what? Half a second after, if even?
Yeah.
Came
Came out
XM again.
very quickly through. XM, what Winter's
And curse
Curse is there
again.
once more. And they look like they'll just disengage
Yeah.
off that. But the Primal Spring, they're on to XM. The LSA lands on a Yang. There's the Laguna Blade Reality Rift and a kill onto this Brew. They get something out of it.
Yang was like, I just want to look, can I? And they said, nope. You're dead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Get the mid tower finally, looking at Wyvern.
Yeah, they should have Fenrir here. And they do. They are starting to put the pressure on. You need to be a little worried if you're ViCi with how they're pushing through as they
Whoa.
use the Solar Guardian.
Yeah, Nyx almost killed Lina, so they tried to heal him up a little bit. But of course it was cancelled by the Carapace.
Right.
They gotta keep up the pressure now. Wraith Pact done. The teamfight prowess is still insane. Yang again just running in.
Yeah, and Yang's gonna die.
Second time.
Yang can't die like that.
Echo again.
Echo. Oh. Now he pops the BKB. LSA lands onto two. The Wukongs is a little bit over to the left, but they've got the damage onto XM. They look over at Jama. They get him with the Primal Spring, and XM ends up
Echo just dies
saved.
to the spirits.
And Echo dies to this exorcism, and XM will stay still. He'll end up falling afterwards, but it's a bloodbath right now.
That was supposed to be completely one-sided. Like, Echo should have never died to the just random ghost hitting. But despite the game being really messy from EHOME, they're still holding a pretty good lead, and it's not going bad for them at all.
No. But don't you think there's going to be a jumping off point here for Erica at some point?
Yeah, TB will be the strongest hero on the map for sure at some point. But yeah, now they have this really strong Wraith Pact timing where the teamfight damage... Sauma, they're just suiciding all in for this ward. They need to stop hemorrhaging heroes for no reason. Well, it was like the third attempt to de-ward, they finally get it, but at what cost? At what cost, B-Corp?
A very, very costly one.
Inflation is hitting high right now.
Yes. Yes. It has not been fun, and they continue to throw bodies like they're only down 2k, but that is not really where they want to be.
Oh, and now suddenly Monkey King has a diffusal blade. Like, that doesn't sound very significant maybe, but as support Monkey, minute 17 diffusal, he can solo kill some of those cores now. Even the TB if he's not too careful.
What does TB need to feel confident in these fights?
BKB probably, but he's going for the Manta first, which is the greedier option. Looking at CCQ, oh, Impale miss.
A little bit off the mark, not gonna matter. But, Planet.
The Wraith Pact is scary here.
Wukong's in, and Jama off by himself. Spike Carapace, but he stuns up Planet, has the follow-up Impale. Jama dies to Echo over on the side. Seal looking for his way in as they've got the Solar Guardian now with a BKB pop by X, and they go to the balance strike, but that doesn't land. Yang on the run, they get the kill on the Planet, they'll take on the Monkey King.
XR.
They pop the Exorcism, ZCQ, he's in on this one, trying to get the kill on Fenrir, and it's a right click from Echo that finishes them off.
XM
hit with the Laguna Blade, no more BKB. They'll get the kill there, and that is just not looking good again for ViCi, as like you said, this game hangs in the balance with Echo, and he's the one running away with kills.
Everything is going... It's just so messy what's going on. DP runs into the fight with 6 seconds cooldown on Exorcism, pops BKB before it's up, and then uses it after BKB expires. Of course, gets completely taken down. And, I mean, now it's a free roll for EHOME, and game is looking very good for them suddenly. I mean, messy Dota is fun Dota, but there's not the caliber I expected from both these teams, I gotta admit.
Complete difference to what we were seeing ViCi pull off in the first game.
Yeah, likewise with EHOME too. They seem to be really nervous, EHOME, in the way they're playing, but it's working out for them. You know? Like, and you see this Enigma is taking a lot of attention away from everyone else, right? Oh my god, the Black Hole could still come out. He's never even used it, but he's very tanky thanks to the Wraith Pact, which is why this hero is so strong right now. I believe OG just first picks it every game. And they won the major, B-Corp.
True.
Can't doubt the major winners.
Well.
No, you can't doubt the major winners.
Well.
Nope. Look at Planet, he's looking for a victim. Is Xiaoma going to be that victim? There's no reveal though.
We are currently on 1.5 kills per minute but the record kills in a game at the moment, in one match, it's landed pretty much exactly 2 kills per minute. So
there must have been a lot of kills.
There was a lot of kills. Arkosh versus Eternity.
I'm not surprised that Arkosh is involved.
Yeah.
Wait, Erika is choosing to not go BKB at all? I am going to say Erika's item choices have lost VG a lot of games this season. Like, Hurricane Pike on a TB is not only uncommon, but not having a BKB this game is also complete suicide.
Right.
I don't know where he gets his ideas from.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
From you.
No, it's not me. I wouldn't do this.
You show up like you're not gunning for a spot on VG and just saying, hey, Erika, this Hurricane Pike build's really good. You should try it. You say, oh, thanks. Thanks for keep helping with your builds, dude.
Yeah.
Really
what, Viva Radiant's third item? Oh, you're onto something there. Wukong's or Fenrir?
Yeah, they're gonna look for Fenrir. Fenrir hit with a Laguna Blade, and now Echo is just dominating.
Quite literally, yes. Oh, they also popped the meta for this.
Responses.
Ooh, nice impale though. That was a sweet one. Private split!
Almost split.
How did you get out of the tree there?
Yeah, Planet. He's gonna die, but let's see what else they can get out of this one. Cyclone into the air on ZZQ. He'll try to throw the Celestial Hammer, get into the Roche pit, and he will do so. And then Echo over the side looking for the right clicks, and they've also got themselves the Primal Split coming back. I mean, with the BKB popped and now no way to get back into the fight, this is going to be problematic for the side of ViCi. EHOME, they look over, they've got the Cold Embrace that's keeping Jama alive. There's the Winter's Curse, locks the Dawnbreaker over on
Shiro. No BKB.
Shiro now is in pretty far. XM doesn't have a BKB himself, but it's not going to matter. They get the kill on Shiro. Now they got to look over at Echo, who's up in the air thanks to the Primal Split of this brew. They'll lay down the Cinder Brew. The right clicks are in. The Exorcism is there. They'll take the first life out of the hands of this Lina. They look over Zeal. They get the kill to this Enigma. And now Echo with the BKB who throws at the LSA. But Laguna Blade gets the kill to XM, and he's standing too close.
This game is so silly.
Right clicks in. Yang doesn't himself another Primal Split, but they do have themselves the Cold Embrace to try and save Yang, which they have. Echo with the CP out, knowing that he can't fight anymore. They'll go after Planet. That Mischief isn't going to help you. They'll get themselves another on ViCi, and they cut into that net worth lead that EHOME had. Had a chance of getting Echo a second time, but they don't pull it off. However, they do take out Shiro.
Yeah, big winner of this fight is definitely Erika. He stayed alive. Got a lot of net worth, a lot of levels from this fight. That is just, again, over-chasing. Like, they didn't really have to do that. Brewmaster has 2 splits. You know that he has Aghanim Scepter. After the first split, they really want to aggress on him. He gets the second split off. And yeah, didn't really respect the power spike of Yang's. Now we're pretty much back to square one. Lincoln's Fear also on Lina. Now I'm seeing everything today. So, what's the Lincoln's for? So they don't get cursed or what?
Maybe.
He almost 100% wants to keep the curse for the Enigma though. Or do they want to do the combo play where they Lincoln's the Enigma and they can't break it anymore?
Mana.
You don't have to curse the Enigma though, right?
Oh, you will have to. Once he has BKB, that's the only way to stop it.
I just want to say, like, this is absolutely a relegation game. Like, this
yeah, you can tell. You can tell.
Yeah, the pressure is getting to them, which is worrying considering these are teams we want to see one day on LAN. We want to see them make it to majors, and the fact that this is an online match and this series is causing some cracks to show. But I'm loving it. It's the Wild West. This is the Wild fucking West. This is great.
It's all over the place for sure.
Yeah.
I'm more worried for VG, to be honest, because they have so many veterans.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Erika.
Again.
Wow, okay, Zeal's like, in out.
Whoa.
They're looking for Yang again.
Split, just committing. And
where's the Exo?
They saw ZZQ for a second. They'll go after Zeal instead. They've got the Spike Carapace. That hits on Echo. They get the kill on Fenrir. They'll take out this Winter Wyvern. LSA doesn't hit onto Erica, so they're able to get the kill on Azeel. They'll take the black hole out of the equation.
Looking for
They're
Shiro.
chasing. They want Shiro. They force the BKB. XM still has his own. He doesn't have a lot of mana to play with. Erica's still in the Metamorphosis. They need to be careful on Echo. He's certainly still got his BKB. Planet looking for the Wukongs. It looks like EHOME want to jump back in, but with Shiro not having a BKB, how willing should they really be?
Yeah, Shiro's impact is really not that high, as you can see in those team fights. When the spell, the illusions are just gone instantly. So in that aspect, ViCi is very, very strong still in their timing, but they're looking for Erica. He's all by himself, though.
To be down. It ends in just a second. Planet goes into the Wukongs, but they've got the Impale. Spike Carapace stops Echo once again. Yeah,
Boy's alive.
Primal split for 12 seconds. They go into the Solar Guardian. They'll be hit with the Winter's Curse, but that's the Winter's Curse using the Laguna Blade and 2 right clicks from Echo. They'll get the kill. Xiaoma jumps in, gets the kill. Finally on a Planet. They've got the Spike Carapace.
Nope.
LSA, that'll land 2 kills for Echo again.
14-2 on his Lina.
Monster kill streak, yeah, and they have only taken him out with the Aegis once.
Yeah. Absolute stonker of a game for Echo. He's becoming really problematic. He's almost into his Shadow Blade already. Or he went for Chrysalis first, I believe. Amping up that damage output. It's gonna get scary. It's gonna get real scary. And Enigma also is gonna pick up the BKB soon. Once that's up, they can make that combo play that I said. They just black hole the TB, and they have no way to cancel it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I guess you just try to curse him, right?
Yeah, but that's where the combo play of the Lina and Linken's comes into play, right? If they can pull it off. It's not easy. That's what we call special tactics. But if you pull it off, it's very strong.
Radiant are scanning.
And alright, so Erica's going straight into a Daedalus. Man. He's gonna be a squish ball.
Are scanning.
Smoke up. And he does have 34 armor.
Yeah, but a lot of spell damage coming out from EHOME too.
Yeah.
Five-man smoke. Lanes are sort of pushed in though, so it's a pretty obvious one. I don't think EHOME will fall for this.
But it could lay down vision for Roche, which is soon.
Yeah.
Looks like I would assume EHOME are looking to smoke too. They've got one on ZZQ. Planet's not with them.
A big pickup also Shiva's Guard on DP, so that armor is up, that chase ability is a bit better as well. Going to the shard next, so you get that fear on the Siphon, a very strong sub ability of course.
They could get it from Roche if they're able to take the Aegis. They get the top tier 2, and now they can control the outpost and control this Roche area that much better.
Look at Planet just pushing in the bot lane repeatedly. His snap is sky high as well. Almost into a BKB hack. He's transitioning into semi-core at this point already.
Yeah, a little bit. Nick's going for the Yules, and Yang TPing bottom. Erica's there too. I mean, after all the pressure and all the control that they put out there towards Roche, they kind of just concede that by going back, right?
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, but they definitely have to deal with the bot lane. Like, no way around that. But TP's illusions will take care of that. Just off the mark with the Impel.
Now you got to think that there's a sentry there to see you if you go into the Vendetta, and Xiaoma needs to be aware.
Yeah. So there's the BKB on Enigma. Let's see if they go for the combo play or not.
Gotta see how they play this. Roche available, Aegis Shard.
Now, I'm gonna say if they manage to black hole a DP with the Lincolns on and burst her, the teamfight is won instantly. There's a DD on Lina as well, by the way, so she's gonna be shredding people.
Wow. The Gaben runes continue.
Yeah. However, there is a Blink Dagger on Fenrir, so he shouldn't die too easily.
Ooh, whoa.
And your illusions are gone. Bye.
Primal split. Echo. May need to be careful. However, the one who's in well too deep is Planet.
Because ZZQ as well.
This could be a problem.
The Lincoln is on the Enigma.
And it's on the Enigma. He wants the BKB. He goes for the black hole. It's on XM, but it's only on XM. The damage coming out on Ezreal might be a little bit too much for him to handle, but the Laguna Blade is there. They get the kill on the XM. They'll take out this Death Prophet. There's the Sunder. It does
No
get
BKB on TB.
full health, but he's stunned the entire time. There's the Cold Embrace. They've got themselves the Wukong's a 4-second stun. The Winter's Curse isn't going to matter with the BKB being popped here by Shiro. Impale lands on his EZQ. They've got the Splinter Blast once again. They took it the 1. They took it the 2.
Nice
the
duel.
The Boundless Strike on the 2. They'll take out Fenrir. Looking now over at Jalma. And the LSA lands. Echo is now godlike. 4 heroes down on the side of ViCi. And it looked like things went well for ViCi at the start, but not well enough. And EHOME, well, they break through.
Yeah, that's exactly the combo play we spoke about. The Lincolns on the Enigma. No way to stop that. And they burst down the DP from full to 0. Courtesy to the DD. Gotta be, you know, realistic about what happened, of course. But yeah, they got the job done. Shard on CK very strong. Another Aegis on the Lina. And Echo still continuing his rampaging. And I can't believe that he's not going for a BKB on TB still. I don't know what the thought process is. He literally just got almost perma-stunned.
Yeah. Didn't help that that double damage was available, but
Middle tower is under attack.
can't be looking at that like that's the only reason that you died.
Yeah. Yang almost into the refresher, so we're gonna see more splits. Game is looking really good now for EHOME. Firm grasp on the game. And they also have the level 20 CK talent now. So spell immunity does not matter anymore at all. DP is gonna get reality rifted, that's a desolator applied to you basically, and then you get shredded by everything. You know what I'm surprised by? Usually we see this like Echo Saber into BKB and Mage Slayer combination, right? Would have been really good on CK this game because it reduces the dispel damage by a ton. So his illusions don't just always die instantly.
Almost a 10k lead now. I don't even know what there is to do if you're ViCi to get back into this one, especially if you can't find the open space.
I think Erika just got flamed because he just went to BKB. Probably Fenrir like, yo, bro, we spoke about this. Oh, Fenrir's in a smoke breaking position, but they ignore him. Might be able to find Yang, and they will, and they're dead.
Oh, it's looking for the primal split, but the Orchid is out, and the kill is there.
Yep.
Is this still winnable for ViCi?
It's tough. It's tough. Like when Enigma has their own Lincolns, things are gonna get pretty tough. But yeah, double Brewmaster split can definitely salvage some things. Once the BKB is up on Terrorblade, he's gonna be a whole lot stronger. That's the problem now. If you get Black Hole, there's no real save. Like if you pop BKB, like the only real saving, I guess, is Cold Embrace, but that means he has to be in range. Lots of factors have to play into that.
Looking interesting here for ViCi.
I'm worried.
That Ags on the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, exactly. More evasion coming in.
With that,
You have a Heaven's Helmet on Monkey
the Solar
King.
Guardian be such a problem.
Yeah. Now the good news is that there's a Nyx Assassin to cancel it.
Echo's about to hit level 25 too.
Yeah, 125 attack range. Not bad. By not bad, I mean, why is it in the game?
The experience difference has been pretty massive, right? Like,
Yeah.
throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
Look at these supports too on EHOME. They're just farming so well.
Yeah, Monkey King is real big. I love the Heaven's Halberd.
ViCi not really willing to make an aggressive move just yet. Blink Dagger for the Death Prophet.
Maybe hoping to draw out those BKBs.
Yeah, if you're not too careful, also the follow-up fear on like a Nick stun could be pretty deadly.
They smoke up. Feels pretty last-ditch effort. Planet's in the right spot, but he'll jump down. They'll smoke themselves.
They need
about
to win
hit
this
level
fight.
25. Yang's smoke ends up breaking. There's the blink as well as the Orchid. They're looking for the silence to get the kill here. The balance strike lands from Planet, but they get the black hole off. That's on to Yang. There's the Winter's Curse, but with the BKB, it doesn't matter. They get the kill on the Yang. They'll take him out for 74 seconds. They've got themselves a Solar Guardian. Shiro surviving through it all. They've got the silence, but XM gets ripped apart by Echo. And the damage from the Terrorblade, they'll take out Shiro, but Shiro's not the biggest issue here. It's Echo. Spike Carapace stuns him up, but they've got the info to follow it up onto the Enigma. They'll get the kill out onto Xiaoma. They take out Shiro. Like I said, it's Echo who's the big issue. And now Planet on the run. The right click's coming out from Erica. ZZQ, Zeal's here looking forward. BKB, that gets popped. The Aegis is going to be reclaimed. And now they're going to try and fight this. Erica does have a Sunder if he wants to use it. But BKB, and there's the Shadow Blade escape.
Yeah, there was still Satanic available as well, so no way you're ever gonna get that kill. I mean, these team fights, you can see, right? It's getting tougher and tougher and tougher. Like, they need the Brewmaster split no matter what. He cannot die first. His Dispel is the only way to deal with the Chaos Knight illusions.
Right.
And it's just a lot of things have to fall into place for VG at this point to really win. Like, the TB needs to be able to just hit people freely while they're getting distracted by Nyx Assassin, Wyvern, as well as the Brewmaster. And DP just really needs to focus on keeping herself alive. Like, he just blinked into a whole Chaos Knight Phantasm and a Lina right-clicking him. He died in like 1 second. You have to be much, much more respectful of the damage that comes out of EHOME.
Certainly not what we were seeing in the previous game from XM at all.
Yeah, it's such a different hero as well. I like XM on like real strong playmakers. I'm looking for Zeal. He has no gems, so
this would be an interesting
Fenrir
kill to
instead.
get. But instead, Fenrir is the one who's caught. They've got the Lincoln's pop.
No BKB yet.
Echo, without a BKB for 7 seconds. They need to get the kill here on him immediately, but there's the Satanic. There's the Solar Guardian. He'll turn this one around. They'll go after Yang. Yang needs to be careful now.
There's only one Brewmaster left.
Turning the mana on Echo and Yang. Oh, he will just get away from this one. Nobody losing their life on EHOME. Even without the BKB to start.
Yeah, I mean, his look at his 3.5k HP pool, pretty ridiculous. Oh, Planet, man, the big plays again. It's the last bit of the Brewmaster too.
Does he not have the refresher ready? No, he doesn't.
Nope.
Wow. Pretty crazy.
Oh, he sold his bottle actually on Echo. Surprised by that. Most mid lanes keep it for these scenarios.
He's got another double damage.
Yeah, but not bottle this time, so not as bad. If he bottled it, it could be, you know, a free Roche. Bottle is a really broken item. I think every team always needs one, even if the supports just buy it.
Or if it's just handed off to the support instead of sold.
Yeah, exactly. It's just so meaningful in the mid-late game, these runes.
Minute 43 until that Roche is up.
Radiant's top tower is under
Gemma almost has that Yules, and XM, he's working on level 21. You're still looking for these 25s at some point here for these heroes on ViCi. They're so far behind in terms of experience.
Yeah, and gold too. Only Terrorblade is rich.
But you can still feel it. Sometimes it's looking like it's going to be effective. But I say that, Xiaoma getting spotted and killed. Now Yang needs to leave. But Yang's juking right towards Zeal. They're unable to take out the Storm Panda, though.
Yeah, Storm Panda alive means you're never gonna die. The fights are still easily possible, right? You can combo off the Winter Wyvern, but now the problem is your big stunner is dead, the Nyx Assassin. You have 2 splits available soon, so maybe you can work with that. But the Echo is still pretty unstoppable right now. Look at his attack speed too.
Wraith Pact is out. Winkins gets popped. They look over. Planet on the run. Hit with a Cinder Brew. They'll go to the Primal Split. They'll chase Planet. Are doing some damage, but there's the Lincolns. They'll Cyclone Echo up into the air. They took the tier 3 in the bottom lane. Shiro using that Reality Rift, but stunned up thanks to the Earth Panda. And Echo not losing any footing. Continue to stand his ground on the high ground of this base and look to make something happen as Shiro follows him with the Phantasm. BKB looking for the black hole, but never gets it. So now Enigma without the BKB. That could be a spot of potential here for the side of ViCi. They're going to run forward. They're going to look over at Echo for the moment, but he goes into the Silver Edge. He's also got the Satanic, but now getting a little bit low. They go to the Solar Guardian. They'll heal him up. They've got that X, so that's a lot of evasion going their way. They look over at XM. Where is XM? He's behind enemy lines. Now they'll find themselves the Brewmaster. The Winter's Curse isn't going to matter. It's going to be on the planet. They're going to buy back on both these heroes. They'll take out ZZQ, but he's got buyback. The problem is he doesn't have a Solar Guardian again.
Keep getting destroyed.
Zeal comes in. Black hole immediately stopped thanks to the Spike Harvest coming in from Chalma. They look at Zeal. Zeal getting run down, right-clicked and killed. They take out the Enigma. They'll take out Shield. They got to look for more. They got to try and get the kill here on an Echo, who goes into the Silver Edge and TPs away. But an opportunity for sure for ViCi to find something and claw their way back into the game.
A very forced black hole, unfortunately. Obviously, without BKB, pretty easy cancellation from a lot of these heroes. And yeah, at least it cost them some buybacks, right? XM had to buy back. Who else bought back? Was it Yang? Yeah, Yang bought back.
Yeah, XM and Yang.
So Roche is up though.
Get an Aegis.
Do they know Roche is up?
They have to know it's up, right?
Let's take the outpost away. Yeah. And Terrorblade should be reaching soon too.
This is Refresher, which is
that's a big one.
Maybe would have wanted something else though, right? Like the Ags would have felt good on potentially somebody, right? The Terror Wave would have been nice to have.
But the Refresher is also very nice on the DP. Double BKB.
If XM can survive.
Yeah, I don't know. He's always running so far away from his teammates.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way Wyvern can ever embrace him if he doesn't play around the Wyvern at all.
So, Scotty finished for the Terrorblade. Still looking at that Silver Edge.
He went for Scotty. Interesting.
Echo going Divine.
Why, really? He feels it's necessary? They're in a great spot.
Without the Aegis, like, Echo is very vulnerable to dying and then...
Yeah, I don't think he's going to go through with that.
Get that kill. Could be deadly.
Like, I just don't see any reason why he would go through with that. Because they're already winning. Like, for me, Divine is an item if you want to enter game with a like Aegis timing, sure. But if you're already winning, Divine is just like the easiest way to throw a game.
This time, Yang's going to have himself that Aeon Disc. They'll break the smoke. They go into the Silver Edge. The Balance Strike lands. Yang looking for the Primal Split. He's got the Aeon Disc, so now he's able to get into the Primal Split. They've got the stun out on Echo. They need to keep up with him, but BKB's been popped by XM. So now he doesn't have the double BKB just yet as they use that Phantasm. They got around the side with Shiro. They use the BKB on this. You know, they didn't yet. Now look at Fenrir. They just get a quick kill on the Winter Wyvern who doesn't have buyback. The Winter's Curse is now out of the equation. Jalma, he's in pretty far. They'll look for the LSA, but it's not going to land just yet. Plan up with the BKB. They'll look over at these Brewlings. 3-second stun that hits one of the Pandas. The Balance Strike comes out, but they've got the Earth Panda as well as the Storm Panda able to run away. Without no Winter Wyvern, though, this is very difficult to want to be able to hold. As Zeal is looking ready to try and go in with the Blink BKB as well as the Black Hole. And I believe they already popped... Yeah, they popped the Refresher on both the Brew as well as the Death Prophet. Echo taking a lot of damage.
He has no BKB.
Half health. by Carapace. Echo, though, now with no BKB. They've got the stun. It's through. Out on Erica. They're going to chase, but they got the on Erica. The damage coming in with the Solar Guardian. They'll take out Jauma. They lose this Terrorblade. Terrorblade popped the Metamorphosis, and now he has nothing to give in this fight. He'll pop the BKB. They'll try to make something happen. They're still in the Wukongs. They look over at ZZQ. They'll land the Impel. They get the kill onto the Dawnbreaker, but Dawnbreaker has buyback, and Erica's just dead. He had a Sunder, but he's going to buy back. They look over at XM. He doesn't have anything to survive this fight. They get the kill onto the Death Prophet. Shiro, Reality Rift, pulling Jauma, getting the kill, taking out the Nyx Assassin. 3 heroes without buyback. This should be forcing it into game 3. EHOME, despite the fact that they didn't have the Aegis, it didn't look like it was going to be the best fight with no BKB on Echo. It looks like they'll just be able to win the game right here, right now. Yang can't survive. Yang ends up dead once more. Dead Yang strats aren't working. GG. GG as EHOME take game number 2.
Alrighty. Now, Nomad, what do you have to say about that? When individual performances don't carry you through, as we said in a previous game, this is usually how ViCi looks like, right?
Yep, you're absolutely right. Yeah, 2 big takeaways. One is that, you know, as you say, it's all about the teamwork. It's all about moving together. It's all about finding the right objectives at the right times and protecting your heroes. The Lina, she was very well protected. She had big, meaty bodyguards. Meanwhile, the TB, he had to protect himself. He bought a Hurricane Pike, for Lord's sakes. Like, that just proved that he had zero faith in his teammates to actually keep him alive in these fights. I still think it was weird as hell, and I think it did nothing, but I don't know, man. That's what he chose to go for. So is what it is, as we say.
Yeah.
But yeah, also another thing I took away from this game is never listen to me in Black, because apparently we're both rubbish at predicting things. But I think based on these drafts, you know, I still strongly believe that it made sense, this ViCi draft. But unfortunately, the gameplay just didn't match up to what we're expecting. I do think EHOME overplayed a little bit, though. They had some really good moments, especially Echo. I mean, my God, B-Cop, was that a performance from the Lina?
Yeah, I mean, they never really were able to get on top of Echo, or there was no commitment coming in from ViCi. It felt like Fenrir was kind of getting caught out a lot, where they needed that Winter's Curse. A lot of heroes lingering for ViCi. Like, yeah, well, it would be like, oh, Yang goes down, but now it's a +1, because they also cut Jauma, who's trying to throw an Impale for some reason, and the backlines. Like, those 3 heroes together, 7 deaths, 12 deaths, 11 deaths, like they were dying a lot on their 3, 4, 5, and Echo's just able to rip them to shreds. And once that Axe came out, it felt like the Solar Guardian was very strong. And I don't know, ViCi, it felt like there were a lot of misplays. Like, XM's behind the enemy team, but his team is in front of the enemy team, so like he's by himself, just dying immediately. I don't know. It looked all out of whack. It was crazy.
I'm very curious about what happened to XM, like in this game in particular. Like, so many weirdly timed exorcisms. Like, he looked completely out of it. Whereas in game 1, he completely dominated. Like, what happened in the break? Like, did Yang like do the thing? And it's like, bro, I'm gonna unplug your toilet.
Damn. Wait, so it plugs in?
Yeah, there's in Japan especially, they have these electrical things.
Yeah. The old,
yeah. Japan toilets are super OP, by the way. They do everything. They heat the seat.
Everything?
They do everything.
All right.
Everything?
Sounds good. Gonna go to Japan,
Everything.
yeah. Game number 2 goes the way of EHOME, so that means we do get a third and final tiebreaker matchup, which I, for one, am very much looking forward
Well, yeah, after
to.
this fight, I thought the game was over, by the way, Nomad.
Huh?
After this fight, I thought ViCi won the game, to be honest.
Yeah. Like, I can't blame you. I can't blame you. It was, it was, wow. It was, it was nuts. It was nuts. I can't believe that. I can't believe that they weren't able to get more from this. I mean,
yeah,
how
the game played out is just it's just really, really sloppy Dota from both sides, as we said in the game. But teamwork, team play wise, EHOME is still leaps and bounds ahead of VG Gaming. When it really comes down to it, like their cohesiveness, you can just see. Like everyone knows exactly what to do. Like Planet sacrifices himself so many times for core heroes. The Lina plus Enigma combination, right? He buys the Lincolns for him. Like so many good things coming out.
Yeah, I love how he played the team fights as well, the Monkey King as well, just as you say, giving up his body, just dropping down that Wukong's command, stopping the supports from really getting into the fight, I think is a key thing there. There's Nick Saston, there's Wyvern, even sometimes like the TB couldn't push through and help out. Erica was very, very scared in these fights.
TB was scared of the Monkey King. All the like, I don't know.
I don't want to go in there. It's like a kid trying to go in the pool. It's like, it's cold, dude. I just put my toe in. It's really cold. I don't want to go in there.
First combo, by the way.
Yep, that was really cute.
Executed. Yep. And I'm just gonna say, if Erica had a BKB here, everything looks different. Very, very different. He gets a Sunder off.
But look, he's gonna hurricane. Oh no, he's not.
This Hurricane Pike is Omega Grief. And he's done it so many times in this one season. His item builds are so strange. I don't know what he sees in them.
Yeah, they're a bit balmy. They're a bit odd, but it's the Erica way. Sometimes genius is just dangling on the edge of insanity. And I think he might have gone over the edge more recently, Mr.
Yeah. I always wonder what his teammates think. He's like, oh, he's doing it again, boys. Fenrir was probably like, BKB, no, do it. Okay, man, relax. Sorry, dude.
Sorry. Fenrir getting chopped down. What do you think of Fenrir's performance? I actually thought he played really well.
I don't know. He got killed a lot in crucial positions. Just a bit too far out. Like in one of these last fights, he was the first one to die, right? Like they need that Winter's Curse. He can't be in a position like that.
Yeah, but again, it's really hard to play when I think it was this fight. Look where XM is running, and Fenrir is trying so hard to get to him. Like, how is Winter Wyvern ever going to reach him there? Like, XM,
where is he? Like, look at where he is to Erica. Where he goes. What is this?
It was crazy.
So much respect for the Monkey King, or maybe too much respect for the Wukong's command here.
Yeah, especially from a Terrorblade.
The TB and the Death Prop, both of them just refusing to go anywhere near it.
Yeah, but you can just see the difference in team play is insane.
Yeah.
From both these teams. It just really feels to me like VG is not on the same page ever, or maybe they just don't trust each other to do the right thing. But they're always trying to make plays individually. Nothing really comes together as a team, which is the thing that held them back so many times this season alone.
Did Erica have a Sunder target on the second life? He had to have, right?
Maybe. I didn't quite catch it.
Oh, well, we can check here.
Let's look and criticize him at every turn possible.
He's gonna die.
Kinda. Potentially.
Even if he Sunders, he's just gonna die again. Doesn't really matter there.
It's already over at that point. But that, of course, that comes after Fenrir died by himself, and they don't have Winter's Curse or anything.
Yeah. That was the one where Fenrir did get picked off first, but he did a good job in cancelling some of the black holes earlier on. Forced them to deal with it, and of course, our MVP for this game number 2 is going to be Echo on the Lina.
Wow.
I mean, how could we not? 90% kill partition, 2.09 gold to damage ratio. Holy moly, that might
be the highest we've ever seen it.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen it.
I just want to say real quick, look at this neutral item. I completely agree with that. It's one of the most busted in the entire game. Brigand's Blade is... No, Brigand, as you say.
Brigand?
I still don't know which one it is, to be honest. You guys are the English experts.
Brigand. Yeah, that's Brigand's Blade. Very, very good on any hero which attacks very quickly, which you might have noticed Lina do. So that
machine gun.
Also, just to add to that damage to gold ratio, from what I've been noticing, it includes building damage. So Echo had 54,848 hero damage, but he also had 20,000 building damage. Does building damage count if you're right-clicking through backdoor and it's healing up?
Yeah, it does.
It does, right? So because there was a point where they were just sitting bottom trying to break through backdoor. He was padding his stats. Let's be real. Come on, he's padding his damage to gold ratio stats there.
He was. Can't blame him either. A very fancy number, making sure he doesn't get kicked in the potential reshuffling that might take place. Yeah. Get the God King treatment.
Oh, my gold damage ratio has to be high, otherwise I get kicked from a team that's undefeated.
It's like Moneyball, isn't it?
Oh God, I forget what it is. Oh, the whatever.
I can't remember either, but yeah,
I should know
ball
this. I'm
ratio.
an American with baseball. It's sabermetrics. There we go. I remember.
There it is. Yeah, that's the one. Sabermetrics. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know how this game 3 is going to go either. I think I'm probably leaning the way of EHOME after this game 2. You know, Black did say if EHOME wins this game, then they're going to win the series. So
I'm for EHOME now. Yep.
I haven't left your side yet, Black, but we've also been wrong every time, Black. So I'm kind of nervous, but at the same time, you know, as EHOME are proving, you don't make progress by swapping partners every time things go wrong. You know, you got to stay together, you got to work on things, you got to improve it, and then you come out the other side.
Communication is key, Nomad.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, communication is key. Hopefully, EHOME don't get to that point in their relationship together where they just, are always fighting and bickering, and then they just can't be together anymore.
I mean, that's past communicating, unfortunately. That's
break up.
Yeah, that's where you realize, oh my god, we should have communicated, but we didn't, and now we can't communicate anymore.
Or you communicate, and then you're just told, why are you not communicating? And then you say, I did communicate to you, but then it's an issue.
Yeah.
And,
You want to talk about it, buddy? Or
yeah, let me give it a talk. Well, when I was a kid, I remember.
Yeah.
Just going to my therapy chair.
Tell me more.
Yeah.
Oh, don't take notes on me, please.
Am I crazy?
What are you writing?
This guy needs help from someone more intelligent than I do. All right, game 3. What are we hoping for? Is there any big old smackdowns you want to see in us? We saw the sniper. Didn't really work out too well.
Tinker. But I only get that from LGD, so I guess I'm not going to see that here.
Yeah, you're crazy, dude.
Maybe Shadow Shaman. I feel like that's still a strong hero. Instant initiation.
What about a Planet Earth Shaker? Anybody in the mood for that?
Or a Rubik, I'd be down for. One of his classic heroes, that's for sure.
His signatures.
I super be down.
Yeah. Well, we do have the draft available now for game number 3, so let's jump into it. It is ViCi Gaming versus EHOME. Both teams on the brink of elimination. It all comes down to one final game. The losing team gets knocked down to Division 2. The winning team gets to stay in Division 1. A lot of pressure, a lot on the line. Can they keep their heads above the water? Or are they going to drown and sink down to the depths below? Let's find out as we get into this draft.
I'm EHOME already. I stick to my words.
You go in EHOME. All right, the pre-draft prediction. Pretty Chad.
Yeah. I mean, drafts apparently don't matter.
I mean, do you think we have a tendency to overvalue drafts?
I mean,
no.
You can always lose, right? Even if you have the way better draft, it's just the way they counterpick themselves so hard. Usually, if teams are of even skill, you would just see a pretty big shellacking.
Indeed, indubitably. So what
does that mean? Does it mean EHOME is leaps and bounds ahead of ViCi Gaming? Is ViCi Gaming going to pick the Nyx Assassin again? Same opening, Nyx DP? Oh my god, so many answers to questions.
I so much prefer the VT draft, so I don't see why they'd change it. Let's see. Maybe Nyx Monkey. That's what I'd like to see.
No.
I'll go Nyx and I'll go DP. All right.
What did they pick here again on EHOME?
Yeah, what does the script say?
I forgot the hero.
Didn't they take Monkey now?
No, Monkey was like last pick.
Last pick.
Not Chaos Knight. Lina.
Yes. And we were like, what? That's crazy, bro. But apparently if you're off BKB, then Lina doesn't give a shit about Nyx Assassin. So today I learned. Oh, great. Wow. Let's talk about this one, because we haven't talked about these matchups before. A lovely fresh draft coming out.
Looky there. Are they going to ban the Enigma this time? Probably.
You'd like to think so.
I mean, if you're EHOME, even though the draft didn't look great, you crushed the game, right? You probably don't want to change anything.
If you could be one of these heroes for a day, Black, which one would you choose?
Out of any?
No, out of the 4 we've got in this draft.
Dawnbreaker.
Dawnbreaker? Yeah.
Do I want to know why?
The global travel.
Yeah, exactly. I could be like, B-Cop is in trouble. He's coughing. I'm like, and then he's like, oh, I'm fine. And then I like land on his neck. Oh, I'm not fine anymore. Help. Or it's like bringing B-Cop through the emotions, you know? Bring him to the high, bring him to the low.
Very nice.
I mean, that's what friends are there for, right?
Breaking each other's necks.
Fenrir is laughing. Oh my god.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, that means trouble. That means trouble.
Yeah. He's like, they think we have no team play now. Fools.
My trap is working perfectly.
He stopped smiling instantly, though. Maybe it was like yeah, it's fine, guys. We're fine.
They banned his conker, that's why. He was like, damn it.
No, it's my 5 conker I saw in the pipe game. Crazy.
What about you, B-Cop? Who would you be? You can choose from anyone in Dota because Black was so mean to you.
Oh, I chose Dawnbreaker. I said it first.
Okay.
I mean, in the 4 heroes that we chose, I think global travel is pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's also healing. And also, you can go to the Olympics for the hammer toss.
She doesn't
and probably high jump,
though.
right?
What? Wait, you both spoke at the same time.
We did.
She doesn't throw it too far. And then what did you say, Nomad?
I said she'd probably win the high jump as well.
True. So you could be a double athlete.
Well,
she probably wins the classic physique contest too.
Oh, I could be a bodybuilder?
Yeah.
Isn't there like a decathlon where you do like hammer throw, ball throw, and the high jump and
shot put,
javelin?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm not a sporty person. I know nothing about it, so.
I still love these headphones on the left here. They're just the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. They literally look like microwaves. 2 microwaves just clamped onto your head.
Dude, they're like devouring his head.
So ridiculous.
What's the movie with the spaceship whose AI is like that red light?
Oh,
that's what it looks like on the side. Yeah.
Space Odyssey, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, actually. Oh my god, we found the real coach of EHOME. I don't think we should pick that, Hal.
Yeah. It's like you blindly trust the AI, you know?
Enigma.
This doesn't look very good here. Trust me. Trust the AI, boys.
Yeah. Pick Lena. Are you sure, Hal? They've got Nyx Assassin already.
Do it, or I'll kill you.
I will explode your head with these giant microwaves which you've attached to your head for some reason. All right, okay. Don't really have a choice. There we go. Something fresh, something spicy. We got the Snapfire coming out, ladies and gents. ViCi Gaming gonna spice things up a little bit, give us a curveball, and EHOME are gonna answer that with the Marcy. Oh yeah.
Marcy, okay. Marcy Lina is a very strong combo, of course. Yeah. Raw damage increase is very nice when you have a lot of attack speed already.
Full female lineup so far from EHOME as well.
Yeah, see if I can stick to it or not. I always wonder how is Marcy so strong. Because, like, I understand Dawnbreaker, but Marcy, like, literally, like, slams people into the floor behind her. Look at that size of her body. How's that possible?
Marcy's got that Mortal Kombat strength.
No, it's just yoga, dude. Yeah, see those yoga chicks? They can just, like, pick up anything.
I don't know about that.
Dude, I was parking outside a yoga center and I parked really badly, and this girl just comes on and she's just like, oh, don't worry, I'll help you. Just lifts my car up and moves it to the side. I'm like, what? She's like, oh, just came out of yoga. Pretty pumped right now. It's like, oh, thank you very much.
Like, my name's Clark Kent.
Clark Keen.
Spectre going to be the response. And a Visage coming out from EHOME. Finally, the Visage EHOME comes out again. I've been waiting for this for a long time because they rock with this hero. They've played it really, really well.
Isn't this like Zeal's best hero?
Zeal is really good in it. Shiro proved that he can actually play it, which is cool. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see where it goes ultimately this game. I also like the Spectre a lot. I always thought Spectre DP is a very strong combination because like the dagger slow goes through magic immunity too, so it's very hard to actually kite the DP target.
Yeah. That's a good point. I also like, one of Spectre's biggest weaknesses is her lack of building damage and her lack of Roshan. Well, Roshan's actually okay once you get Manta, but definitely lack of building damage. And DP's like the opposite.
I mean, DP does everything, right? Building, Roche, hero, tank, silence. wave clear.
On that last game.
Death Prophet's like butter on bread, where it's like really evenly spread. Spectre's more like a kind of red onion pickle, where it's kind of like lumpy and in different places, but still pretty good. In the right
or like if you have to rush to make a sandwich, you have like 90% of Nutella on one side and 10 on the other.
Oh, and then you put peanut butter on it?
Yeah.
You guys are eating Nutella and peanut butter sandwiches?
Yeah, why not?
I used to do that in college.
Good Lord.
So good. Toast up the bread.
You can't judge. Okay, you can't judge. There's so many good things.
Okay, I was judging a little bit, but
don't judge. Peanut butter is protein.
Yeah. Protein and healthy fats. Okay.
Nutella is healthy because it's hazelnuts.
Oh, okay.
Healthy sugar.
That 0.1% hazelnuts they put in there really gives you the kick, huh?
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I'm hanging right now.
It also has milk, which is calcium.
Very good for your bones.
Yeah.
However, is it time for Terrorblade for EHOME? It actually looks like such a good Terrorblade again. Let's go, Shiro Terrorblade. How better to end it than with the Shiro Terrorblade? Destroying VG Gaming.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. It's definitely
and please don't give XM Death Prophet. Don't do it. No carry visage. That's too risky for an elimination game.
Yeah. Put Shiro on something comfortable. Maybe even take it back. If they got the Morphling available, I'm sure they're actually going to go Morphling. You know they're going to go Morphling Black.
Morph is an EHOME thing, but TB looks mega scary against all these heroes. Like, TB literally counters the entire lineup post BKB.
Sure, look at him. Look at his face.
I'm looking right now. I can see
anything. They just
Terrorblade. Ah, he said Tabby.
You want to play? Morphling. See?
And now he stops talking again. Juggernaut.
Oh, that's what he's saying.
A classic, but for Shiro.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Oh, hey.
I like it.
Yeah.
Gonna be the answer for ViCi.
Do not give XM another Death Prophet.
No, they do not. It'll be XM on the Void Spirit, it'll be Yang on the DP, and it'll be Erica on the Spectre. Meanwhile, EHOME will be running the Shiro Jug, the Zeal Visage, and the Echo Lim. So it's just comfort across the board. Like, everyone is so comfortable. They are wrapped up in their blankets, you know. Their mums just come in with like some nice warm soup. They got their favorite TV shows on. Both of these teams, full comfort mode, but who's going to win? But you've already said, actually. You said it's going to be EHOME.
Yeah, but look at the Nick set first. Before you
looks ridiculous.
ask any questions. It's like, what does
you have to wait until they're in game because the viewer can't see that. So, B-Cup, give me your prediction.
I think, with utter certainty, that ViCi have this one in the bag.
In the bag. Why so?
I like XM on a more mobile hero, something that he can be more of a playmaker on, not this like Death Prophet. Oh, cool. I'm going to use Exorcism. And then turns around and goes, team, why didn't you follow me behind enemy lines? And then they're like, all right, cool, see you, dude.
So basically a solo hero.
Yeah. Something his solo performance can be felt on while still being in a team performance, because as much as it's a solo performance to get an Aether Remnant and lock up these heroes, still a team game when you get the lockdown.
It's also forgiving, you know. You've got a lot of get out of jail free cards on Void Spirit, so you can afford to be a little
boardwalk.
Yeah, you can afford to be a little bit more going to the wind. I'm going to go EHOME for this one. I felt that coordination in that game too was just vastly superior, and I think this Juggernaut pick just gives them a kind of tempo, which ViCi won't be able to play out. This Spectre isn't going to get a chance to come online, in my opinion, but let's find out what's going to happen in game number 3 in this elimination best of 3. It all comes down to this final matchup here with B-Cup and Black. Take it away.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
ViCi Gaming versus EHOME Game 3. Fight.
I had to do it one more time. It's the last game of the season. Right? No?
Did you feel insecure because I didn't talk?
Yeah, I did.
No, don't worry. What's good?
I was gonna be like, casted by Black Dota 2.
The one and only.
The one and only anti-mage player.
former ViCi star.
Going now against VG Gaming.
I'm picking EHOME.
And the EHOME corner. Yeah, there's no way EHOME can win this game, right? Like, he can't have 2 performances that on Lina. That's not allowed.
I think it just comes down to how many double damages he gets this game, because it was all of them last game.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, triple bounty rune for EHOME? That's not part of the script. It was always triple bounty rune for VG. What does that mean, B-Cup? Tell me what the cards say.
Yeah, triple bounty rune. The cards are saying the times they are changing.
That is true. I don't know if I'm becoming like a boomer or not, but do you ever think back like 20 years ago how things were? And you're like, oh wow.
When I was out on the corner waiting for my school bus 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And then I'd hear the Concorde fly over. Xiaoma run down. Blade Fury. Right click from ZZQ. Unnecessary to steal First Blood. But he does. And Fenrir, he's going to die too all of a sudden. EHOME. Well, it's starting real well.
Could be better though.
You ever see the Concords?
I don't know what a Concorde is.
The plane?
What kind of plane?
A Concorde?
I saw them regularly beak up.
Yeah, they did fly to London all the time, right? Like it was a New York London kind of thing.
It's actually kind of cute. Like we both probably.
Well, I'm gonna Google
flight paths of the Concords, right? So as we were kids, we were watching like the same planes.
I lived under the landing route. We were connected when we were really young, Nomad.
Wow,
just didn't know it.
That's
why did you see them beak up? It says United Kingdom and France is the origin.
Yeah, but they would fly out of JFK a lot.
Yeah, flew to America. Like its main flight path. Did it in like 4 hours
3
or something.
hours?
Well, sorry, B-Cup, I lived in Germany, not America, so no, I did not see those Concords.
Sorry.
I hope it didn't come off as too aggressive.
Just a touch.
What do you mean, man? Did you see them? It's so obvious we didn't have them.
Rebound?
Oh, they're going to Fenrir again.
Yeah, Fenrir looking like he might die, but they've got the Scatter Blast, the Cookie, the damage on Azil just means Fenrir's definitely dead.
How is this balanced?
I mean, it's Soul Assumption, but if they were ever to give... hold on. Wait, Erica. I don't know if you want to do that.
Is it being played here? Or
Erica, you're damaging things and you're making it worse for yourself.
Well, this is out of resources on Zeal until his courier is still in base 2.
Yeah, but he was given a tango. So
Dude, I played Patch today, I had like 4k health, and my support gave me a tango. I was like, that's cute.
I mean, at least he was trying.
Yeah, I thanked him.
At least he didn't give you a salve.
Yeah, half value self, I would have definitely flamed him.
What are you wasting your money on this for?
Yeah, why are you wasting your money on me, bro? I'm not worth it.
So, I know it's 3-0. Not a lot, but is this already looking...
Over? Yeah, it's over.
Really good for EHOME? I wasn't going to say over.
Nah, I mean, not much is decided yet at all. Like, Spectre is still farming pretty well. Maybe... Oh my god, Fenrir again. Has a cookie this time, though. Oh, he's dead again.
Matter? No. Soul Assumption, right clicks, and Fenrir dies.
Yeah.
The Soul Assumption feels very strong. I wish Visage would say your soul is mine every time he used it, but I can only dream.
This lane is definitely a lane that can easily snowball out of control, though, and it sort of already is. So, protecting the Spectre is going to get harder and harder and harder. And harder, because...
I will say, Zeal, though, this is his best hero. That's why he's having a really good start. Also, the lane feels very dominant with Rebound Dispose and Soul Assumption hitting so hard.
Yeah, Erica has a healing salve still, so he's going to be A-okay.
For now.
For now.
structures are fortified.
Shiro, though, is also free farming. Like, all three of the cores are farming very well. But they're not really far ahead of the enemy counterparts, so... Oh, Fenrir again! Oh, gets thrown out of the cookie.
What was that?
Oh boy. Fenrir, a couple more right clicks, and then you can just throw the soul assumption at Erica, but I say that, Fenrir jukes into the trees and gets the salve up,
dead.
and Zeal dies. He kind of got left here by Planet, and all of a sudden Fenrir's here ready to go. Scatter blast, and then, okay, just by rebounding away.
Looky, little visage, overplaying her hand. Its hand, his hand.
Their hand.
I have hands.
What would be, if you had to guess what Erica was going to buy, that would be a weird thing for Spectre to get, what would you think he's going to buy this game?
Manta first and then Radiance.
Guess we'll have to see if he does that.
Because his Weaver build looked completely normal until he suddenly bought Radiance, right? And then Manta. Or, I don't know. It's really hard to go wrong on Spectre with items. Like,
right.
He will have to do something really crazy to make me say, wow.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Guess we'll have to see, but feels like with that kill on Zeal, that might have worked out and getting them a little bit of slack.
Yang, you're dead.
Planet, dispose, Yang, very dead. Oh boy.
That means though Zeal's all by himself, and he's not gonna have the best time down there. Or shouldn't, at least. How is Echo doing? Actually losing mid lane this time. XM is on one of his best heroes, so... Yeah, you can expect him to perform really well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Feeling
Marcy ran all the way back
rough.
bottom again.
Yeah, moving around the map. There's a lot you can do with this early level of rebound and dispose.
Yeah.
When there's follow-up from like the Jug.
Oh, he's just dead again. Goodbye.
Yeah, they've got this time the Astral Step. Planets come in and they're gonna try and turn this around. Fenrir, he gets taken in a trade. But a lot of heroes down here for EHOME to try and save Zeal.
Yeah. Oh, Sheer, is a lot of damage coming in, my friend!
Yeah, oh, just got him! Exorcism and the TP attempt, not in time. So forcing all those heroes bottom, and now all of a sudden, I mean, by having them go bottom, it opens up aggression in this top lane.
I mean, that's worst case scenario too. Now you have no TP on your Juggernaut. And Spectre is way too happy right now. For playing against the Visage and Marcy lane? Yeah, he's feeling way too good.
Mm-hmm.
Just casually standing there in front of 3 heroes too.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But yeah, like, I think the correct item build on Spectre this game is just like a good old Manta. It's very good against Visage, it's good against Juggernaut. Makes perfect sense.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And especially in an elimination game, you don't want to go any these crazy items.
In trouble once again, the chase is on. Spirit Siphon, Jauma trying to help out, but unable to get anything out of that one. Meanwhile, bottom pressure's coming out on Erica again with 3 heroes down here.
He's kind of chatting up on them though. I like it.
And not looking like he's going to back down at all. Here comes XM with the 2-man LSA. The damage on Erica once again. They've got the Blade Fear. They look over at Zeal. They've got the Laguna Blade that comes out, but they don't have a kill just yet. Omni Slash bouncing around. There's the Dissimulate. Still surviving it all. They get the kill on Echo. They take the Lina now. What else can you find? Zeal hit with the Aether Remnant, but the Dispose comes in on XM. XM does have Resonant Pulse to get a kill. ZZQ in the middle, and the Starbreaker gets nothing. No charge left on a jump when that fight was going on towards the back end, but finally has one up now. Might have been enough to kill XM had the follow-up, but unfortunately they didn't.
Yeah, they need to slow down the pace of the game on EHOME. Like, it's crumbling real fast right now. They don't have the levels and damage necessary. Instant smoke up by ViCi, looking for Shiro. No spin for 10.
Let's see. Echo in trouble again. XM jumps in, jumps out. Ooh, rebounds. Impale. And
DP's gonna be very strong here.
They've got the Spirit Siphon. The Solar Guardian's not gonna do anything. They get the kill on a planet. Yang's kind of out of the way here and in trouble. Starbreaker, Soul Assumption, Dissimulate once again. XM goes the other way, but can he survive this? Laguna Blade, the Impale's not gonna do enough. And now they lose a second.
I think there's a problem with the DP hero today. They really like to walk away from their team.
Yep.
I don't know if they all think they're just much stronger than they really are, but there was a little tiny touch unnecessary, Become.
Oh, for sure.
I do just want to talk about the last hits at 10 because it is quite interesting this game. Especially when it comes down to the Lina, because she looks really far ahead, right? Like she's got like a nice amount of last hits, nice amount of net worth, but actually Lina's supposed to. Fenrir down the bottom, trying to get away under the tower. Shiro gonna try and run him down here. Can he finish the jump? Oh, the wand is there.
Jumping one.
Yeah, I think Fenrir's gonna die. A little bit of a shotgun, but Fenrir will die, and I'll get on with my point. Basically, Lina's supposed to have a crap ton of farm and is actually significantly below where she could be when it comes to net worth and last hits at this point in the game. Meanwhile, Visage, he looks really bad because he barely has any last hits, and he has done pretty poorly, but Visage usually struggles coming out of the laning phase regardless, just not a good laning hero. And the only other one to mention is Erica, who is a little bit behind the mark on last hits, but is making up for it in actual kills. So, there you go.
Thank you, Professor.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that little knowledge course. Facts dropping. Game slowed down, which is kind of what I wanted from EHOME too. Yeah, they needed some time.
LSA comes in, but Laguna Blade is there.
Yeah, give him the light into the head. I think he only died because he had a tentacle cosmetic. Fish creatures don't do well with lightning.
No, not at all. It's super effective according to Pokemon.
Yeah, they smoked up straight away again. They're looking for Yang, but only no, not like this. Bad boy.
It was close though.
Yeah. I like that they're not scared at least. Like they're giving things a try. They're looking for a vendetta setup.
I really thought ViCi were going to keep their foot on the gas. I'd like to see them go again.
I mean, they did until like the Little River scenario, right? And we've seen it really from both teams though. Like if one team fight goes completely wrong, they're suddenly like, oh, I don't want to fight anymore. Which, yeah, I don't agree with that at all. Like Juggernaut was really weak. He almost has his Maelstrom now though, so he's going to be quite a bit stronger. And they're smoking towards Echo though. Echo might be in trouble. He has no sentry there. You're dead.
Astral Step, Aether Remnant lands, Mortimer's Kisses are out, and XM gets the kill on Echo. Slowing down that progression that he was making, but now ZZQ, Zeo are there. Ooh, Fire Snap Cookie lands on both. They've got the Haunt and the Solar Guardian. With XM on cooldown, he was able to get away with it. They'll go to the Assimilate. They have the ulti coming through from this Marcy. The Omni Slash bouncing around, doing some damage, getting the kill.
Healing Ward, man.
Again.
Erica stuck.
Forward, slamming down on the 2. There's a second, locks them both down. Starbreaker, and they'll kill off Fenrir, looking for XM, who doesn't have another jump for 20 seconds. Celestial Hammer, Dissimulate, gets behind the tower. Shiro hit by the Aether Remnant. And ViCi, they just committed too hard.
The teamfight prowess is really strong. They have the flats. On the Visage, the healing ward didn't really get taken down. It was level 4 at the time, or level 3. So there's a ton of healing coming out there. Yeah, well executed by EHOME, and yeah, as you said, they overestimated the damage and survivability quite a bit again on VG.
Especially they didn't have the Spike Carapace to stop the Solar Guardian.
Yep.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So now Yang, his BKB will be delayed by a little bit, but he's still fairly close to it. But Juggernaut is one of the best like single target killers in the game. So you have to be very careful if you're DP regardless. Oh, and
Dire's middle
Echo
tower
has a
is
DD
under
rune,
attack.
plus his B can be completed.
Another DD.
Yeah. Honestly, this DD could turn around the next team fight in an instant.
Oh, for sure.
Now Shiro's suddenly feeling real happy again too.
He's tapped the net worth. He's recovered really well. Whereas Erica, it doesn't feel like he's made much progress.
Yeah, but Spectre is, you know, supposed to farm quite a bit slower, so he's still doing very well for Spectre, I think. Manta Styles at this rate, maybe 17, 18 minutes, which is still very strong against Juggernaut and Visage, right? So the Wraith Pact again, though, they have no answer to it just yet. And it might seem insignificant, but Wraith Pact is one of those like really game-changing items, and nobody's building it on the Radiant.
It still feels like a strong item. I'm surprised it fell out of favor so much with some teams.
Yeah, now they found Fenrir.
Should be an easy kill. Familiars make sure of that, and Zeal continuing to farm towards that Wraith Pact, which I believe the full thing is flying out.
Yeah. And that's an easy team fight. They're forcing a team fight straight away at Roshan, because honestly, with this Wraith Pact, they cannot lose this team fight. You know the song that goes like do 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 do. There's like some drums at the beginning. I always get reminded of the song when I hear Marcy hit with the ult.
You're talking about like that Red October theme song?
Ah, it's a really old song. Wait.
Echo? He's fine. For now. Looking for the Spike Carapace, but just pops the BKB and leaves. Impel didn't land, and that BKB doing its job already.
I can't find a B-Cop.
Not surprised. Also, do you like XM's build? He went Witchblade and then Shard, and now he's going into the Ags.
Shard is very early. Don't really see that often.
I think he's feeling like the initial dissimulate areas to jump aren't far enough to get him out.
Yeah. It also adds a nice amount of damage, right? So you can instantly clear the wave now with a WE. ZZQ is deceptively tanky. I don't actually think XM and Selma can kill him. With that hood?
Certainly not that easy. And there's the Manta.
Yeah, I want EHOME to really stay more aggressive because they have everything they need. They have a Wraith Pact. They have a really tanky Dawnbreaker. They have BKB on Echo.
Haunt used, and let's see. They're trying to get a kill here, potentially on the Shiro. Shiro goes into the Omni Slash.
The birds are coming. They're looking for a stun. Oh, they're faster than the DP by 60.
Catching up and slamming down, landing on a 2. Planet was looking to make the move with that Blink Dagger to dispose somebody, but doesn't find anyone. Spike Carapace lands, hits Echo, not going to matter. He still has that Aegis. They don't want to fight into that. And they already used Haunt, so Erica's not coming to the fight.
Dire structures are fortified.
Top lane, Erica in trouble. And goes to the Manta, tries to get into the trees.
He's fine.
Just a wave for now, unless Echo throws some last-ditch effort spells. But again, really close. No on Erica almost dying in that situation.
Ooh, they found Fenrir again.
Oh boy.
Oh, missed the jump though.
He survives.
Oh.
Okay.
Or maybe he didn't miss it, he just thought about disengaging immediately. But very scared Lina is, despite having that BKB up.
And the Aegis.
Oh, just easy transition to the bot with the healing ward. Very low on mana though on Lina. Oh, they're all TPing bot to defend. No Omni Slash, of course, they know that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ooh, they found Selma. He's dead.
1 familiar, 2 familiars, 3 familiars, 4. And, well, Shiro gets the kill on Ajama.
As easy as that.
And they're just going to take a tier 2. Like, there's nothing stopping them. And EHOME's just going to continue the progression, right? Like, they shouldn't need to feel that worry of stopping.
Yeah, again, this Wraith Pact absolutely destroys Spectre's damage as well as Void Spirit's damage. Everyone's damage except DP because she has a BKB. And they have no real hero that can kill it easily. So yeah, this item will be, what's the fancy saying? A thorn in their sides for the rest of the game, B-Cop.
Definitely.
They hit it, what, too? Oh, I was about to grab him. But he said, get off me. How did they kill the Healing Ward? How did they kill the Wraith Pact? All these structure units are too OP. Can't do anything.
Definitely feels that way.
6k lead now, and it's slowly rising the lead, right? One good team fight, of course, can bring ViCi back into the fight. But again, the team fight strength is definitely a lot higher for the Dire side. Aegis, though, is about to expire, at least. That's good news. Oh, he has a Brigand's Blade again on the Lina.
Great. Getting the perfect drop again.
I swear, whenever I play these heroes, I don't get that stuff. If I play Zeus, I don't get Timeless. 5-man smoke with 4-man smoke, we all win. Or we all know that 5-man usually wins. Oh, they see the Nyx, but they can't quite get him. And they see the DP. If they burst DP, the team fight is over instantly. Oh, they saw Yang. They saw Yang. Ah, he's gone.
Just skirts by.
Oh, XM into the TP, and he's out. Nice escape.
Oh. They knew where he was, though.
Yeah, map hackers reported.
At least they thought they knew where he was.
$350 health turn now also on the Lina. Some of these health turns are pretty absurd at when people get them.
You think so?
Yeah, even the Viper gets one, like a 15. And just makes the hero so much more survivable. Storm Spirit gets one too, I think.
As stats fan, I'd just like to point out that Nyx Assassin currently has 43 in all attributes at the same time. Wow.
43 what?
43 in every single attribute. He's got 43 strength, 43 agi.
Oh, yeah.
Cosplaying
Bane.
Should be. Yeah, cosplaying Bane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That was an important little nugget to drop in there.
No, I think it was very important. Thank you. I appreciate that. How did they defend the top tower? That's also an important question. The answer to that might be not at all. Ooh, the healing ward running in though. Gotta be careful with that micro. Oh, he gets thrown back, Fenrir.
Yeah. Likely that they save this tower, likely that they save Fenrir. Neither one happens, and EHOME continue to put the pressure on.
Likely that VG is gonna get the IG treatment. Or they have a pipe now to Wraith Pact out, healing 1 and 15.
There's the haunt. They're going to try and make something happen. They go after
No, the
Shiro.
Wraith
He's
Pact
taking
is
a lot of
strong.
damage. They have the silence on a lot of his heroes thanks to the Ags that was out onto this Void Spirit. They get the kill on Jalma. They'll take out this Nyx Assassin. They buy back on Fenrir. This could be a fake little back situation as they've got
Healing ward is out.
have themselves the
Oh,
heal,
no.
and they get the kill onto Yang. They'll take out the Death Prophet, who now no longer has the Exorcism.
The healing ward is too strong, man.
Jalma again, and they will get another kill onto the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, this game looks over now. Oh, throwback on Erika. You can't die here, Spectre.
Oh boy.
He is
Spectre
dead.
run down, Spectre killed off, Shiro takes him out. No buyback, this tier 3 is gone. These heroes on the side of ViCi are just getting run down. It's the familiars pushing back Yang themselves.
Wow, man. Regis is getting absolutely destroyed. Like, in hindsight, this jug pick is absolute genius. Hitting one down again. Yeah. Oh, if you die deep, you just walk back. No, this game's over.
And then, yeah, there goes XM.
Yeah. Like, knowing Yang, he is definitely going to call for the GG now. And
There it is.
Yeah.
There it
Say
is.
hello to Division 2, VG. Wow. I did not expect that.
Like IG before them, they fall down, and it's ViCi who stumble and go to Division 2 off this as EHOME take the series.
Yeah. Well played by EHOME. Also, that draft was really good. Once that Rave Pack came out, it was just... They couldn't kill anything between the Healing Ward, the Rave Pack, and just the Dawnbreaker ult as well. They made it look real easy.
Wow. EHOME, against all odds, they hold on to their slot in Division 1, and they will live to fight another day, but not the cleanest run here for them, but they do manage to win out in this tiebreaker and stay above. I mean, that's a big win for this team. You know, firstly, EHOME, they're a great team. We've watched them grow. We've watched them become the team they are now, and they used to be one of these guys which would hop in and hop out of Division 1, Division 2, but... maybe those days are starting to be over, B-Cup.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't hopped back down yet, right? Like, they were Phoenix Gaming, they went to Division 1, got picked up by EHOME, and they've held their spot in Division 1 since then, throughout the entire year, because it was last year that they got the jump up to Division 1, and they have completed the year staying in Division 1, which is a goal in itself. Like, it's certainly... belief in these players, and like I have this weird feeling that maybe some of these players get poached. I wouldn't be surprised. There are some really good superstars here on EHOME.
We've been saying it a lot.
Yeah, because I think individually they're very skilled, and like chemistry, it can bring you really far. But when you lack a veteran, like there's the difference between like when IG had their peaks, IG were there together for 2.5 years. They looked really good. They were able to make a lot of good things happen because they had a lot of veterans. They had a lot of stars. EHOME, I'm not sure where their ceiling's at. Individually, I think their ceilings are very high, and maybe if like piece by piece they go to other teams, they could find themselves being really successful. But this is a big accomplishment for these players, staying in Division 1 the entire year.
Yep, continuing to improve themselves as well. I mean, Black, you know, individually, who are the MVPs for you in EHOME throughout the season? Who are the ones you're looking at the most who have been making this team look so good?
It's honestly, ever since Echo joined, I feel like he has been the driving force behind the team.
And big growth.
Yeah, like he's doing super, super well. And Zeal as well, of course. If he has a decent game, we all know that EHOME also has a decent game. His item choices game, rushing for that Rave Pack, there was a very good recognition that they needed that. Yeah. So I think overall, it's really hard to pick out just a single player for EHOME. Like Planet is amazing. ZZQ has his moments, you know. It's really very much a team effort, I'd say. And which is what you would expect too if you don't have, quote unquote, these like superstars that want to absorb everything, right? Like they, you could even see like Shiro, the Juggernaut. Like a lot of Juggernauts go for this +1 second Blade Fury build because they want to like be as quote unquote selfish as possible, you know, do the most damage they can. He just went for the Healing Ward cooldown talent because he knows with that they can just close out the game no problem.
Yeah,
absolutely.
The Echo's growth has been really crazy. Like he's only 21. He's had a relatively long career, I would say, for his age. He's been in Dota for like 4 or 5 years now. This is the best he's looked. I didn't really have a lot of faith in him coming into this year, and like obviously this is a tiebreaker for relegation, but like it's still an accomplishment to stay in Division 1 in a region so close like this. So I think Echo's certainly shown the most growth in my eyes, but also Zeal is a big one to me. Like I remember we're sitting there in the studio and we're like, who is Zeal? Like who is this guy? But he is, I think, grown a lot. I'd like to see his hero pool maybe expand a little bit more, but you could definitely see the beginning points of a very good offlaner, which is something that I think at times seems very rare in China. Like you've got Yang, Chalice, XXS, who are like your staples, and Faith Beyond, obviously. But you know, I think there's always a place for a really good offlaner in this region.
Man, that cookie was quite something there from Fenrir. But no, I agree. I think Zeal, you know, when he's on his Enigma and when he's on his Visage, he looks like a completely different player compared to, you know, when I think his Mars is good as well. But that hero has kind of fallen in popularity. But yeah, there's definitely a clean difference when he's playing these kind of, micro heavy, high skill ceiling heroes compared to when he's just playing like the normal stuff. He never seems to have as much of an impact when he's playing like the normal off-laners, quote unquote. And one of the key components to EHOME's team. And of course, Shiro, very reliable carry player, 6-1 and 9 in this game, and just generally seems so solid. He knows when it's a good Morphling game, and you've got to be scared when he picks it, because if you don't have an answer, he's going to take you down. And definitely a reliable player most of the time. And then we look over towards ViCi Gaming, and I think the same can't be said of Erica. He's had some rough performances. This wasn't one of them. I thought his Spectre was absolutely fine. He was playing a difficult lane. Fenrir was having a really rough time feeding a bit in his lane, but he was still able to get something. But yeah, just didn't really work out this game. But ViCi, what are their major flaws and what they need to improve on for Division 2, Black?
I mean, it really just all comes down to the team play and the team cohesion. It has been the problem, I think, since the second season already, right? Like the first season, they were quite okay. And then from there, it really just went downhill. They kept changing players. And I don't know what the internal problems are, or if they have any, or what the communication is like. But it just kind of gives these vibes where they don't trust each other very much at all. You can see it in the item builds. I don't want to go back to it again, but you wouldn't build Manta Radiance on a Weaver if you weren't thinking about just split pushing everything. If you thought about team fighting, you would itemize into different items, and that very much reflects your mindset. And it also transitioned into this series. And I don't know what they need to talk about or what changes they need to make, but if they cannot fix this, even in Division 2, IG has been there for 2 seasons. If they don't fix this, they will not make it out of there.
Yep. Yeah. This isn't some paddling pool Division 2. This is still a full-on ocean Division 2 where there are sharks and there are piranhas and there are octopuses with knives which are going to hack at your ankles if you're not careful. It's not easy to get out of this Division 2. You have to be a good team. IG proved that this season. It took them a long time to get out of Division 2, and they've finally done it now, but they had to work for it. They didn't respect the Division 2, and that earned them an extra season in there. So I think ViCi, they do have a lot to work on, but hopefully we'll see them reinvigorated. I mean, I think the likelihood of them coming back unshuffled is pretty low, right? I'm just expecting a lot of changes to happen at ViCi.
It depends who they want to build around. Their change, this year was building around Erica, right?
They built around Erica for 3 seasons.
They dropped everybody at the beginning of the year and built around Erica, which I thought was risky. I think it required Erica to grow as a player exponentially to really work out. And I thought it was tough. I thought they had brought in maybe the right guys in XM and Yang, but it didn't work out. It was really rough for them.
No, it did not. No, it certainly did not. Well, we'll see what happens in the future of ViCi Gaming, but at the moment, we're talking about EHOME. We're this team, man. They just go from not strength to strength, I wouldn't say, and it wasn't a good season for them. How do you think they're going to feel about their season in general in this finish? Do you think they were aiming higher, or do you think they're still going to be content to be staying in Division 1 and continuing to improve?
I think it's definitely a relief, because just staying in Division 1, you can learn so much more than you can in Division 2. Just the playing level is completely different. So in that regard, they're probably really happy, but they must have hope for much more. Barely staying in this division once again for the second time probably doesn't feel too good, and they have a lot of things to work on as well, right? So we'll see. There's going to be a little bit of a break now before the TI qualifies, exactly, and we'll see how they want to approach it. Maybe they will get a lot of good stuff from the major that really suits them. They can kind of assimilate that and then get stronger through that. But what I love the most about them is just their team play. If their individual level could just rise by 5-10%, I think they would be one of the top contenders every season.
Yeah. It's tough though. It is really tough. Extreme, Aster, LGD, RNG, that is such a hard and now Aster Aries even. That's such a hard ladder to climb, but I could see TI quals
final 3 teams being Aster, Ares, and then like IG and EHOME if the other teams qualify straight for TI. I think Extreme is close. They need a top finish. Aster, I believe, is like in, and RNG need like a top finish to like make it so the TI quals for these teams are a little bit easier. But we'll see. I think EHOME, with the way that they've sometimes, like if they play games 2 and 3 against teams like IG and Aster Ares, we could see them qualify for TI out of the region.
Yeah, I agree. But then, of course, there's always the dark horses. You know, we never know when Dandelion's going to find their second win, come out of nowhere and knock it out the park. It always feels like a threat, you know, and maybe even ViCi make the right changes and they come back fighting. You know, they've got the players to do so. Erica, XM, Yang, you know, these guys, you can't underestimate them. So if they do find the right fit, then they will not be, they'll not turn over easily. So these China qualifiers are going to be absolutely ridiculous when we do get there. But yeah, that's going to leave the league standing with EHOME being the team to stay in Division 1 and Aster Ares as well alongside them, unfortunately. Due to those 4-way tiebreakers, I mean, we didn't get a chance to talk about the tiebreakers much between the 3 of us, but I think it was kind of what we expected, you know, not what we maybe wanted, but definitely what we expected with Aster Ares being the team not to make it.
Yeah, I figured that they would probably be the odd man out. That's pretty much what I said. OGD, again, they sneak in. They don't need to really try that hard to the point where they left a match up in the air and gave up 100 points, but they don't even need them because they're sitting at 1,500, so it doesn't matter. They're already in TI. It's fine for them. The question is, do they... what's the deal going to be at the major? Like, RNG and Extreme need pretty high finishes to still make TI, so... I'm interested to see what goes on that way.
Yeah, but for me personally, I was just very shocked, to be honest, that Ares got slapped down as hard as they did. Like, those series were very one-sided, especially the LGD one. I was about to observe it, and lobby could not be found. Like 20 minutes into the game, I'm like, huh? Okay. I guess they just got absolutely destroyed. And I feel a little bit bad for them because I know and they know that they can play so much better. But performing under pressure when it really counts is part of being a very successful team, you know. Hopefully it was a good learning experience for them. Top 5 in this Division 1 is no joke. So they can be proud of themselves still. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's top 2 in every other region.
Especially as it's got more and more hard as time's gone on as well, you know, like I'm gonna let you get away with that. I'm gonna let it go. It's gotten harder and harder though. Like, you know, season 1, it was hard, but you know, you still had a couple of what you could call freebies in there. We got season 2 and it got a little bit tougher, you know, we got a few more adversaries now in this season as well. It really does feel like this has been one of the hardest DPC seasons we've definitely ever had in China. I don't know about the rest of the world because obviously we haven't got to see the measure up just yet, but we will do soon. But what we have coming up right now is we do have an interview, so we get to talk to Echo from the side of EHOME, who have just managed to secure their spot in Division 1 for next season. Echo, firstly, huge congratulations for getting out of this very stressful series, and I want to know, at the point you were at when it was 1-1 and you were going into that third game, what was the communication like within your team?
首先恭喜你拿下了这场非常紧张的比赛。想问一下，就是第2场打成1平的时候，队内的氛围是你自己的心情是怎么样的？因为感觉很紧张的一个系列赛。
打完第2把的时候还是心里比较紧张，因为第1把输了，而且打的不是很好，就感觉如果第2把就再不打好点的话，可能就要降级，然后就很努力。
So at the end of the second game, I was still feeling very nervous because we just dropped the first game and it wasn't looking good. So there's a lot of pressure going to the second game, and I feel like if we didn't perform good, we will get relegated. So it was a lot of pressure.
And how did you deal with the pressure? You know, did your teammates help you out, or did you just kind of get into the game?
那你们是怎样处理这种比较紧张的情况呢？是队友会跟你说，还是会你自己做一些调整？
一般打完的时候，就教练会来，就输了话，教练会来给大家放松一下心态嘛，就 鼓励一下大家，然后进行下一场游戏。
Usually it's a coach. If we drop a game, a coach will come to us and talk to us, trying to encourage us and relieve some pressure from us.
Damn, sounds good. Sounds good. So do you think you found your place within the team? Does this feel like a really good fit playing with these guys?
你觉得你现在跟这个队内的磨合怎么样了？你觉得自己和其他的队友有没有就达到比较同步的步调？
感觉也很久了嘛，感觉已经磨合的也挺好了嘛，毕竟3-4个月了，感觉还挺好的。
It's been a while. It's been for 3 or 4 months, so I feel like we are on a good pace right now.
Cool. So would you say you're happy with this finish? In 6th place, remaining in Division 1, or were you aiming for more?
那你对今天这个整个赛季的结果满意吗？你会就是在保级成功了，但是还有其他的目标，可能觉得不满意，没有达到吗？
应该算差强人意吧，因为我们如果能赢了清茶的话，就今天下午就我们可能是我们在打那个4队加赛了，而不是打这个保级赛了，就还是比较不太满意吧，应该是。
I would describe it as barely satisfactory because if we could win the series against Ares, we would be in that tiebreaker. So, for that perspective, I think it's not too satisfied.
Fair enough. Alrighty, I'm going to throw it over to my analysts to see if they've got any questions here. Black or B Cup, you got anything to ask?
You want to go first, Black?
No, you can go. I got super sick questions.
Echo, you played with Erica back on your days in King Gaming Luminous and King Gaming. Is there anything from that time playing with him that you took away that helped you in this matchup today?
你跟 Erica 在 KJL、KG 的时候都做过老队友吗？今天这个系列赛里的时候，有没有用上以前做队友的这些经验什么的？
就是我一般是这样的，就是我一般做过队友的人，我就不会特别想着搞他什么。如果是不是很认识的，我可能会打赏呀、发轮拍，就搞一下他们心态，好吗？就一般认识的我才不会那样搞。
I'm the kind of person that don't mess with my friends or my ex teammates, so I only tip players that I don't know well. I'm those kind of person.
Okay. So, is it interesting in any way to play against your friends the way you have? You've played with a couple of guys that are in Division 1 right now.
那你跟就是好朋友在比赛里碰到的时候，你会觉得是比较有意思的这种对局吗？
肯定算有意思吧，就是跟他们不是你死就是我活嘛，就是必须要死一个，那肯定能把他们干死的话，那就更好。
It's definitely a very interesting experience because there's only a winner of a series, so it's better be me. It feels good to beat them.
Definitely. What do you think has been the biggest thing that you've grown throughout this year and especially this season?
你觉得你今年，尤其是最后一个赛季，你个人成长最多的地方是什么？
大局观方面吧，大局观方面来了这里以后，比之前加强了不少。
I think it's a general understanding of the big picture of the game. After I joined EHOME, I think I improved on that part the most.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Black. That's all my questions.
Yeah, I was very interested in who does the most in-game shot calling for your team. Like who comes up with all the plans and dictates the movements of the team.
想问一下，队内就是谁会指挥的比较多一些？就是会制定详细的战术，比如说这个打团或者开户怎么打？
你问我们队的这种问题，我一般都只会说我是我们队的4号位了。我们4号位 Planet 做这方面会做的比较多一些。
So every time I get asked by those kind of questions, I always answer it's our position 4 planet.
Okay. Yeah. I can see that. And then just one more question regarding your preparation now for the TI qualifiers. Now that you stay in Division 1, are you going to take a short break first, or are you going to work hard all the way until the TI qualifiers? Are you going to watch the major? Like, what's the preparation like?
想问一下，到 TI 邀请赛之前，战队会做了一些准备，你们是打算放一个假，还是说要继续去看看 Major， 然后一直去到这个，一直就不休息打到 TI 邀请赛之前？
记得做核酸啊。应该我们会就是 Major 之前我们先会放个假，然后等 Major 开赛的时候我们会一起集合，然后看 Major 的比赛，然后再集训准备 TI 预选之类的。
We will take a short break right now after this series, and we will come back to our bootcamp together before the major starts, and we will watch major together and do the preparation for TI qualifier together.
Okay, awesome.
Interesting.
That's it for me.
Very, very interesting. Right, I have one last question for you, Mr. Echo, and that is, we've loved seeing your headset, which is quite frankly crazy. Where did you get it from, and is it actually comfortable to wear such a massive headset?
我们最后想问一下，就是你的耳机看起来非常酷，你是哪里搞到这个耳机的？然后看着很大，戴起来会不会有点重？
这个耳机还真有一段故事，好吧？就是我在 CDC 的时候，那里新来了个教练，然后有一天我说耳机坏了，那个教练说给我买个新的，然后他说这个是超哥用的同款耳机，说一定要推荐给我，不能让自己的好兄弟用着破耳机，然后我就一直带着来EHOME了。
Okay, so there's actually a whole story behind this headset. So back when I was at CDC, there's a new coach joined us, and my old headset broke, and he told me he will buy me a new one, and because we are brothers, he's gonna get the best for me. So he told me this was the same one that maybe was using. And yeah, so it's the best headset since maybe is using it. So I have been using this one from CDC, and I bring it to EHOME.
Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible. Thank you so much for sharing. And yeah, thanks for coming to talk to us. Congratulations on saying Div 1, and best of luck in those China qualifiers. Finger crossed for you guys. We love following your journey.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你后续的预选赛有好的成绩。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Good stuff. I knew it. I knew there was something special about those headphones. And man, what a great interview. What a great guy. I mean, that was just an absolute pleasure, wall to wall. Why have they made us wait so long to talk to Echo? Then that was great.
That was amazing. That headset's ridiculous. It is 2 radiators on the side of his head. They are massive. I wanted to know how heavy that headset is. It's so ridiculous.
Did you think also it reacts to his emotions? Like the better he feels, the brighter the red is.
The stronger his brain's working, it just heats up. Yeah. Lights up the whole room when he's playing that Lena game. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, sounds like they've got a very hardcore schedule in place for the TI qualifiers. That's for sure. Meeting up, watching the major cut. I thought that was very interesting, but makes a lot of sense. Not just watching from home and then turning up to the boot camp and being like, yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know about you guys, but actually sitting there together, with the notepads out, that is interesting to me. I think that's really cool and shows a lot of maturity. And now we can have a look at the final standings for the region, including the prize pool and the DPC points here as well. So it'll be, of course, RNG in the first place, taking home $38,000 and 500 DPC points and going to the major. Astor will be right behind them, along with Extreme Gaming and LGD after our tiebreaker today. Staying in Division 1, but not getting relegated, we have Aries and EHOME, who will be twiddling their thumbs up until the TI qualifiers. And in the bin, we have ViCi Gaming and Dandelion. Unfortunately, they put in an admirable performance and still take home $23,000 and $22,000 each, but unfortunately will be relegated down to Division 2. And that will be it from them for the time being. But again, we will see them in the TI qualifiers. So guys, that's going to be just about everything, I think, from the China region. And we are all done with the DPC. My goodness, how are you guys feeling after this journey?
I said LGD 4-3.
Everybody doubted me. Everybody gave me a lot of flack for it. I was huffing a lot of copium. I was huffing a lot of copium, but it doesn't mean it wasn't working. It's prescribed. Like, it was prescribed, and we got there 4-3. Like I said, where are you doubters? We're there in the major. Doesn't matter.
So your entire takeaway from the entire China DPC is just to flex. I was right about LGD. All right. That's fair enough.
I had to say it one more time. I really had to say it one more time. But I will say this is the closest season we've ever had. The fact that there isn't a 7-0 and then 6-1 first and second place, like it feels like we have every season, is ridiculous. Like, that's how close this region was, and it's insane.
Yeah, double tiebreakers to end it with 6 teams involved as well. Really does tell you what you need to know about this region. I mean, we don't really know the power level, but I definitely get the feeling that it's really damn high. We will see at the international events, which are just around the corner. But yeah, definitely feels very good. Black, what do you think?
I mean, for me, the top 4 are pretty much what I thought it would be, but the bottom 4 teams are not at all what I thought they would be. Like, I didn't expect ViCi and Dandelion to get relegated at all. Like, I thought Dandelion coming in, especially like the way they did from Division 2, were going to be at least like 5th or 6th. Them being dead last, never expected that, especially after the initial game against RNG, I believe. They made them look like absolute amateurs. And then suddenly didn't click anymore, didn't work. And ViCi getting relegated, I also didn't expect that to happen. Like, the player power they have on their team, like they must be feeling real bad about that. Obviously, nobody wants to get relegated, but
must be.
Such a big organization, just like IG. Like, you really don't want to see them in Division 2. So hopefully they can, make some improvements here and there, figure out what they need. But overall, it was a very exciting season. As I said, like, these results, I don't think many people expected them. So yeah, that's all what we want, right? Good Dota, good Chinese Dota, and China finally started picking up the meta heroes that are actually strong. I think this is the first time I would have to say that China is actually behind in the meta.
Yeah, true. They do. They take a little bit of time to adjust and always have different ideas as well, that's for sure. But yeah, so in terms of DPC points as well, I believe RNG and Asta are very, very close now to qualifying for TI. They do need to do well at the major, though. I think they need like top... I'm not going to say. I think top 8, but yeah, but I'm not certain on that.
Okay. It's RNG and Extreme who are really close. Yeah.
Just don't get
They need to get like top 6. Yeah.
Don't
get
last.
There's more points, right? It's the last major. Crazy.
Yeah, true.
All right.
Weighting is differently. Yeah. So that's going to be interesting as well. So it all comes down to Arlington, the showdown in Texas. Wow, the Texan showdown. That's what we love to see. Yeehaw. All right.
Yeehaw.
Guys, we're all done. That's it. It's the end of the road. So, of course, we want to say a huge thank you to you guys watching at home. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast, because we certainly have. I'd like to say a personal thank you to all my fellow talent. You guys have been amazing to work with throughout the entire months and all the stuff we've had to go through. And talking about that, huge shout out to the teams and the staff over at Perfect World. It's not been an easy time this year in China. The lockdowns have been unpredictable and brutal, and it has been scary stuff over there. But it does look like there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and we hope to see the teams at the Arlington Major, which would be a great reward for them. So a huge shout out to them. And the biggest shout out of all, of course, to our production team, Maincast. They've done an incredible job, even through everything that's been going on. They are a Ukrainian company, so keep that in mind. These guys have just done a huge amount of work. Show them all your love. They've done a fantastic job on keeping on top of things from wherever they are in the world, having to relocate. I mean, really, it's so admirable what they've been through this year. So yeah, huge shout out to them. Thanks for watching, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Take care.
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。